Good evening and welcome to another edition of Not Your Ordinary Sports Show. I have that deja vu feeling back in this seat every Monday night like usual. We have a special guest sitting in for Eric Winston, whose coach made him practice tonight. Greg Koch,
Taskmaster,
University of Arkansas Hall of Famer, played for the Green Bay Packers, is in the Packers Hall of Fame as well. Another right tackle, so we trade one right tackle for another.
Yeah, one a little bit younger and making a whole lot more money than I made. Yeah.
We're also pleased to be joined tonight by former Oilers safety and now defensive backs coach at Prairie View A&M, Bubba McDowell.
Welcome, thank you.
Bubba McDowell, no relation to Odeby McDowell,
No.
right? From the Texas Rangers
No,
outfield
no.
a few years back. Okay, just want to make sure. Also joining us tonight, Bud Norris, Astros pitcher. No relation to Chuck Norris?
I think so, personally, but no, not legitimately.
Got to watch it. He may come and knock your lights out.
Yeah,
We'll get to
round
that
kick.
in a second. Bud Norris with the Houston Astros joining us. And on my far left, Pastor Kirbyjon Caldwell from Windsor Village Methodist here in Houston.
Yes, sir.
Pastor, thanks for coming
Good to
in.
be here.
We've got a little Tim Tebow talk to get to with you. I want to get your thoughts on.
Well, first of all, speaking of Packers, one of my best members just got picked up by the Packers today to play tackle.
Offensive lineman.
That's
I was going
right.
to say they need
You're kinda light
all
on
the
there.
offensive linemen they can get.
And who is that?
His last name is Taylor, Reggie Taylor.
Reggie Taylor.
TCU captain from 3 years ago.
Yeah, the Packers.
Hometown. Hightower.
Really? Hightower
Hurricanes. There you go.
product here in the Houston area. That's
Good
great.
deal.
We're going to talk about the Packers and their first loss of the season and how their offensive line is doing with Greg coming up in a little bit. We actually have a good Monday night game for a change here tonight. Two playoff contenders. Who'd have thought? On Monday Night Football, they put two good teams. It's been a while. Steelers and the 49ers. These teams both headed for the playoffs, and there's an outside shot this could be a Super Bowl preview. Greg, what do you think about the Steelers and the Niners?
Well, I think it's going to come down to the 49ers are one of the surprise teams in the NFL. Ben Roethlisberger's hurt. He's going to start. I don't know how effective he'll be, but they're going to have to get a running game going. Pouncey's out there, outstanding starting center. It's going to be tough to beat the 49ers at home. I tell you what, they're playing outstanding, and it should be a good game, though. I think you're exactly right. It's going to be a great game.
Yeah, I mean, these are two teams built around defense, but the Steelers certainly, when Roethlisberger's healthy, can move the ball almost at will.
Normally, I like to go with the better quarterback, and I would take Roethlisberger over Alex Smith, but two outstanding defenses, like you said, and I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. And if Big Ben can go, he's one of the toughest quarterbers out there. He'll go.
What do you guys see happening tonight, or who are you pulling for tonight?
Well, I'm definitely pulling for San Francisco. It's going to help our Texans out if they go ahead and lose.
Need the Steelers to lose, and we're going to get into the playoff race in just a
need the Steelers
sec.
to lose. Of course, Tebow couldn't help us out Sunday, yesterday. But, nonetheless, I mean, he's doing this thing there. So if we can go ahead and get one of them, get the Pittsburgh to lose tonight, we'll be okay.
Bud, do you have a rooting interest being from California?
Yes, absolutely. Big Niner fan myself. I think time of possession is going to be huge. On the defensive side for the Niners, we are losing Patrick Willis, our best linebacker, Pro Bowler. I think time of possession. If Alex Smith can run some plays, run the clock, if we win the time of possession battle, I think Niners have a chance at this one. But Big Ben hopefully doesn't have his heroic acts and the deep ball down the field. So hopefully we can minimize that and just play good defense and win
And they got an outstanding young pass rusher in Alden Smith, too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Really is coming on.
Rookie draft pick who's been just sensational this season.
Yeah,
Niners defense is one of the best in the league. Kirbyjon, do you have a team you're rooting for tonight?
Of course, I'm pro-Texan, so I have to pull for the Niners. But let me ask you guys a question.
Sure.
Since I know all these pros are here. What would you identify as the three most significant factors that turn that season around for the 49ers?
I can
Coach.
definitely give you one. Coach.
I think Harbaugh's been amazing. When you have a good leader at the helm, someone that can unite the group and get the troops going, I think that's extremely important, and clearly he has. He's given new life to Alex Smith. He's kind of been a dead duck there in San Francisco, and we pretty much got booed off the field for a couple of years, but athletically he has it. So I think coaching strategy, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but I think that's the number one that I'm going to point out.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were surprised, though, that Singletary couldn't get it done, too, because I thought Mike was going to be a great leader for those guys, and for some reason it didn't click. But I have to go as well. I mean, Harbaugh's done an amazing job. I saw that team in preseason. You know, he'd only been with them a couple weeks, and they still look like one of the worst teams in the league. And the way they've transformed themselves is absolutely amazing. And what he's getting out of Alex Smith, I don't think anybody would have ever seen that. I mean, that was basically his last chance.
I mean, Alex Smith's gone from being a bust to being a playoff quarterback in 1 year. Is it all coaching, or has he changed something? Is he better now?
Well, they're pretty good on defense too. Bubba can speak to that. But when you can't run against a team, it makes it a tough. And the offense gets a lot more chances. So
exactly, and I agree. I mean, we talked about off the air earlier. Coaching makes a big difference. These guys now identify with somebody they can talk to, they can trust. We see that same thing happening with our defensive staff here with Phillips.
Wade Phillips has made a big difference.
A big difference. Now those guys are out there playing and having fun, and you can do that and win at the same time. That's going to help your squad.
Well, the start of the game delayed by a power outage in San Francisco.
We got lights now.
They showed the video, and all of a sudden, literally, there's a flash off to the side of the stadium, and the lights went out in San Francisco. That's crazy. Bubba, Greg in the league, or Bud in majors, you ever run into anything like that?
No,
it actually happened to us. So we played the Giants in the Meadowlands. In the second quarter, all the lights went out.
In the middle of the game?
In the middle of the game. I went up to Harry Carson. I said, "What, did you guys forget to pay your electric bill?" And he goes, "We'll beat your ass in the dark." I said, "Harry, chill out, man. I'm just asking a question."
Who you don't want to be right now is a person who's in charge of the company that's responsible for providing the power.
Do they have? Who's the sponsor now at Candle?
It changes every. It's still 3Com is what I was known. It's still Candle, so it's 3Com.
It's not like an electricity provider, because if the lights went out at Reliance Stadium, then you'd have a real trouble.
Yeah, you'd be in some trouble.
We haven't had that happen certainly, and don't expect it to happen.
That's not going to happen.
That's not that Enron power we're supplying them out there.
Oh no.
Rolling blackouts, California, standard.
What about the Steelers, Greg, and you guys? Ben Roethlisberger, I mean, the guy is always getting hurt. Broken thumb earlier this year. Had the high ankle sprain in his last game. He was a game-time decision, and yet, he's going to be out there tonight. Is he one of the NFL's big all-time tough guys, or is he one of those guys that kind of relishes in the drama of the spotlight of is he or isn't he not going to play?
Oh, I think he's going to play, and I actually think he is an actual tough, very tough, big quarterback. The way you see him just kind of shuck off defensive linemen, I mean, that's just part of his thing. The Steelers, they're always going to try to win using their defense and just pounding the ball at you. I mean, whether their running game's working or not, they're going to run it 30 times. So it's going to be how well he can move around in the pocket, because they're, like I said, they're losing their starting center, so they're going to be nicked up in the offensive line like they have been all year. But they're going to rely on their defense. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how they react to James Harrison not being out there. But there's a bunch of solid athletes on that defense. So, I mean, San Francisco's got the work cut out for them tonight.
I hate playing against them, I tell you that. I'm Steelers boy. Whew. We had some things banging in those days, and I tell you, that was one of the worst teams I hated playing against those guys.
Right.
Just because they were so physical?
Yes, because they were so physical. I'm telling you. I mean, every time we played, someone always come out. At the end of the game, something is always hurting. I know I had something hurting. and I agree with you, Ben. I think he's just a tough guy, man. And what better to show your teammates that that you want to get the job done going into the playoffs, try to secure another, home field advantage, by your starting guy that you trust out there hurt and playing football.
James Harrison, you mentioned, not at this game. He's been suspended for one game for his hit on Colt McCoy a week ago Thursday. Yeah. Did he deserve that suspension?
We're still playing football, right? Are we still playing football? Or our helmet's going to hit? I mean, our helmet's going to hit. That's the question outside from the baseball. I mean, unfortunately, I saw the play. We all saw it a million times. It was close. I think it was really close, but I don't know if a suspension was necessarily fair enough. He's got to play the game hard. They are the Steelers. They hit guys in the mouth. And they're going to do it day in and day out.
And I agree. I'm just mind-boggling how people expect you to change your trajectory when you're going full speed. If we out there as players taught to play the game that we know how to play it at full speed, I mean, how do you gauge that, you know, when you're getting ready to go hit somebody, okay, well, I'm going to get fined, I better slide to the left. You can't do that.
That's a good way for you to get hurt.
That's a good way for you to get, exactly.
Yeah.
You tweak a knee or something.
Exactly.
I'm more concerned. I mean, I thought the hit, you know, if they're going to protect players and their safety, I'm all for, you know, multiple offenders getting suspended. But where's the outcry about the Cleveland Browns putting Colt McCoy back in the game knowing he had a concussion?
Amen.
I mean, it was
2 plays
yeah,
there. They said there
right.
was no evidence of a head injury.
Yeah, well, I like how these teams now are using, well, he has concussive-like symptoms. He had a concussion, man. There's no symptoms of a concussion. Plus, he was knocked out. Anytime you're knocked out, you've had a concussion.
You can have a concussion.
Right.
Fair or not?
I thought Harrison also did a pretty good job of pleading his own case.
Absolutely.
He said, look, it's been, what, 16 games since this happened?
Right,
He lost
exactly.
and X number of plays, and they're really trying to paint him as a bad guy. He's like, hey, guys, I'm just playing football.
Exactly.
Mean or dirty? Was that shot?
Tough.
To me, that was a mean shot. I mean, it's okay to be mean on the field.
Tough.
That's
Dirty
what we're
is
taught
too
to
far.
be. I mean, he's a football player.
The
He's
Steelers, we're talking
yeah,
about.
the Steelers at that.
Pinching them out. That's the way they play the game.
Fair or not to hold his record against him, though. The reason he got suspended was not because of that one hit. It's the fact that he, in the past, has had some
16
more
games
questionable
ago.
hits.
16 games ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you wipe it clean then after
I think you fine him.
good behavior,
Yeah, you don't suspend
essentially?
him.
You fine him.
Right. They could have slapped him with a pretty heavy fine and not suspended
And not
him.
suspended him, yeah.
And the Steelers now jockeying for position in the AFC playoff race. If they lose this game, you know, who's to say that with James Harrison they wouldn't have pulled it out and they would have been? It affects everybody. The Texans love it.
Exactly.
If
We
they
will
lose
love
tonight.
it, yeah. But you don't take a guy out because, I mean, like Pastor said, you find him. You said that, find him. You don't take him out of it because I can see, like we said, if it was a recurring incident, you know, game after game or game then skip a game, yeah. But that has not been the case with this guy. He's just out there playing football, as we alluded to earlier.
Who were the dirtiest, or I shouldn't say the dirtiest, who were the toughest guys on defense when you played?
Ooh, tougher guys on defense when I played.
I mean, who did you like to see hit somebody? Besides yourself.
Okay.
Bubba was a hard-hitting safety. Maybe the hardest-hitting safety this town's ever known.
Oh, by far. I mean, and I grew up watching him. You know, Ronnie Lott, Steve Atwater. You know, we all remember that one with Steve Atwater and Christian Okoye.
Not in here, big boy.
Yeah,
not today, big
met
boy.
him right there in that A gap. Oh my God! I mean, right after that, I'm like, man, how can I get one like that?
Yeah. Get that blitz, coach.
Yeah.
What about you, Greg, in your day?
Oh, you know, I go back to Jack Tatum,
Yeah.
George Atkinson, and you know, you had to look. You talk about the Steelers. I mean, that was the steel curtain. You know, so you had Lambert, you had Mean Joe Green, L.C. Greenwood, you had all those guys. Jack Ham, I mean, very underrated. In the Hall of Fame, it's hard to say he's underrated, but when people think of the steel curtain, now I got a lot of people remember Jack Ham, but man, what a great, you know, Russell, that linebacker, Mel Blount. I mean, they just had some great guys on that team.
Since I'm the oldest guy at the table, I'll take you all the way back to Dick Buckets,
Yeah.
Yeah.
who would bite your ankles. He'd tackle you and bite you.
Holy cow. I mean, it almost seems like a different day. I mean, those guys today, Butkus and Bednarik and some of the all-time,
Huff,
those guys wouldn't last a season with Roger Goodell as commissioner. There's no chance.
No, sir. You
Well, it
know,
makes it very difficult on defensive players, especially when running backs still come through the line and the first thing they do is duck their head. I don't know how you're supposed to meet those guys without ducking your head as well, and then all of a sudden in the open field, say I got to change my whole tactical way of tackle.
Exactly, and that's what I was kind of alluding to earlier.
Right.
How do you do that? I mean, if you're playing football the way you're taught to be playing from Pop Warner, you know, you're going to the highest level. Now you're on the highest level. Then all of a sudden, you know, you have to get fined or suspended on the way that you play the game. You know, I mean, you're making the game, as many of us said back in the, you know, soft.
Right.
You know, we don't want soft players out there. We want football players.
Right.
Who in the baseball world do players look up to as a tough guy?
Jeez, that's a tough one.
I mean, there's no helmet-to-helmet hits in baseball, but
I think
there are
Trevor
guys.
Hoffman, just from the closer standpoint, the mean machine, that when he got out there and you hear those Hell's Bells coming out, you kind of got intimidated. I think there was more of an intimidation factor out there. Prince Fielder plays the game extremely hard. Carlos Lee and Prince Fielder had a little collision this year down the first base line, and there was a mini earthquake within the stadium.
Measured on the Richter scale.
Yeah,
I
I definitely
think, right?
got there going. So I think you could say those two guys for sure.
Hey, I always wanted to ask you, why do you guys have so many fights? You guys have a lot of fights.
You know, we got egos.
Okay.
I get upset every once in a while, and you know, I gotta put my foot down. You're gonna put your foot down. We're gonna be in the middle somewhere.
I kind of like it though, because when
But
y'all
do you
go,
buy the contention that, I mean, a lot of people say, well, pitchers don't pitch inside anymore. Yeah. You buy
I'm not
that?
buying that. I'm not buying that. I think the ballpark dictates it. Number one, my strategy and the way I got to set up in a lineup. You know, pitching at Minute Maid's definitely a little thought process for me, especially to a right-handed hitter with the pull side down the line or the short fence.
Yeah.
I pitch inside. I have to. I can't pitch to one side of the plate, otherwise I'll get beat up every time I go out there. So I might stay away from it sometimes on certain hitters, especially guys that are more of a home run threat to me. But for the most part, I pitch inside. And it's not like the good old days where you could buzz somebody's tower and really kind of brush them back. We don't really have that
Bob
as
Gibson,
much. Yeah.
right? If a
All
guy
of them.
dug in the dirt too
God.
much, you knock him down.
Drysdale,
Drysdale,
same thing,
absolutely. So that part of the essence of the game has changed a little bit, but I pitch inside. You might not just talk about it all the time,
Right.
you know. But for the most part, you pretty much stay away a lot of the
It's
time.
funny because, you know, you contrast baseball and football, and I'm actually a big baseball guy myself. You pitch inside up around a guy's chin, and you got guys barking from the dugout, and, you know, sometimes a guy will charge the mound. In football, you know, if you try to block a guy and you miss him, you know, up around the chin, it's no big deal. I mean, it's completely different mindset in both sports.
I like to call that holding.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Hey, we want you to be a part of our conversation here tonight. You can reach us via Twitter, ask questions to Greg, Pastor Kirbyjon Caldwell, Bubba McDowell, former Oilers safety, or Astros pitcher Bud Norris, at The Bus TV on Twitter. That's at The Bus TV. Send your questions in. We'll get to them along the way this evening. I want to say a very special thank you to our sponsors, the Chicken Kitchen with its 2 Houston locations, Billiard Factory, billiardfactory.com, the place to build your very own man cave, and of course Verizon, which sponsors our Twitter feed. Again, we want you to be a part of the conversation at The Bus TV via Twitter. We are, our crack research staff, busy working behind the curtains here, has informed us, as we wait for this delayed game to get started, that an Astros fan posted a love letter to Bud Norris online today. We're going to have a little bit more on that later in the show.
Go figure. Only fair. It's fair game. It's fair game.
Bud is apparently a favorite to this particular fan. Right now, though, we've got a chance to have our special weekly guest joining us, delivering our food to the Chicken Kitchen Lounge and our drinks to the set here. This is Chick Norris, cater extraordinaire. Take a look at this video of Chick in action.
Chick Norris.
Chick Norris.
I'm sitting here the whole time with my pants undone.
I can't see it.
Look down, I go, wow, that's...
Chicken Kitchen.
So, are we off?
Yeah,
That's
but we're going to be
right there
right
on
back on that video.
I don't want to mess with this. Are you have a girlfriend or are you married?
Girlfriend. Not yet.
So can I be messy with this?
She just talks about how I'm a good ball player, and if we lose me, we're in trouble. So
Okay.
Chick Norris from the Chicken Kitchen, 2 locations here in Houston. They generously provide all the food for our hosts and all our crew here every Monday night on Not Your Ordinary Sports Show. And look who's dropped by for tonight's show, Chick
thank
Norris.
You, Chick. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chick.
The
Thank you.
Unofficial mascot of Not Your Ordinary Sports Show. Our beverage provider this evening. Thanks,
You said the
Chick.
chick that wrote you, right?
No.
Okay.
Chick, thank you very much.
I hope not.
Chick Norris. Yeah, hey, you never know. You guys could be distantly related, although I don't see any feathers coming off yours.
Same hair.
Hey, I wanted to get to the conversation while we wait for this delayed game to start. We mentioned Tim Tebow earlier, and Pastor Kirbyjon Caldwell is with us.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, I want to hear that. I want to hear this. I want to hear this. I need this opinion.
It's like a setup.
Tim Tebow has captured the nation as far as the attention on him, his obvious Christian beliefs, which he is saying to anyone and everyone, and he has ever since he was in college. He certainly has turned things around for the Denver Broncos. At the same time, they lose yesterday to the Patriots, another playoff contender. Mm-hmm. What are your impressions of, in particular, his pastor in Denver saying that Tebow, that luck isn't winning 6 games in a row, it's favor, God's favor. How do you feel about that?
Well, before I answer that serious question, I want to make an observation. And I'm sure Bubba's pastor has preached about this. What I find interesting about this whole Tebow phenom is the J factor that has come up. The jealousy factor.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the Jesus factor.
No, J factor. We've had NFL quarterbacks, I won't name any of them, who said, hey, wait a minute, I play quarterback too. Why is all this attention being focused on Tebow? I thought that was almost hilarious. It was so kind of, I mean, don't you find that interesting?
Yeah,
sad.
I actually don't have any problem, because I'm a Christian, with Tebow doing whatever he wants to do. And, you know, I don't think he puts it out there to other people.
That's right.
I think if the media didn't follow him every step of the way and just film everything he did, they wouldn't be given that much notice. But I have no problem. If you want to criticize him on his mechanics of throwing, whether you think he's the long-term solution at quarterback, that's fair game when you're a quarterback. But his private life and everything else, I think, should be off limits.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and you know, it's good to have haters. It really
good to have haters.
It's good to have haters.
That's right.
It's gonna make you perform better. You know, and I may be paraphrasing a little bit, but great is He that is in me, and He is in the world. And as long as Tebow got him with, he's gonna have that favor. You know.
Why do you think he is so polarizing? Because people either love him or they hate him.
Well, I think the media has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, big time.
Because to Tebow's credit, he has said, and correct me if I'm mistaken, hey guys, I don't think God cares whether I win or lose this game. I'm simply professing my faith in Jesus Christ. Well, that, you know, this is the United States of America. He's got the right to do that, whether you think he's right or wrong. So I think the media has done its fair share, and that's an interesting word, polarizing. So why do you use that term, by the way? Is that
it seems to me like a lot of people either want him to fail or they want him to succeed, whereas most players who take over in mid-season as a quarterback, NFL fans might be curious to see how they do, but they don't have a passionate feeling one way or the other on whether they succeed or fail.
You know, the thing that I find interesting is that the people that seem to be at the heart of criticizing Tim Tebow seem very angry and unhappy. I mean, seriously, they do. And he seems very happy with his life.
Yeah, he does.
That's because they don't understand what's going on.
Well, you know, if more people followed Tim Tebow, it might be a better world.
Exactly.
And if more people were grateful for what we're giving them, like Tim Tebow's grateful what's been given him, it'd be a better world. And like I said, I've criticized his mechanics, and I've criticized whether I think he's the long-term solution. But for now, he's 7-1 or whatever he is, and it's a great ride. And, you know, you end up where I'm with you. I think the media has kind of set him up where I look at him as an underdog, and I root for him every week now.
Absolutely.
What do you think about his pastor season winning?
See, just what I thought we'd gotten past that question. We get this off-camera guy. Well, you know, that's his pastor's perspective. I can't disagree with it. I mean, but if you look at both the facts and the truth, the facts of the matter are, and correct me if I'm mistaken, 6 come from behind fourth quarter victories. Right. When else has that happened? Right.
It's incredible.
So pastor says that happened because the guy has favor. Well, I've got favor, you've got favor. I mean, there are a lot of folk around here have favor. Favor manifests itself in different ways. And the pastor says, in this particular case, God's favor is manifested around Tebow on the football field. You can't argue with that.
You can't argue with it.
But at the same time,
I surely won't argue with it.
But at the same time, if he had gone 1-7,
there you go.
There's a reason for that as well. I mean, God will put you in places of adversity. Doesn't mean you're not in his favor, but he may be using you to show you somebody else how to handle that adversity.
And let's give Tim some credit too. He has worked his butt off.
Absolutely.
He's a hard worker.
Did you see that ESPN? I mean, he looked like Rocky getting ready for the one where he fought the Russian. I mean, he's up at 4 in the morning chopping wood and running until dark, and nobody outworked him. And our old quarterback coach, Zeke Barkowski, said the kid is a winner. And look, he's won in high school, he's won at college. Everywhere he's been. So, like I said, ride it while you can.
He's had favor. And people don't understand that because they don't know what Tebow has gone through and going through right now. And it's hard to criticize. I mean, it's easy to criticize because they don't understand, you know, because he don't have the great mechanics. They can't fathom the things that he's doing right now, and that's why everybody's mad and upset because they can't put a finger on why is this happening to this guy other than the favoritism that God has favored him, you know, and people don't understand, you know, that whole realm, and until they do get with Tebow, get in his realm, then they will start to understand that.
He doesn't have good mechanics.
He doesn't.
How does he do it?
Favor.
It's a team game one. We're talking about fourth quarter comebacks,
Yep.
his defense, and it's a team. And every time, that's what I love about him. Off the camera, he's still the same person day in and day out. He's not changing for anybody, and he won't. And that's what makes him so powerful. But he says it first. I can't do this without them. They can't do this without me. We're coming together as a unit, and we're playing a game.
Exactly.
And we just from the sports side point, it's a team game. They're winning as a team, and that's what he's going to say. He's close in these games. It's not like he's winning, 42-40. He's 17-13, and he's getting these fourth quarter drives. And these guys are making some unbelievable plays, and the catches that they made. And he's got to have, a couple of the defensive guys made mistakes that let plays happen where they did get in the end zone. And I just think that Tim Tebow's won at every level, absolutely. But he's also been an influence and a team leader at every level.
There you go, influence.
And then, and he's won together. He's brought a group together. He's been a leader at every level. That's what we're talking about. And just from the sports side of it, what a great man. I mean, that's all there is to it. I love the guy. I'm not going to say, once again, we're going to talk about mechanics. It works.
Yeah, and let's
He's
don't
winning
discount how
games.
well that Denver defense has been playing
Right.
as
It
well.
is. I mean, go ahead, Pastor.
No, please.
No, exactly. I mean, he can't do it. He can't do it without that defense. I mean, they've been keeping them in the game as well as we know the Texas have been keeping our young quarterback in the game.
Right.
Until Carolina game. And sure enough, that's what happened this past weekend. That defense wasn't doing as well as everybody thought they was going to do going into Tom Brady. But again, that's Tom Brady. It's a different quarterback back there. But Tebow is having everybody around him believing that they can get the job done.
And as influential and as popular as John Elway is, if Tebow keeps winning, Elway will be hard pressed to not make Tebow the #1 quarterback next year.
It almost seemed like he didn't want him to succeed.
Yeah, it does.
And now, at some point, you can't argue with winning.
You cannot.
Right?
And see,
You
Bubba
cannot.
and Bud and I would have Super Bowl rings and a World Series ring, but God's a little upset with us.
The
right
favorite, that favorite thing.
now. A little mad at us right now.
For you. Hey, we want to thank you again for joining us here on Not Your Ordinary Sports Show. We are waiting for the Steelers and Niners to get underway from San Francisco. Power outage out there. They're pulling out the old school films on ESPN for this Monday Night Football game. We do not have Eric Winston with us this Monday night for a change. Eric has been with us every Monday night, but Eric's coach, Gary Kubiak, made them practice tonight because the Texans have a quick game coming up against the Indianapolis Colts on Thursday. So Greg Cook has kindly joined us, and we thank Greg for being a part of the show tonight. We had a question come in via Twitter from former Texans receiver David Anderson. He says the tackle for St. Louis this week got flagged 15 yards for talking with a ref. How many yards does Eric Winston owe the NFL in residuals? I guess for he was really arguing the holding call he got in Sunday's game against the Panthers.
Yeah, you have every right to talk to the refs, and most of them are going to let you talk to them and argue a call. As long as you don't get personal and talk about their mother or sister, you can argue it all the way you want. They don't care, but because it's going to hold up. Look, I saw Shula at times in the first quarter just rail up and down a referee because he knows that he would get a call back later in the game trying to make up for it, and he would do it just for effect.
So let me ask you a question. You can't talk about their mama, but can you curse them?
Well, that's an interesting point. My favorite story was Pete Rose was on first base one time, and he looked over to the umpire and said, can I call you a son of a bitch? And the umpire said, no, I'll kick you out of the game. He goes, well, can I think it? And he goes, yeah. He says, okay, I think you're a son of a bitch. So that's what I'm all. No, I don't think you can curse them. I don't think. Yeah. Well, you probably. I'm sure some are interlaced in there, but I mean, as long as you don't make it personal and you think it was a bad call, most of them will give you some leeway.
I mean, you might get a flag in the NFL, but in baseball, you say the wrong thing to an ump, you're out of the game.
Well, there is the language barrier in baseball. Latinos, they have a little. They can get away with a little bit more. When I'm 60 feet 6 inches away, I have no opportunity to talk to the guy behind the plate. The only time I can really kind of say something is when I'm walking in the dugout. But yeah, you try not to say anything because they're going to ring you real quick. Batters, they're a little lucky. They have the opportunity of being 1 foot away and they can mumble something under their breath. But for the most part, you don't say nothing. You just kind of do your job.
Is it tougher as a pitcher, though? Like if you do give him some lip service, that you're going to get called a much tighter strike zone?
Absolutely. You know, that is, and it's true. I mean, no matter how hard they want to admit it, yeah, your strike zone goes from here to this, like that. You know, especially young players, too. I remember I heard a story from Chris Sampson when he was still with the team. He told me that when he got called up his big league debut, the Andy Pettitte came over and said, hey, this guy behind the plate is going to test you. He's going to test your buttons and find out who you are and what you're made of and your emotions on the mound. And so he said he threw the first 4 pitches of the game right down the middle of the plate, ball, on a leadoff walk. And he said, just don't react to it. And then by the third, second inning, you know, it kept getting better and better. The strikes were getting bigger, and now he has a reputation that he's a good guy and he's not going to flip out there like a toddler.
Wow. So the ump's actually keeping a book on the pitcher.
And we got to keep a book on them as well. So I got to know what I'm getting into each and every night.
I mean, how much do you look into that as far as what guys call maybe pitches a little bit off the plate or inside strikes versus, or high strikes versus low?
There is human error, clearly. He's going to miss calls and they're going to make calls. I'm going to get some, I'm not going to get some. You can't put that in statistic, unfortunately. That's not going to happen. But as far as knowing the umpire that I'm going to have, the guy behind the plate, we got him in for a 3-game set, and the guy's at second base, and I got the third game. I know that he circles around, and he's behind. So I know, and then I'll go back and look at what games that I've had with him and say, oh, he was there, he gave me that one, and maybe I'll get that one a few more times. Or you have an opportunity, and sometimes some are more vocal than others, and you have an opportunity to say something when I go to the plate and get in the batter's box. But for the most part, you just go out there and you kind of just try to have a basis with you and the catcher, and that's what the other thing is. The catcher has the opportunity to say something on your behalf.
Yeah.
And where is that? Is that just outside or is that just down? He goes, well, I think it's out. Okay, well then that's not down. Yeah, okay, we're good there. So then when I come in the dugout, and the opportunity for him to come up and say, hey, that ball wasn't out, it was down. He goes, oh, okay, got it.
But he can also say a few other things.
Yes, absolutely. And they will. They battle up for me. They will.
All right.
We got sucking up to an up?
All the time.
Got to get them calls.
I have to.
So when you're in the batter's box as a batter, is that when you do your most sucking up to the?
Yeah. Oh, here's a good one for you, a little one. When I was 11 years old in Little League, my mother always taught me one rule a year. And one was just don't piss off the power. Right? Don't piss off the power. Well, there was this one umpire in Little League that didn't like me. I mean, he just didn't like me. For whatever reason, didn't like me. So one day, I figured it out. I got to schmooze this guy, a little bit. So I went over and I grabbed the baseballs out of the dugout and I said, hey, Mom, watch this. And I walked all the way over to the umpire. I go, here you go, Mr. Rigby. Here are today's game balls. And he looked at me like, who is this kid? And I was me, and I was just kind of giving a little brown
I'm on the mound today.
And go from
Mr.
there.
Rigby.
Yeah, exactly. And so it worked out on my behalf, needless to say.
We are finally underway. It looks like the lights still aren't at full strength here, but they have finally begun.
Oh, we got a game.
Steelers with the ball first here. We see more and more of this from, Steelers team up until a few years ago on 3rd and 2 would not be lining up 5 wide with no backs in the backfield. What's going on in Pittsburgh?
No, that'd be Jerome Bettis back there getting ready to get the rock.
The bus.
You see that more and more in NFL. I mean, you watch the Texans, you watch anybody. When it's 3rd and 1 or 32, it's become a passing league. I mean, nobody just wants to maul people anymore.
Right. And I think a lot of that has to do with the athleticism of the guys that are coming up these days. I think you're getting a lot more skilled guys, even tight ends, like a Jeremy Shockey. They even using tight ends even more now, spread out, because they can run.
Well, the other thing, too, is they've made it such an offensive game. I mean, you can spread the field with 5 receivers, and you guys can only touch them,
5 yards.
for 5 yards, if that.
Yeah.
And they just see those quick hitters and try to create mismatches, and I think they think that's an easier way to do it than try to pound it up.
You touch them right at 5.5. Out comes
the flag.
Well, the other thing is you got to see how mobile Roethlisberger is early in this game. I think as his adrenaline gets more and more, he's going to warm up. That ankle will loosen up. And I think they're just giving him an opportunity to kind of get in the pocket and easy ball out.
Plus that shot starts working now.
I wasn't going to bring that up, but now that you talked about it.
You see him hopping around.
Yeah, exactly.
You see him hopping around there. This is it's going to be interesting to see.
Out,
he does a great job avoiding the rush or really shaking off hits as good as any quarterback maybe in the league.
He makes
but can he
good move. Look at that.
Go down.
This is Mike Wallace.
That's a quick one there now.
He can play.
Mike Wallace.
One of the fastest, or the fastest receiver in the NFL,
I think.
The fastest.
Yeah.
I don't need that. In my fantasy, I'm up by 15, and he's got Mike Wallace, and I got Rashard Mendenhall tonight. So
you're looking for that running game.
Yeah, hamstring.
not the best tackling by a
No.
generally sure Niners defense.
Can't give up the big play tonight.
Man,
Cannot
you're getting
do
a
that.
lot of that too going around the league with guys, just DBs anyway. They're just coming up trying to throw the shoulder in there instead of just great form tackling like they do back in the old days.
Right.
Tatum's, Buckets, all those guys.
Bubba.
Bubba McDowell. Why is that, Bubba? There's been some people who say that teams don't hit enough in practice anymore. That the league basically prohibits them having multiple days of contact on the field. Is that it, or is there? It's got to start sooner than that, right? High school, college. You think?
I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, it's the fundamental starts in high school. It really do. And I think a lot of that, having been coaching on the college level now and then going back to high school and back to college. One thing I've always said. When I went back to high school, I'm like, man, you guys have no fundamentals.
Yeah.
And we're not teaching that to these kids because, one, you got a lot of the younger kids that are bigger, faster, and stronger, thinking they can get it done with just that alone.
Sure.
And coaches are not, they're not patient enough to teach it to these kids.
And Roethlisberger picked off in the end zone.
Go.
Oh, boy.
All the way. That would have been nice. Am I allowed to clap?
Yeah, oh, sure, yeah. Our resident
another
Niners
offensive
fan.
lineman limping off.
Love it. First turnover of the game.
What happened? Could you tell there? What happened on that play?
I didn't really see it.
We'll have to see the replay.
I love that tackle by number 78.
Oh, great.
Who was he thrown to there?
The
Was he
safety
going
would have got
Wallace?
it. The safety just missed it too.
Yeah, he just lobbed it in there.
Wow, big turnover for the Niners. That can turn around momentum in a hurry, huh?
As far as these bad fundamentals in the tackling and just the shoulder throwing, do you think that goes with the fact that helmet to helmet safety's got to be careful now too? They're coming up on that slant route, that safety coming up and going to pop a guy in the jaw. He got to be careful now too. Clearly the fundamental going and tackling, but he's going to wear most of that blunt with the momentum coming this way.
Big time.
You're just throwing in the shoulder, but you got to watch the helmet now too.
Big time, but I mean, I still say, let them make the call.
Right.
Let them make the call. Don't change your game because of what's going on, because you're thinking of getting a fine. Because a lot of times, and if you do get a fine, a lot of times these teams will pay it, and somebody
pick it up. Yeah.
Pick it up for you.
Absolutely. That makes sense.
While we're in the commercial break, we go back to the Twitter feed from Verizon. Question for Bud from Jason Chapman. Why do you think there are more bench-clearing brawls in baseball than in the NFL?
There's a lot going on. Course of the year, 162 games. You play these teams more than just once, clearly. You play them, 2 times in the regular season for you guys and maybe in the postseason, but we're playing series. We got at least 4 series, 2 at their part, 2 at ours. A lot more opportunity for feuds to start up. A bad slide, a pitch inside that didn't go the right way. There's a lot going on there. And like you said, we're not a contact sport for the most part of it, but egos can feud up. But if you put your foot down, I'm going to put my foot down, and sometimes it gets a little ugly. And I think the worst one I've seen was the Cardinals and Reds last year.
Right.
That was quite the interesting brawl.
The
that happened
managers
out
were
there.
involved.
Yeah,
in that,
there was
right?
a lot going on there. Usually doesn't get that far, that's for sure. But there's a lot going on, and it really wasn't pretty. So I try to stay out of those as best as possible.
Now, is there a lot of fines? I mean, when that happens, do y'all get fined, or do it kind of get brushed on?
Undisclosed amount usually.
Okay.
The thing is, you have to be in uniform, one, to even go in it. The bullpen's clear. Usually by the time the bullpen gets down there, it's all done anyway.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
umpire's kind of.
Or they're wore out from running.
If we got 25 going on 25, there's no way 4 umpires are stopping that. Then you got managers getting it too. So hopefully we're civil enough and we can end it quickly.
Yeah.
You ever been in the middle of one of those?
I honestly have not. I can honestly say I've been in, way back in the day, this little ones here and there, but those are when I was a teenager. I haven't been in one in pro ball yet, so hopefully that's a good thing.
Well, wait till the Astros get good again, because once teams, 2 teams are battling for playoff position, the tempers flare a little more easily. I remember the Astros and Cardinals having some words at times, and go back to the day of the Dodgers rivalry and the Giants rivalry with the Astros. There were a lot of tough cats, but I don't know. In NFL, I have a feeling football players look at these baseball brawls and kind of laugh. A guy
I don't really laugh
charges
at the
mound
baseball
of-
brawls. I laugh at the basketball brawls.
Yeah.
When they're all doing the rotating deals,
All
they're backing
flying
up.
around
Yeah.
and scratching.
I kind of get a kick out of the basketball brawls. Baseball, those guys can get after it pretty well, but the basketball.
Yeah, but they never get
stick and
hurt.
move.
Right.
The baseball
Well,
balls.
who would want to hurt each other when they're making that kind of money?
True.
Niners with the ball here on their first
First down.
possession of the game.
First
Alex
down,
Smith?
3rd and 7.
Right off the bat, coming out throwing. What a turnaround he's had this year. They're still not a passing offense, but Yeah, all he really has to do is manage the game, it seems. And I don't mean that in a slight to him. He's made improvements as a quarterback, but with their defense and Frank Gore in the backfield, I mean, they don't need him to take a lot of chances on the passing game, right?
Well, and Kendall Hunter's been a nice addition for him. I mean, the very small running back, he's kind of like I don't think he's Ray Rice, but he's, you can't find him on the big offensive lineman and defensive lineman in there, and he's really turned out to be a nice compliment to Frank Gore.
I've wondered about little guys like that, the Ray Rices of the world, the Maurice Jones-Drew, Joe Morris back in the day. Is it hard sometimes a defender to see those guys?
I think it is. I really do. I mean, you look at Newhouse back in the day. I mean, no guys got legs like him as well. I mean,
right.
And trust me, they got the leverage being that short. And you going up trying to hit those guys. Yeah, it's gonna be real hard.
MJD's the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, those legs are as big as he is tall.
I just think with Smith is the new head coach and the offensive scheme that we have is finally set in stone. He has been in the West Coast offense on and off for the last couple of years, but he understands the books now. It's a lot more simplified for him, and he is a mobile quarterback. You got to move him around. He's not your pocket passer like a lot of these guys are in the league, and he ran the option at Utah. What else can we say? What else can you say? He's mobile. Let him run around. Let him be athletic. Let him make some plays. That's my opinion.
Well, didn't he have like 5 offensive coordinators in 4 years?
Yeah,
or something
head coaches. It all changed with Erickson.
His head coach in college was Urban Meyer.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
but I think you said it perfectly. Let them play. Simplify that, because offense, you got defensive books about right here. Offense, they're like a 3-page novel, and you guys, and they're trying to learn all this stuff.
Well, that's because it's known that offensive players are naturally more intelligent.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
That's one.
That's one.
That's one.
Speaking of intelligent, Ted Gwynn there just ran a neat little play, but he had the ball in the wrong hand. You know what I'm saying?
Does he hold it in the right hand going around left end?
Yes, sir.
Some guys just feel more comfortable holding it in that hand, right? Or whatever.
Well,
coaches don't want you to do
another
that.
2 yards, and number 94 is going to knock it out.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
And the Steelers defense, they usually get those too.
Yes, sir.
So
they focus
time
on
to clean it up. Can we call in that? Let them know.
Yeah.
Call that into the Niners offensive coordinator.
We'll send an email to them. I'm sure they're checking their Facebook. Maybe we can get a hold of them there.
So when you're suspended like Harrison, can you make the road trip or you sit at home?
I think you're not allowed to have contact with the team, right?
So,
Yeah.
And plus he did get hit. He lost a game check, so he got hit in the pocketbook as well.
I think it's similar to a PED suspension in baseball. The guy is not allowed to
Be around.
the team.
That being said for Braun and the Brewers right now, or
They're still arguing it. That's an interesting case.
I would like to hear about that one for sure. I mean, he's a great player, and I hope there's nothing involved there.
Right.
And I really hope something was wrong with the system and the sample, for that matter.
Yeah.
But I think Braun's an amazing player, and I really hope nothing comes of that, to be honest.
There are some. It just goes to show you can't tell by looking at players. And we're talking about Ryan Braun here, the reigning NL MVP. You can't tell by looking at guys because he doesn't look like a steroid. Some guys just look like they're inflated, right?
Fair.
And Braun, he's kind of slight for a slugger. I'm not taking away from what he can do at the plate, but he doesn't look like he's been pumping up with steroids.
He does wear a little baggy uniform, which is kind of just the way you do it. We do get to customize our uniforms and how tight and baggy. When you watch Dan Uggla, he wears a really tight one in short sleeves, and Jason Worth has his sleeves down to here. So that again, but he is a good-sized guy.
Yeah.
The one thing that I notice about Braun all the time is his bat speed is up there. I can't necessarily sneak that extra fastball by him, and he's an unbelievable talent. And that's why I said I really hope nothing comes of this and it kind of gets knocked out.
Do you think they should revote the MVP? Because when Brian Cushing won the AFC Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, they had a revote on it, and he still won.
Right.
But do you think they ought to do that? Because I don't think some writers would vote for him if they.
No, I agree.
Thought he was
I just think there's such a fine line, and over the course of the year, apparently what I had heard is the sample was for the postseason. You get tested when you go back in the postseason. Well, the postseason and the sample that he got said that yes, he came up positive, doesn't have to do with anything for the 162 games he just had. So I don't think you can take away a trophy from that on those merits.
Right.
And so I hope hopefully they really don't take it away.
And
But he had known, from what I understand, he had known for a month that he tested positive before he even won the.
He was appealing.
MVP.
Well, that was the thing, is once he had heard that and he had declared, I want to take a test right now. I mean, what can I do to do it? And with our new CBA, we got a lot going on, and I think blood is going to start getting involved. And
Yeah,
it'll
the
definitely change some
HGH
things.
testing is coming your way. Big run there for Frank Gore.
Run down the field right now.
Yeah, baby.
Get on that board early. Get away with 7 here would be great.
Frank Gore is, I think, one of the more underrated backs in the league.
Well,
He
think of
doesn't
all the
get a lot of
yards he's
attention.
gotten on bad teams. He's
And
played
now
for
he's
some
playing
bad
on a good
teams,
team. Yeah.
Where's he from?
Yeah,
Nebraska.
Tampa?
we all know.
Bubba, who were the 3 backs when he was there? Clinton Portis, Frank Gore, and
When I was there? At Miami?
Willis McGahee? No, when
no.
Frank was there.
They all went
What a
Weren't there 3
what
in a row?
group of
Like
backs.
Yeah,
weren't
yeah.
there 3 in a row?
The same 3 you just named.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
all in one backfield.
All one.
And then all the
backfield.
tight ends, they had Shockey, they had Kellen Winslow, and they had another
Winslow.
tight end. That was, I mean, they had like, what, 15 guys drafted on that one team?
That one team,
first
yeah,
round?
that year, yeah, sure did.
Impressive.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Year after that, had 9 or 8.
That's impressive. The U.
Did you know? Let's see. When you got there, had they already established that?
Yeah, with the
Just as a powerhouse.
yeah, I mean they wanted the year with they beat Nebraska in the Orange Bowl with
Right.
Schnellenberger. Yeah, that's when it started.
And did you know that it was going to be that good for that long? I mean, Miami had
No, I did
one of the
not.
best runs in college football history.
Yeah, no, I had no idea it was going to be like that. But just I tell guys, looking at that 30 for 30 that the ESPN
Right.
had, and it's funny because every time when I never had seen it when it first aired, but then when I went into school at the time, I was at Willow Ridge High School. Oh, Coach, I saw you on the 30 for 30. I want to go to the U now.
That's funny.
I want to go to the U, and I just tell those guys, man, those years was probably the best years of my life because we got after each other. The reason why we were so good because we got after each other so much on that football field, and we translated that same intensity onto the field.
Yeah.
Because I tell guys all the time, if you got hurt, there's a great possibility that you may not get your starting job back.
Big play down inside the 5-yard line as
Crabtree.
Smith connects with Crabtree.
Wow.
Michael Crabtree had a rough start to his
he's not
career,
talking
but he
finally.
has come around.
Ain't playing. There you go.
Playing.
Dogged by injuries from the time they made him that high draft pick to until really the beginning of this year. He was still hurt at the beginning of the year, and he has become a go-to receiver in San Francisco.
Well, that's what they wanted. When he came out of Tech, that's what it was all about. Funny thing in the city is when he got drafted, he didn't sign right away, and one of the retailer stores started selling Crabtree uniforms. And my buddy got one of those uniforms and was wearing around city. Still wasn't part of the team yet, but that's what they wanted. When he come out of Tech, with Graham there, they knew what they were getting and what a receiver he is. Just let him go out there and play, give him a quarterback and get him the ball in the right time. He can make some plays for you, and clearly he's turning around, which is great to see.
He came out early too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he still had a chance, had to develop.
Right.
A buddy of mine, Hall of Famer James Lofton, was coaching the receivers for the Raiders. And so he sends Lofton out to scout receivers, and he comes back, and Al Davis says, "Who do you want in the draft?" He says, "Because I really like Darius Haywood-Bay." And Lofton says, "Well, I think he's like a second or third rounder. I'd really like to get Michael Crabtree." And he says, "Okay, thanks." And 2 days later, he drafted Haywood-Bay in the first round.
I think Al Davis looked at the 40 time and nothing else.
Al Davis is going to do it his way no matter
rid of
what.
it.
Wow, a lot of time.
Oh, he had a guy open in the end
The guy
zone.
jumped right in front of him.
Did that get deflected? Man,
It's all right.
chance there for Kyle Williams to catch the ball.
I think
Let's
he
see
just
it on the replay
lawn
here.
darted it.
Oh, he's open.
Pretty
Oh,
good
he
pass
threw behind him.
protection, too.
This
Yeah. Great
this
pass
linebacker get a
protection.
hand on it?
I
No,
think he was
just
actually in the way a
darted
little
it.
bit.
Oh,
he thought he was going to
Williams.
stop.
Yeah.
He thought he was going to stop. He
Oh,
kept
he
running.
had him.
Sit down in
Come
that
on,
hole,
boys.
baby.
Third down. This would be a big stop for the Steelers.
7-minute drive. I'd like to see that. Keep Big Ben off the
Comes
field.
Troy.
Is he always the
Polamalu on the blitz,
Yeah.
right?
right guy, right spot, right time?
They showed on that Browns-Steelers game last week, they showed him play, and he takes some chances out there.
Yeah, he does.
There's times where he gets burned. I mean, he makes a lot of great plays. That play included forcing the incomplete pass.
He's not a great cover guy. I mean, that's
He really never has been.
never has
Yeah.
been. Never has been. But he's always around the ball, always making something happen.
And his instincts is what
Instincts
people
is unbelievable.
point to.
Yeah.
We know he's from Hawaii, but what college did he go to? Do we know?
I don't know. It's a U.S. something? USC? Something
USC?
like that.
Yeah. You had to bring that up. Huh?
Pac-10, Pac-12 now, West Coast.
That's the conference where UCLA was in the championship game, right?
Yeah, because USC,
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
That was sad. We all want to see USC. They play good. I think Barkley's going to come in and rise
interesting
that
to see how he
board.
does,
He's going to
yeah.
rise the board, I think, personally. After being in that system, he's had some really good coaches and got a good understanding.
That's what I kind of like down in the red zone like that. You know, we used to do that with the Oilers, you know, because we had the running shoe, or Buddy would call it Chuck and Duck.
Chuck and Duck, Buddy. Yeah.
You know, it's just so hard, you know, to the field's shortened. You know, you ain't got a whole lot of room to make something happen, and that's why I always like that power type football down in that area. You know, as opposed to being spread out. Because you got to. I mean, for that reason right there, you're sending a guy in on a blitz, and you got to get rid of it fast.
Right.
They're all running some kind of pick pass down there.
Yeah.
You know, trying to brush off the safety coming across the middle, running two guys crossing, and I just happened to bump him on the way by.
They hardly ever call that in the NFL.
Unless it's just overly apparent.
Yeah.
But everybody runs it.
Sure.
Yeah.
They even have the double pick plays now. The Texans will run a play where they split two wide receivers out and bring them across in short yardage situations, and the tight end just runs a little out, and the linebacker has no chance of fighting through the two receivers and the two DBs trying to cover him.
Yeah, that's my point. Have a tight end in there, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, a good tight end that can run and block, you know, coming out to the flat.
How about the little trick play the Panthers ran yesterday?
Oh, man,
against the
that
Texans?
was unbelievable.
Reaching back up underneath.
That was an incredible play.
That was incredible.
Cam Newton, I'm up in the booth with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware do the Texans radio, and they come up to the line in an unusual formation, which you have to watch out for with the Panthers. And I'm like, what are they doing? The fullback's lined up right behind the guard, and they're coming up to the line in a hurry, like something's going on. And I mean, poor Mark Vandermeer had to call the play, and you couldn't tell. I mean, it was
until they
the fullback
reran
takes
it.
off this way, and Newton's running that way.
Well, and the whole defense was keying on Cam, so
Sure.
Cam starts and everybody just flows, and they just runs. And it was a
great
We had the
play.
beat writer
It
on,
was a
you
good
know,
play.
Sports Radio 610 the day before, and he said, from this coordinator, you'll see double reverses. He said he makes it very interesting to watch.
Is that
He said,
Chudzinski?
Yeah,
I
where's
guess,
he from?
Yeah.
He's a Miami guy,
Another
right?
Miami
Oh.
guy.
Sorry, what happened? I blacked out.
It was hard to tell on that play what was going on. And then,
Until
you
I
know,
saw the replay, I thought it was one of those deals where the center just held
I
it,
did
you know,
too.
and then
Fumble,
someone came around
Brewski
and took
is-
it. But he
yeah.
actually handed it, snapped
Between
it,
his
and then
legs.
he snapped it to a guy,
Yeah.
and then the guy reached back.
Newton spins,
It was
puts
a
it
little
under his
different,
legs.
Yeah. Yeah, a little different.
I love the trick plays.
Could have been singing tenor if it had gone wrong.
But you know what? If you're 4-9, I mean, why not pull those plays?
I agree.
I mean-
agree. You got a dynamic quarterback, you know.
An inspiration.
How
to the
about
league.
Cam Newton? I got to say, he was impressive yesterday.
He was.
He's been impressive all year.
Yeah.
He is so athletic. He's so big and so athletic. I mean, he runs. He's got that deceptive speed. And I tell you what, I think what surprised everybody is how well he throws the ball.
Exactly.
He's got a cannon.
I mean, he even surprised me. Honestly, I knew he threw the ball well, but
Right.
honestly, you know, coming to the highest level, you know, with so much speed up here, I honestly think he'll have the great year that he's having now.
Yeah, I think he's been playing great.
And he,
And he's really learning.
To see it carry over has been
Yeah,
great.
exactly.
You
He's
know,
learning to read defenses.
Yeah.
too.
oh my God.
I mean, there is a learning curve for
is.
those guys.
Oh, yeah.
And he's made his share of mistakes, but there are a lot of rookie quarterbacks, great quarterbacks, that as rookies struggled reading NFL defenses, too.
Troy Aikman won one game his
Yeah.
Right.
rookie year.
I think that's the defense's job, though, too. You know, I got to show you all these looks and make sure that you don't get to your strengths. We're trying to get you out of your
But you
custom
talk about the
comfort
learning
zone.
curve, even if you come out of the SEC like that. I mean, you're facing defensive backs. Some of them run 4.5, 4.6.
Exactly.
Then you get up there in the NFL, and with that throw you could make, now these guys are running 4.3, 4.4s, and they cover up that ground so much faster. And it takes you a while to adjust. And to me, he's adjusted as fast as anybody I've seen. And it's just like I said, he's so big and mobile. He creates so many problems for a defense. I would think, we were talking about defensive backs. When he gets out of the pocket, you don't know whether to start coming up on forcing or staying with your guy. I mean, he puts you in that kind of no man's land.
Another question off the Verizon Twitter feed, @TheBusTV, where you can reach us. Question for you, Bubba. As a coach at Prairie View A&M, how is recruiting different for you than if you were coaching at Miami or Texas or a big-time school?
Well, we could probably, if I was at those big schools, even when I was at U of H, we can get those top-tier athletes. Whereas, you know, at PD, we probably have to settle for the second tier, third tier athletes, you know, and a lot of times it comes down to those guys that didn't make it, or didn't guys that didn't want to be wanted by the top colleges, that just trickle down to you know, Division I, AA, Prairie View, should I say?
Right. Do you look for a guy that you see the potential in to be a Tier 1 guy, or do you look for guys that maybe are Tier 1 but couldn't get into, or maybe, I guess, didn't make the cut to get into a Miami or a Texas or something?
When I go out and recruit, I'm looking for the Tier 1 guys.
There you go.
I'm looking for the Tier 1 guys because, I mean, if you're trying to build a program, you want to try to compete with the Texans, the A&Ms. You know, you want to build a program that the same type of athletes that they have. And trust me, they can't get all of them.
Yeah.
They can't get all of them. So that's why when I'm out recruiting, I'm looking for the Tier 1, and sure enough, if I can't get them, you know, then I just go down, just like a draft board. I go down the list. Okay, well, now I got the Tier 1, Tier 2.
Right.
He's gone. I get the Tier 3. And
How tough does that become, though, Bubba, when you're looking at, you know, because none of us, when we're 20, are the same kid we were when we were 17.
Yeah.
And to see what that potential, you know, you see that this guy, here's a big kid that may be a little thin, but boy, he can run like a deer. And when he starts to broaden out, I mean, it would seem like this will make you a better recruiter down the road, because you'll look for guys, like you said, they may not be Tier 1 now, but you don't know in 2 years if they're not Tier 1, one of the best athletes.
And that's the greatest thing about being a coach, and a good coach, you know. And I say a good coach is going to do exactly what you're talking about. He's going to project that potential, you know, and that's what we have to do on that level, on the Prairie View SWAC level, project potential.
Right.
You know, he may not be that 270, that 260, 270, 280 that you're looking for at 6'3", whereas he's like 6'1.5", maybe 270. You know, can we put weight on him? You know, how is his motor out there on the field? You know, in highlight films and a full game film, can he translate, you know, into our system? And that's what it basically comes down to. Now, how is he going to work in your system?
Right.
I love how you guys talk about a guy's motor. It's the only sport where they talk about he's got a good motor out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically baseball, what you refer to as hustle, right?
Hustle. There you go.
Your heart.
The heart. There you go.
That's hard to quantify.
How hard do you want it? How bad do you want it?
How bad do you want it?
How are you going to
Well, everybody here that's played college athletics, how many high school All-Americans you see come through that couldn't play a lick?
Yeah.
You know, that's what, I mean, some guys have some good media PR guys in high school.
Yeah.
Then they come up and you see him and you go, this guy, how did he get all this notoriety? Because he can't play. And then some guy comes out of the blue that, you know, maybe his first year in there, but then he gets in a good weight program and things like that. And he just comes out of nowhere. And that's what I'm saying. When I tell parents all the time, that boy at 16 is not going to be the same person at 19 or 20. I mean, if he's coached up right, it's amazing what you can get out of these kids.
Exactly. I mean, we talked about it earlier, and that's going back to fundamentals.
Right.
Get them early, they're going to learn it.
Coach. Good coach.
Back to the question that was posed by the tweeter there. You know, some parents actually want their children to graduate when they go to college. And I would think Prairie View does a pretty good job of getting the students in and out.
Oh, without a doubt. Actually, we're actually, if I'm not mistaken, you know, we're actually second in the nation for its graduation rate. Next on the Rice. Rice has a better graduation rate than we do.
Great.
That is impressive.
Yeah.
That is
So we get them in and get them out.
I'm glad I was right on that assumption.
Well, you know, it's funny because the focus at some schools is not on graduating players. It's getting them ready to play in the NFL, or, you know, the players when they come in are thinking about that, when in reality, you know, only a small fraction of those guys are going to play at the next level.
Yeah. And 1%. You know, that's what I tell guys. You know, 1%.
Less than 1.
Well, that'd be probably now less than 1%, and that's why I love going back to the high school, because those kids that think because they got the size and speed, they can go. I'm like, guys, it's not that easy.
And even if you do make it, you're not staying very long.
Exactly. Well, now it's 3. And when we was playing, it was 5-year projected. Now it's 2 or 3 now.
That's average.
3.2 years is what. Yeah.
Roethlisberger picked again here. Is the ankle affecting him, or is this just good defense played by the Niners?
Good defense.
From the Niners fan over here.
It's a draw.
He had all day to throw the ball, though.
And
he had no pass rush on him.
That's not his fault, but I'm glad it happened.
He's he's played through injuries before, though. I mean,
He's had a broken thumb all year.
Yeah.
Well, he's throwing it?
On
Left.
his
Left hand.
Is it left
hand,
hand?
right?
I know he's had a broken thumb. He didn't have the pins and like Cutler did, but
Right.
he's had a broken thumb.
Yeah, and it could be affecting him. He probably can't even step into it like he normally would.
Yeah.
You know.
He came back in that Browns game after he was hurt. Came back in the locker room and finished out that game, even though he was helped off the field, with his ankle injury. Yeah. It's funny that you guys do that because, they say a guy is going back to the locker room for treatment. I mean, isn't that 90% of the time he's getting a little numbing shot in there? This isn't
Different football and baseball, I will say that.
Yeah.
But in football, yeah.
Yeah, I had my share
I'm sure
of them,
Bubba can tell you, yeah.
Except when I did it, they used to just line guys around you so the fans could see. They'd shoot you.
Oh, they do it right there?
Right there on the sideline.
Is there some NFL mandate now that they have to go back in the locker room?
Should be.
Because you see
I
it
have
all the
no
time.
idea. I mean, you guys are always connected to the dugout into the locker room. If you are, I mean, you got to actually leave, so they got to walk you off.
But guys in baseball don't take the kneel during the game.
No,
right?
no. I've never seen it. I mean, sometimes you might need stitches and go back out there. That's probably as bad as it's going to get. But, I mean, ours is a marathon. We're not a sprint. So, I mean, if you twist an ankle, sprain an ankle, and take 2 days off, we need you the second half of the season
that's true.
We need you next week. It's a big one. We got a big one. We got to get in the postseason. So I think that's kind of the mind
How
frame.
tired do you get? I mean, is it as tiring?
Come on, he works
as
every
long
5 days.
Oh,
now.
it's so
as it
easy.
seems,
It's so easy.
That's a lot of games, man.
Yeah, I mean, once again, first of all, a position player is going to be different than a pitcher. There's any way you look at it. Their workout routine is going to be completely different because I got to get them to play the next day. Yes, I do have days off. Clearly, that's. But at the same token,
I'm joking because you work out on those.
I got to be ready to get going every fifth day, and to keep my body in that shape that I need it to be. I got to know my body and know where I need to be for 162 games. Yeah, there's going to be day games and the grueling schedule of sometimes we're flying back. We don't get back to the ballpark until 2:30 in the morning, and then we got to come back and play a night game the next night. Your clock's always messed up, time zone to time zone. There's just all the travel, team planes and whatnot. You guys go in for a weekend, you play one game, and then a good friend of mine is Frosty Recker with the Bengals, and so I've had an opportunity to sit down at length and talk to him about stuff like that and the differences, and it's different. It's definitely different.
Robert, do you ever remember taking your golf clubs to training camp?
No.
I don't remember that either.
Nah.
That's really tough. I'm telling you, it's tough.
Bud's a big golfer
I got a couple
too,
things
right?
to work on, and one's getting my arm ready. But how many baseballs can I throw in one day before I'm done?
I'll never forget the 2005 playoffs. The Astros are playing in St. Louis in the NLCS. It's like 35 degrees, misting, just nasty weather. I'm at the team hotel and getting ready to go down to the ballpark that afternoon for the evening game. And
The Ritz-Carlton, I might add.
as I'm leaving the Ritz-Carlton there, in come Roger Clemens and Tim Redding with their golf clubs in tow. They've been playing out in that nasty weather, but hey, they're starting pitchers, right?
It's the routine. It's you know when you need to turn on the switch. I think that's a big one for us too. Is I know that the game starts at 7:05. I'm in the shower at 6 o'clock and going through my pregame routine. Same thing. I know when I need to flick the switch. I know when it's time to go to work and get my stuff done. But the best part is turning it off because I have to escape the field. And you're going to say the same thing. I got to get away. I got to have a release. This is my job. I do love it. But it's going to be consuming, and I can't let it eat at me every day. I can't go home and watch MLB Network every single night. And maybe it's just not the way.
That's funny you say you love it because I was going to ask you that, and you can be honest with us on the show or not. I mean, does it get boring? I mean, that many games?
Well, winning changes that. Winning makes it
There you
fun.
go.
When you're winning, you want to go to the ballpark.
I got it.
You want to be with the boys. Yeah,
Makes
let's do this
sense.
again. But when you're losing it, it definitely gets long and drooling, and it's definitely not what you want it to be. So
I'm trying to get my left-hander, my 12-year-old lefty, try to get into that.
outfielder or pitcher, what are you going to do?
No, he wants to pitch. He
There you
think
go.
he
Make
think
him a starter. Don't let him be reliever. That's just that's all there is to it.
If you're left-handed and you can throw strikes, you can pretty much pitch for 10 years.
There you go. That's what I keep telling him.
And we
so
kid
easy.
you because I
It's
know,
so easy. Get to the
I
big
know it
leagues.
is tough. But we went down to watch the Brewers one time from Green Bay, and we were sitting there, and they said, I can't remember the starting pitcher, but they said he's going to be scratched today because he couldn't warm up. And we were sitting there, a bunch of football players, and said, can you imagine going up to our O-line coach and says, I can't go today because I just can't get warm.
My back's a little tight.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. They would have said, you can catch the next bus out of town.
Okay, find out who that was. I want to know. We're gonna have a word.
It just dawned on me. I got to work most of the time 6 days a week. I've got 2 guys sitting here who are used to playing Sundays half the year. I got a pitcher here who, starts every 5th day. And Pastor Kirbyjon Caldwell, who works 1 day a week,
Sunday.
too,
Every
right?
Sunday.
Gee.
Plus the other 8 days a week.
If they paid pastors by the hour for what they do, there's no way he's making any
I
money.
used to give my
I've been making
pastor.
much money.
I used to give my pastor all kinds of grief. You work 1 day a week, and it's only in the morning on Sundays. I mean, come on. But no, I know you guys do a lot behind the scenes, all of you as well. Niners here with the ball driving again. This is
Get rid of it.
the Steelers having a tough time here. I guess it's mainly been Roethlisberger's turnovers that have hurt him.
I said time of possession, right? Niners need any chance. We need to hold the ball, keep the defense off the field.
Well, that Steeler offensive line's been beat up all year. They haven't run the ball like they wanted to.
Mendenhall hasn't been what they expected to be.
Casey?
Bubba, let me ask you, when you're playing a quarterback like Alex Smith, who doesn't take a lot of chances downfield, as a defense, how do you approach the game plan differently for a guy like that?
Well, the way you approach it is that you know that he's been taught well not to take chances. So now I can't take chances.
So you take less chances
Take
with a
less
guy
chances.
who's more careful with the ball?
Less chance, because it's those type of guys that if you don't, next thing you know, boom, it's going to be up top touchdown.
Boy, I would think
Good spot.
I would think it'd be the opposite, because if a guy doesn't have a strong arm, I think you could try to get to him more and not have to worry about getting beat deep.
Well, let me rephrase it. Are we playing in my days? Or are we playing
Nowadays?
No, no, because you got so many athletes that are so much faster,
Right.
and quicker, and you got to be on your toes when you're out there. Whether you have a strong arm or not, you still got that receiver. And I'm talking about from a DB standpoint. That receiver that can probably most likely make plays, big plays. So you got to be careful, and always tell my guys, hey, you don't want to get beat deep. Just get the short stuff, make the tackle, line up and play another play.
Who's the smartest quarterback that you played against?
Smartest quarterback? Oh, cool.
Which quarterback did the defensive coordinator fear the most on a consistent basis?
Without a doubt, from my experience.
Yeah, during your era.
Yeah, probably Joe Montana.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Who?
Joe Montana.
Who's he?
That's who immediately came to my mind.
Yeah. Joe Montana. I mean, it's funny you ask that because Pastor, in that '93 when we was in that playoff with them in the Dome, and man, I had a kill shot. Buddy called a kill shot for me.
What is?
When I was with Houston,
Right.
and we were playing against the Kansas City Chiefs.
They would call a kill shot, or you had a chance?
I had a
Okay.
chance. Yeah, he didn't.
Safety blitz.
Yeah,
Right.
and man, he called one on me, man, for me, and I had a chance to knock him out because he actually got knocked out in the game.
Montana.
Yeah, then he came back
In the playoff game?
in that playoff game in the Dome.
That's
and
right.
Who clocked him?
I think it was Lamar. I think it was Lamar Latham.
Lamar Latham.
Yeah, I think it was Lamar Latham. He came back in, and man, I had a chance to take him out again, which will probably most likely help us. Man,
Did you miss him, or
I had no idea how he saw me.
he just saw it?
He saw
felt
me.
you coming.
He
probably.
felt me coming. He stepped up at the right time, and I went by him. Next thing you know, pec muscle just gone.
Yours?
Yeah, I tore the pec muscle. I grabbed him as he was stepping up, and I tore all that up. Went into halftime. Tried to get a little shot. You know, got it wrapped. It didn't work, but he was, man, I'm telling you. And when he stepped up, he drilled the ball. I mean, I have no idea to this day to Willie Davis, and Chris Dishman was on him, and that actually ended up being the scoring drive. And man, it was Chris Dishman was like blanketing. I mean, he was on him, and he got it in there.
That was his latter days too. That was his next to last season, I think it was.
Yeah.
When he brought the Chiefs into Houston and overcame about a 10-point deficit in the second half to lead the Chiefs. I was at that game and I remember thinking, we are watching Joe Montana's last game.
Yeah.
Because looked like the Oilers had that game in the bag.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Never should have thought that. Well, you wouldn't have been able to play if you guys would have won that game anyway with a torn pec.
Right.
There's no way.
Right.
You were done for the season.
I was done for the season.
Wow. Texans fans certainly know about torn pecs. Mario Williams lost for the season with a torn pec, and James Casey missed part of the season with not a completely torn, but an injured pectoral.
Come on, you catch that, baby. You gotta
All right,
help
so
us
the Steelers hold the Niners to a field goal attempt here.
Akers.
I mean, they could easily be down 14-0. This is
And should be.
Steelers have done a good job at least hanging in there.
Make it. Oh, boy.
And the Niners up with 2 David Akers field goals, 6-0 early in the second quarter. That brings us to our first one-on-one segment. Normally Eric handles that, but today we bring in another former right tackle, Greg Koch, to fill Eric's big shoes. Greg spending time with going one-on-one with Windsor Village United Methodist Church pastor Kirbyjon Caldwell. As we get ready for this one-on-one, let's check out a video of one of a feature story of Kirbyjon with Tom Brokaw.
Friday night, time for our look at the American spirit. Tonight, Tom Brokaw with a man who had it all and threw it all away because he was convinced there was more to life.
He's been called a bridge builder, a visionary. However you choose to describe him, this much is certain. The Reverend Kirbyjon Caldwell is no ordinary preacher. What makes Caldwell unique is his message, a gospel that is equal parts religion and economic empowerment.
Your theology must be one that's based upon meeting the needs of the people. And one of the needs of the people in this community is financial encouragement and economic development.
Caldwell's mix of religious inspiration and economic pragmatism plays to a standing room only congregation at Houston's Windsor Village United Methodist Church.
The very first thing God told Adam to do was work. Get a J-O-B.
If Kirbyjon Caldwell sounds more like an entrepreneur than a preacher, it's because he once was. A scholarship to Carleton College and an MBA from the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School helped Caldwell land his dream job on Wall Street.
I was looking for a good road, if you would, to tap into what America had to offer.
But the high-rolling, high-paying life of Wall Street and all that it could buy left Caldwell feeling something was missing.
When you know that you're supposed to do something and you're not doing it, you're miserable.
He started out as pastor to one of the poorest churches in Houston. Now, almost 20 years later, Caldwell has proven that his career change was no mere midlife crisis, but a higher calling. The showcase for Caldwell's ministry is called the Power Center. It was built with investment from the business community and financing arranged by Caldwell. It's home to a health clinic, a bank, a community college, and a private school. Its emphasis is on self-reliance. The Power Center is transforming the neighborhood. 200 jobs have been created. And over the next 2 years, Caldwell expects millions to be pumped into the community. Not a bad investment. As for the past, Caldwell says he now has no regrets about the life he once dreamed about.
It's been suggested that there are 2 great moments in one's life. The first is to be born. The second is to know why you were born. And this is why I believe I was born.
We want to welcome you back to Not Your Ordinary Sports Show, and joining us tonight, Kirbyjon Caldwell, Pastor Kirbyjon. Pastor, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Greg. It's good to be here.
You're a Houston native, right?
I am.
Cashmere High School?
University of Cashmere High School.
University of Cashmere. I remember growing up, I grew up in Spring Branch.
Yeah.
It was always Cashmere and Wheatley. Great
right.
basketball. Great basketball.
We actually had a real good football team my junior year. Delvin Williams.
Delvin Williams.
Was a year ahead of me, rather.
Played for the Dolphins.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. He used to fall for 5 yards in high school. It was really good.
Well, you're a pastor now, but you didn't take the normal route to the seminary or becoming a pastor. You went a different route. Tell our listeners about it.
Well, it was a route that I didn't choose. It was a route that was chosen for me. I grew up in Houston, as you mentioned. Specifically, I like to say I was kind of bred in Fifth Ward, trained and reared in Fifth Ward. My dad owned a men's clothing store there. My mom worked in Fifth Ward, so I had real great roots in Fifth Ward. So I was really focused on growing up and becoming not necessarily what God wanted me to be, though that was a part of it, but frankly in high school I was more focused on pleasing my grandmother. I wanted to make my grandmother proud. So at the end of the day, the goal was to graduate from high school, graduate from college, get a job, make a difference. It's just that simple.
So is this a big family that you came from?
No, a small family. I had a sister, mom and dad, real nucleus, real core family, and of course we had My grandparents were very close to me.
So when you left Kashmir, where did you go to school?
Carleton College, small private liberal arts school in Northfield, Minnesota, where Jesse James met his dad.
Exactly right. A little bit difference of weather too.
Oh, son, it was cold. it was cold. It was cold.
Yeah.
But you know, your body got acclimated to the temp, so it wasn't that bad. I enjoyed it.
And after that, you went on to graduate school.
Well, wait, before you run through Kashmir
and
college, I want to make sure my son saw that clip of his daddy with that football helmet and football uniform on. Did you see that?
I did see that.
Number 82?
Yes.
Yeah, it was monster back. Yeah.
Oh, you're the monster man. We had the monster
man.
man. Rover
right.
and monster man.
There you go. There you go.
So you ended up at the Wharton School of Business?
I did. I shouldn't say this in front of my children, but I didn't want to go to school again for 3 years. Law school was just a little bit too long for me.
I went that route. You made the right choice.
Yeah, that 2-year program looked real good. And again, remember, my goal was not to be a lawyer. My goal was to make a difference, provide for my family, and make my grandmother proud. So the 2-year program at Wharton suited the bill very well.
Wall Street came calling?
Right after the MBA, it did. I never went there with the intention of staying. The goal was to get trained and to move on.
So when you were growing up, I mean, if you wanted to impress and make sure that your grandmother was very proud of you.
Yeah.
Deep religious upbringing at that time?
Yeah, well, deep and not so deep. You know, we went to church on a very regular basis. I'd say 3 Sundays out of the month. But I never, I repeat, never intended to pastor a church. My objective along those lines was to be a good layman, you know, to support the church, get involved in mission and ministry, make a difference in the community. But pastoring, never.
Well, was there a seminal event that happened to you that where you said, this isn't for me, and my, you know, God touched you on the shoulder and said, you need to be, there's a different purpose for you?
Yeah, it happened at the risk of sounding Baptist. It happened on the fourth Tuesday in October of 1978 at about 2:30 in the afternoon, while sitting at a regional investment banking house here in Houston, then called Hibbard, O'Connor, and Weeks on Main Street. And that's when was your term signal?
Seminal event.
Seminal. That was a seminal event, if you would. That was the moment.
Well, what happened?
Well, it's really very challenging to reduce that moment to language or verbiage, but suffice it to say, that was the time when I knew that I was supposed to go into the ministry. And it's you know, as I look back on it, it was clearly the right decision. But as someone once said to me, you know, how did that go? The ministry, the full-time ministry picked me up. I did not pick it up.
Right.
So that made a big difference for me.
Well,
especially since I didn't want to do it.
Well, tell me that, Pastor. How do you go from sitting in that office environment?
Yeah.
I mean, do you just go in the next day and say, you know what?
I quit. That's
I'm
right.
going a different route.
That's right. That's right. And in retrospect, had I not made that decision right then and made the announcement right then, I may have, you know, dragged it out. Who knows what may have happened had I put too much air under that ball, so to speak. So it was a bullet.
Did you always know that you'd probably be coming back to Houston?
Oh, yes. When I left high school, when I graduated from high school, I always knew I was coming right back to Houston. I love Houston.
Well, now you've also been involved in politics.
Well, that's the rumor, but not really. That's the impression. But go ahead, ask your question.
But you gave the invocation, correct, under President George Bush?
I did, but I really view that as more of a civic/priestly responsibility, because I'm not a Republican. I'm more of a Democrat than a Republican. But I classify myself as a Democrat, right?
Right.
But I would say, Democrats and Republicans aside, what we really need, this is almost sound like a
quit labeling people.
Yeah, some Christocrats around here. You know what I mean? Look at the content, not so much the label, and quit all this uncivility and silliness that's going on in D.C. and let's focus on the needs of the people and get the country moving again.
But you did support George Bush
when
he ran.
I did.
And then you supported President Obama.
I did.
And some people would say two diametrically, politically divided in their ways of thinking.
Yep.
How did you
I got to know the persons and not the labels. Big difference. Got to know the persons and not the labels. And amazingly, they have more things, you know, ideology aside, in terms of persona personality and philosophy of life. They have a lot of things in common. Since you're, as the kids say, since you're going there, having watched both President Obama and President George W. Bush, I will tell you one of the most critical factors that helps to shape the presidency, the administration, and subsequent legacy are the people they choose to be around them. And I'm not talking about the cabinet. Right. I'm talking about these so-called advisors that are in the president's ear every day. Those folks' input make a lot of difference. So if you want to pray on something, and the Bible does tell us, by the way, to pray for those in leadership position, pray that those in leadership listen to the right people.
So now when you came out of the seminary,
right,
where was your first calling?
I actually was an associate pastor at St. Mary's United Methodist Church on Scott Street. My last year at SMU, which is where I went to seminary, was my first year pastoring a church. I was working full-time and going to school full-time at the same time.
And now you have a huge congregation.
It's grown a little bit.
Was it 14,000?
15, 16, somewhere in there. It's big.
It's big.
It's big. But more importantly than being big, size doesn't really matter. What does matter is significance and your level of spirituality. So we have a great dose of spirituality, and we're very, very much involved in making a significant difference in the community.
Being in the trenches every day.
Yep.
Do you see, because you hear this talked about a lot on television and the media, and that, and these aren't the best of times for our country.
Right.
Do you see?
They're not the worst of times either.
They're not the worst either. But what I'm saying is, do you see people coming back to religion, or do you see them going away? The media wants you to think that they're going away from religion.
I tell you, right after 9/11, with all due respect, everybody and their mother we went to church for a few months, and then it was business again as usual. We have seen a steady increase in attendance. As I've talked to other pastors, they've seen the same. So we don't see this big, watershed moment of folk coming back. No, but it's steady. It's steady. I will say to you that while the country is not doing so poor, it's not doing all that well. The truth of the matter is, what's happening from a sociological standpoint, it's a reality. The middle class is disappearing. You have a growing number of lower class and upper class. You talk to restaurateurs, they're not hurting in terms of folk patronizing their businesses.
Right.
So while we were complaining about it being tough out there, you have a lot of businesses that are doing reasonably well because folk are spending a ton of money. In fact, we're spending $1.05 for every dollar we earn. So long term, that is not good for the economy.
Right.
So that's where we need to get back on point, some discipline and financial stewardship. I'll shut up now.
So were you active in sports coming up through high school?
I played a little. I broke my leg. My claim to fame is I played safety next to Tim Gray. Now, you may not know who Tim Gray was.
St. Louis Cardinals.
There you go. First round draft pick, sir.
I know this boyish face is giving. I'm a lot older than you think.
Yeah. Tim and I played the same backfield, and we were good, if I must say so myself.
So tell us about your family.
Oh, well, I have 3 children. 3 of them are sitting over there right now, and a wife of 20 years. And we're excited. In fact, my wife, Suzette, pastors with me at the church, and we're having a ball. I'll be, some folk will say, "Oh, you're too old to have 3 young children," but this is my season. This is my time. I'm a great dad. Aren't I a great dad?
Well, you definitely have a busy week coming up for you.
Yeah. Well, look, every Sunday's busy for us. We try to have a revival every weekend, and I preach as well and as hard as I can every time I get in the pulpit.
Well, can you preach a little bit harder for our Texans? And
man, can you believe this rash of injuries?
No, I can't.
It's unbelievable.
It's now gotten to the defense coordinator.
I tell you, but he's doing well. He's coming back. And,
right.
God is still good, and we'll be okay.
So we touched on it a little bit earlier, but I do want to get your thoughts on this Tebow mania.
Right, exactly.
is it good or bad, or I mean, the Great Commission, you are supposed to have to proclaim the good news.
But see, that's a very good question. But here's the point: the question becomes, how ultimately, how will the media spin Tebow's faith? Now, if the media spins Tebow's faith in a positive way, in the way that Tebow espouses it, so the kingdom is advanced, then I think that's a great thing. If the media spins it in a way that it's, you make fun of him, or if and when the Broncos lose, and I believe they will, because I think we'll beat them if they make it that far, right? If they make a mockery of it along those lines, then it diminishes the significance and the integrity of the gospel, and that's never good.
Do you think people just can't believe that he can be that good a person? Do you think part of it is just cynicism?
Well, arguably, it's not about how good Tebow is or is not as a person. It's about the faith that he's sharing. You see, I think that's where the media gets a rub. And let's be honest, with all due respect to the media, they tend to be a little bit liberal. Whether they believe in God, I don't know, but they're a little bit suspect of some religious figures. And let's be honest further, I can't believe I'm going to say this, there have been enough instances in America in recent history to give some members of the media reason to be critical of religious leaders, because we've done some stuff, they,
right,
that's just, not to mention unscriptural, illegal.
Well, Pastor, it's been a pleasure having you on the show.
Thanks for being here.
And I want to tell you, I can imagine you've made your grandmother very proud.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Kirbyjon Caldwell, Senior Pastor of the Windsor Village Church here in Houston, Texas. And it is my joy, honor, and privilege to encourage you to get involved in an absolutely fabulous, scriptural-based, practical phenomenon called National Lemonade Day. Oh man, National Lemonade Day. Why on earth would I want to get my church, my youth, and my children involved in National Lemonade Day? I'm glad you asked. Lemonade Day gives our youth and our children an opportunity to get a taste, no pun intended, of the real world. They get a chance to find investors. They get a chance to get involved in site selection. They get a chance to market their products. They get a chance to push their products. They get a chance to develop their products. They get a chance to, get involved in customer service. We're always whining and complaining. Children need to learn this. Children need to learn that. This is your opportunity to get them involved in how they can improve their relational skills, their personal skills, how to say please and thank you, serve some lemonade. Oh, it's a great day. And check this out, pastors and clergy leaders. They get a chance to count the money. Revenue minus expenses equals profit. That's what we want our children to become. We want them to become accountable and responsible citizens.
Pastor Kirbyjon Caldwell from Windsor Village United Methodist Church here in Houston. Tell us, we didn't get a chance, Greg, we kind of ran out of time, but I wanted to find out more about the, is it the .234 program
it is.
that you have going?
Thank you for asking about it. It's a 234-acre mini in a master plan community, which consists of commercial businesses such as Taco Bell and AutoZone, McDonald's. It's pretty cool, providing jobs. By the way, the first thing God told Adam to do was till the garden and guard it. In other words, turn off that soap opera and take your behind to work. That's right. That's right.
And so don't touch the apple.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Oh, well, what we call the apple is the fruit anyway. And we also have built 434 houses, 454 houses.
Wow.
Yeah, single-family homes. And there's a YMCA, there are 3 or 4 schools, there's a community center, that's an independent living facility. So at the end of the day, it's about we pump about, I don't want to lie to you, it's a $73 million project that pumps about 15, 17 million bucks into the community annually, and we provide over 450 jobs.
And how do people get involved in that?
Well, it's done now.
Oh, it's up and running.
It's up and running and cooking.
Yeah,
you can come and support some of the businesses for sure.
Terrific.
Yeah, thank you for asking about it.
Where can we go to find out more information?
www.kingdombuilders.com.
Kingdombuilders.com.
And where is this located, Pastor?
First of all, it is about 10 minutes from the most fabulous football stadium in America, Reliance Stadium. It's right off of South Post Oak in West Oral.
Very good.
Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you for asking.
Kingdombuilders.com.
There you go.
Pastor Kirbyjon Caldwell. We are about ready to get underway again here. They had a second power outage in San Francisco.
No, they didn't.
Yes.
While you and Greg were visiting.
You didn't miss anything.
The game was put on hold. Some of us were wondering if you had something to do with that.
Oh,
God's favor.
They need
on
a
the
backup
light switch.
generator. They need a provider of electricity.
It's funny though, and Bubba and Greg, if a game starts and stops like that, they had about a 15-minute delay. Does that mess you up?
I was thinking the same thing, man, because really San Francisco really got the momentum right now, or had, should I say, and anytime something like that gets interrupted, it's hard to stop, and get that back again.
I think about that every time you're in a playoff situation, and they have that 30-minute halftime show.
Yeah.
And when you're used to a 15-minute, extra long halftime, you go in there and you get completely cold. You know, after you've already been sweaty and everything, and you got to go out and completely warm up again. And you're right, that momentum shift. I mean, the dynamic of the game can change dramatically. Just over these little starts and stops.
See, boy, Rashard Mendenhall came out. He stayed warm somehow.
He's all right.
He knows I got him on fantasy. He knows he better make some yards tonight.
I guess it would be the equivalent of a rain delay, Bud. Is that hard to deal with as a pitcher?
Yeah, it really. I mean, as a pitcher, you can be done. If it's over 20, 30 minutes, they're done. They're not going to get you up there twice because they don't want to, your arm's not used to that same kind of thing. It is boring. You go in there, you can play cards as much as you want, but it's hard to keep your mind focused on the game, what you got going from there. So
can you stay warm? I mean, is there a place to throw down there under the?
Yeah, there's always a tunnel and a cage. You can play catch, and the guys are in there hitting and whatnot. But as far as throwing, we don't ever need extra throwing.
Right.
What they call saving bullets. That's
Bud and I were having the opportunity to talk before the show, and I said, pitchers remind me of thoroughbreds. I mean, here are these magnificent, powerful, but they're so fragile at the same time. And, you get those throwing arms. I mean, you could just throw it wrong a little bit and have that one little tweak. And
it's an unnatural motion. I mean, the body is not designed to throw overhand.
No, throwing a baseball is not good for the body any way you look at it.
Well, squat like a duck and back up and block a 350-pounder running at you. And tell me how natural that is.
On an average, but I mean, how many pitches you guys throw?
A good start, a quality start, you're trying to pitch as deep as you can in the game. The longer you pitch, the better off you're going to be. But somewhere between 100 to 120 pitches, I think that's your standard, and that's every fifth day. So, I mean, you're going to bed. You don't want to sleep on the wrong way. I'm very weird in my sleep patterns and stuff like that. And I make sure I lie flat at night so I don't wake up on the wrong shoulder.
Wow.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You have to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, I just got to make sure, icing in everything. But I'm pretty.
You have to be careful the way the air vents are pointing so it's not blowing.
No, I don't want to sleep on it. I make sure I lay completely flat and my arms on my side. I don't want to wake up in the morning like this because then it's in a position that's not used to and cramp and blood flow's not getting in and out the way it needs to.
There you go.
I'm not exaggerating.
Take care of that arm. It's going to make you a lot of money.
Some guys like to wear sleeves at night, so make sure that it's warm and gets extra flow when your body really are hot, depending.
Some of these football players nowadays are using these hyperbaric chambers. It's like ultra oxygen. I know Brian Cushing uses them, and some of the other Texans do. Ball players, have they gotten to that point?
I haven't heard of that.
They get in these it pumps pure oxygen or something, and
didn't work for Michael Jackson.
No. What was the receiver from Ohio State that did that as well? There was one of the wide receivers from Ohio State a couple years back. The guy that's with the Colts now. Can't think of his name.
Anthony Gonzalez?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was one of those guys too.
A bunch of those guys.
I mean, it helps your breathing patterns. I guess you can, but
it's also supposed to help you heal faster.
Right. That's
I mean, that's the main thing is to get over the
recover.
panic. But I wondered if it's gone to other sports.
You got to worry about a ton.
You could put your arm in like a hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah, just my arm. Just walk around in public. I don't think so.
The Steelers getting the ball moving now. They haven't turned it over yet. They've gone back to the ground game.
That's not Rashard.
That's Isaac Braidman, I believe.
He's running hard.
There you go.
Like I said, whether they're making yards or not, the Steelers are going to run it 30 times a game.
Yeah.
Like Zoolander.
Do they have to do that to help Roethlisberger? You think that's dictating?
That's the Steelers' philosophy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just they're old-time football.
Yeah.
They're going to run that power.
Coming back because of a holding call.
Even better.
Got to be the worst feeling for a lineman after a big play to get a holding call and have to go back to that huddle.
I don't know. I never held. So I don't know, but I've heard it's bad. I don't know.
It get amplified.
Exactly.
If you hold on to play and you don't get caught, you don't get caught. But if you bring back a 10-yard run and you get caught, now it looks really bad. So that guy is going to get, it's going to look bad more often than not. Hopefully,
I
you're
balked
wrong guy,
quite a
wrong
bit.
side.
I had a few balks, but I didn't hold at all.
I love it. In baseball, if you make a mistake, you get your name printed in the paper and the box score under errors.
Right.
Football, you get called out in front of 70,000 people for holding or
Your
illegal
number. They call your number out.
pass
too.
interference or something.
I hate that too, man.
Most people's jobs, you can mess up a little bit. The boss might get mad at you, but you don't have 70,000 people who can boo you for making a mistake.
Well, then the media gets to talk about it too. They'll let you know how they feel.
I remember that though. I mean, it's worse though, because I remember I had an interception. I think it was in '92. Monday Night Football I think it was Cleveland, Cincinnati, and I caught my first interception Monday night, going into the end zone. Had to come back because one of the DBs was holding.
It wasn't you though.
It wasn't me. I'm like, God,
it was Dishman, man. Wasn't it?
I think it was Dish. Yeah, he didn't admit it. I think it was Dish that day.
Chris Dishman, a former teammate of Bubba McDowell's with the Oilers.
Get in.
He's just throwing that ball away, right? Was he out of the pocket?
He cannot move. If you look at him, he can't move at all.
There's Alden Smith getting the pressure.
Missouri, huh?
A lot of people had him. That's who they had the Texans taken. Alden Smith.
And he's been fantastic. J.J. Watt, who the Texans did take, has been terrific too.
Both teams got good players.
The Niners have the NFL's #1 scoring defense. They allow fewer points per game than any team in the NFL. The Texans allow fewer yards than any team in the NFL, at least going into Sunday's game. Cam Newton might have changed that with his performance. 2nd and 25.
Sack. Oh, got him.
And he's going down. This is.
That's all the celebration I need right there. You saw the play.
Was that a celebration or was he just walking funny?
The Steelers are going to have to start thinking about whether they want Roethlisberger for the playoffs.
I know.
Whether it's worth keeping him in here right now.
That's what I say, exactly.
Well, I know they're going, for the first round, they're fighting Baltimore for their division. I don't know whether they're guaranteed a wild card or not right now, but at some point you got to worry about the health of your starting quarterback through the playoffs. And is he going to get hurt worse by standing in there and taking, if he can't elude a pass rush and taking this kind of hit right here?
This play, though, is going the other direction. Illegal contact on the Niners.
Called on Smith.
Now, Roethlisberger getting sacked there. Will guys target his ankle? Will they be able to
Some do.
I would.
Some do.
Twist it and twist it?
I wouldn't want to play him going, in the playoffs. Yeah, some guys do that.
If you know where a guy's hurting.
Yeah, I'm going for it.
Yeah.
I'm going for it.
You want to see how bad it's hurting, right? Wallace there with the
exclamation point
catch and getting slammed to the turf. The Steelers, though, it's interesting you talk about whether they should bench Roethlisberger. Right now, they're jockeying for that bye in the first round of the playoffs, which would, if they win out, they can get the bye, and that would buy them some extra rest also. So
well, they're also jockeying for who's going to win the division.
Right, they got to beat. Right now, the Ravens, with the loss yesterday, can slip behind the Steelers if the Steelers win tonight.
Yeah, one wrong move, though, like that sack they just showed on the replay, one wrong twist.
And he's gone.
Done. Yeah. I mean, that's a hard injury to recover from anyway because you're already putting pressure down
High ankle sprains are usually 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, you just wonder, too, how his ability to protect himself. Because if you can't move to elude it, do you get in weird positions where you take a hit funny?
Exactly.
And that's what I would worry about. And if he's struggling anyway, I mean, would Charlie Batch come in and do any worse?
Let's put Charlie in.
Charlie Batch, he's been around for a long time.
No, I understand.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
That's right.
Let's put Charlie in.
Oh, that's funny. So we were at 1st and 25 because of the penalty. Got 1st and 10. Now we're 3rd and 2.
3rd and 2.
If we didn't get that sack, it would have been 1st and 35.
Another passing down for the Steelers. 3rd and 2.
Get him.
Man, that Smith is coming off the ball.
There's Wallace, and he picked it up.
It's too many catches for
Big
him.
conversion
He's
there.
A point every catch.
That's 4. 3 or 4.
Really sweating it. Is this the first round of your playoff or second round of your playoffs?
First. So it's a championship round.
Good catch.
He almost didn't run that route far enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Almost
running
short
right
of
to the
first down.
markers.
Yeah.
Right to that marker.
Roethlisberger, you can tell he's really trying to protect that ankle.
Yeah, he's
Has
struggling.
to.
That's where his physical size really plays a big part.
Come on, run.
What is he, 6'5", 240?
Come on,
Big
run.
boy.
Oh,
He's hard to
play
bring down,
action.
too. Maybe the hardest in the league. What was that?
Oh,
No grounding? The Niners want grounding
It's on
called
the
there.
tackle box.
Well, there's
fit.
Rashard Mendenhall's
Yeah,
right there.
Sharp was right there.
Our crack research staff working behind the scenes. Charlie Batch's rookie year was 1998. Bud, you were 13 years old then.
Yes, I was.
Handing baseballs to an umpire behind the plate. Sucking up to the ump, right?
Absolutely. Still know who Charlie Batch is, though. That's funny.
87, you said?
89. Or, no, I'm sorry,
98.
98.
Yeah, so he's in his 14th year.
Okay.
We add one more because you count the year.
Yeah, I got it. Our crack research staff has me confused, but I'll go with that.
Almost.
No, almost another pick for Roethlisberger.
That was a good play by linebacker. Grant, yeah.
That guy, he don't have that zip like he used to have.
He can plant?
He can't.
Yeah,
he can't
right.
plant.
Is it his right foot? His right foot.
I think it's his right.
Is
I
it
don't
his
know.
right? No, I think it's his left.
So if it's his left, then he should be better. If I was pitching, I could land easier on my left foot. My right foot would be the one that I could push it over.
That's your push foot?
Yeah. Landing, I could gingerly put it down and then throw. Come on, Niners.
Big stop.
3rd and 10.
Yeah, run.
We moved there.
Oh boy,
No chance.
going for the home run ball.
What's happened to Hines Ward? I mean, you don't even see him in the game. I mean, they're not
yeah,
throwing
he's
to.
third down
They're not
receiver
throwing
now.
to their tight end. They're not throwing to anybody. I
It's
haven't seen
called
them throw to
weeding him
back
out
back
of
there.
the system, slowly.
He's lost not just one step, a couple of steps, I think. Still a good possession guy, though. They just got dynamic receivers. I mean, Wallace, we talked about how fast he is. Antonio Brown, a lot of people think, is
Right.
just as good as Wallace and is probably a better route runner.
But you would think with Roethlisberger taking the 3-step drops and that because they don't want to take the deep drop, they'd be using their tight end a lot more in this. And they got a good one.
They have a great one. I tell you, I think, majority of these guys, teams that are using these tight ends are pretty successful.
Absolutely.
Pretty successful. Because, again, I was alluding to earlier, they're much bigger and faster, and they run like wide receivers.
That kid over in New Orleans is lighting it up.
Graham.
Jimmy Graham.
Jimmy Graham, the tight end.
man.
The basketball player decided to play
Another
for yeah,
Miami guy.
Gronkowski.
Yeah.
But Gronkowski, he's a guy that lumbers with speed. I mean, he doesn't look like he's all that athletic. All he does is catch everything thrown to him. But Jimmy Graham, he's
big
a
and fast.
matchup nightmare for anybody.
Yeah,
He's
linebacker,
so tough.
safety.
Yeah, exactly.
Is he the Kellen Winslow of today's game?
Yeah, without a doubt, definitely.
Interesting note that Bud has just passed along to me. Former Astros GM Ed Wade headed back to the Phillies. Heck, he traded half the team there, right? In a scouting role.
Here. There's got to be an inside scheme. What's going on here?
He's going back to the Phillies in a scouting role. We have a question here for you, Bud. We were talking about the speed of those receivers and tight ends. Question off the Verizon Twitter feed. @TheBusTV is the address. And this is from Mega Bracket. The question is, are there any MLB or Astros players who would be fast enough to play wide receiver in the NFL, do you think?
Michael Bourne, no doubt. Once again, I think when it comes to NFL, you need that size. The receivers are normally a couple inches taller than the DBs or corners.
Yeah.
Michael Bourne and Jason Bourgeois both can fly. Jordan Schaefer's got a lot of speed. Clearly, the faster guys in baseball, the base stealers are your fast guys, but they also need that height requirement and the hands part of it. But as far as overall speed, I'd love to see 40-yard dash, 60-yard dash, where Bourne can get in there.
Yeah.
And you always talk about first step off the being a base stealer when you got that lead at first base. He's got to see me. Once I lift that left foot, he's got to go. And that first step, and the same thing, when you see that ball out of the center and you know the snap count, you got to go. So I think overall speed and top speed would be kind of fun to mix and match it up a little bit. But Michael Bourne, Bourgeois,
Fastest
Schaefer.
guy. What about on opposing teams? Who's the fast? Who do you worry about stealing bases when you're on the mound?
Jose Reyes is a big one. He loves to guys that love to run. Guys that get the green light from the manager, ones I really, really have to worry about.
Yeah.
If sometimes the manager is worried about controlling the game, No, let that guy go. If he can get that bag, now he's in scoring position, and a single's going to score him 9 times out of 10. So getting that guy in scoring position is really important. But Jose Reyes is one guy that I always got my eye on. That's for sure.
Reyes and Michael Bourne, two of the fastest in the majors. Bourne now playing for the Atlanta Braves. Another Ed Wade trade Astros fans weren't too happy about. But they're rebuilding now, and the Astros hopefully headed back on the right track with their new management team in place.
Look at all the time he's got.
Oh, what a hit. That was Ryan Clark breaking up the pass from Vernon Davis.
This offensive line has been very impressive thus far throughout the game.
That's one of the first shots they've taken downfield.
VD.
Well, they drafted 2 offensive linemen in the first round last year. So 2 of those guys are second-year blows.
Okay, now this is where
to give that quarterback the time he broke the sack record like 3 years ago or something.
This is where
the most sacked quarterback in the league right now, I think, is Roethlisberger.
Yeah, he holds on to the ball for a while. That hit by Ryan Clark is where I think the new rules work, because he could have gone for a kill shot there, but instead he hit him, in the rib cage area.
Yeah, and ducking his head at the same time, which is what we always tell DBs not to do.
Not to do, right? Yeah.
You hit him back of the neck.
Yeah.
That knee could come back and hit him.
Boom.
Right? You're done out that way.
Knocked out.
But they're also always telling receivers, go ahead and catch the ball because you're going to get hit no matter what.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you are. I mean, a defensive back's going to go light you up whether he thinks he don't know whether you're going to catch it or not. So
exactly.
Do everything you can to catch the ball. But when I played, and Bubba, when you played too, I mean, it's not like we're that far apart.
We're not.
But somebody would have taken a shot. I'll keep telling myself that, Bubba, I'm not that good. Don't worry about that.
I think Bubba was saying that he was asking me if they had the forward pass in your day, Greg.
and face mask.
1 bar.
Exactly.
Leather.
Big first down right there.
Niners, impressive first half so far. It helps with the turnovers, but the Steelers' defense hasn't been able to keep them from this ball control offense.
Well, and that's what you want to do. I mean, with a young quarterback, and I think Coop does that well with TJ. Just get him some short, quick, and get the confidence, ready. Then, sooner or later they're gonna hit you downfield.
Right.
And you got to keep them. You got to send somebody deep just to keep them honest, as we say in football. Keep them covering back there. Wow. Oh,
he dropped it again.
Clark again with a break up there.
So I got a question regarding Kubiak. And last year we talked about at the end of the season how Kubiak was on the hot seat real bad.
He should have been fired.
But now look at it, we got back to the playoffs, or in the playoffs for the first time, and clearly having a great season again. And with all of our quarterback controversy, all these injuries, now what? I mean, once again, I don't know if Kubiak was the answer, but we got good guys in place. What do you got on that?
Well, he hired the right defense coordinator.
Yeah.
They got 2. I think I'm not as sold on Daniel Manning as I am on Jonathan Joseph, but he really solidified one. And they're just, let's face it, and Bubba can tell you this as well as anybody. You put pressure on that quarterback, it helps out your secondary like you just cannot.
I tell guys that all
and
the
they
time.
are getting after the quarterback.
Ray Childress, Sean Jones, Doug Williams, Oh, man, those guys made our secondary easy. I mean, coverage back there very easy. And then I was spoiled even at Miami, with the Jerome Brown, Russell Maryland guys.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was kind of used to that. But I tell guys all the time, man, when those guys are getting after, you better make sure you go up there and thank them, get them a dinner or something. Just let them know you appreciate what they're doing up front, And at PV, this year, that was a big part of our success, because we had 2 young boys up there on the D ends. I mean, you send one.
On the quarterback,
oh my gosh, we was killing guys, and it made our secondary coverage much better back there.
Pastor Caldwell, how hard was it to watch last year?
Painful.
Compared to this year with the Texans.
Revenge.
Yeah.
Worse the first.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. You're in your congregation. There was a lot of debate about Gary Kubiak and whether he was the right man for the job.
There was no debate.
No.
It's supposed to be gone.
Yeah. Now he looks.
Awesome.
I mean, Bob McNair looks like the smartest man in the room.
Well, Greg I think he put his finger on him. He hired the right coach. Now, to Kubiak's credit, Kubiak has allowed Phillips to come in and be the defensive coordinator and take a lot of the limelight. And rumor has it, I don't know if this to be true or false, but rumor has it that Kubiak has even backed up and allowed Phillips' personal culture to infiltrate the team.
That's good.
And I think that has made a
Now I'll say this,
huge
for Gary Kubiak, I thought he should have been fired because I don't know anybody else who would have gotten a 6-year with that record.
There's only been 3 coaches since the 70s who have gotten.
But I will say this about Gary Kubiak: he seems to have no ego. Like you said, he's got that personality that will allow other people to coach, and he'll delegate, and it won't seem to bother him. And that team never quit on him.
Right.
They never quit on him.
They play for him.
Yeah,
That's
they
right.
do play for him.
That's right.
So I mean, that's something to go to his credit. And when they hired him, I was for Gary Kubiak getting hired. I thought he shouldn't have done that go last year, but I'm happy for his success, and I hope they go further and further.
I got a question for you guys. And we talk about this all the time, with Phillips coming in and Dom Capers, the defensive coordinator guys becoming head coaches, and they get to the head coaching position and don't succeed. I mean, why do you guys think that is so? I mean, because I even said at a certain point, certain guys they meant for head coaching position, and obviously you can see that with different guys. Now Phillips is back, Wade is back, doing his thing. I think a lot of that has to do with him being hands-on, as opposed to when he was at Dallas.
Well, let me put that in an even further context. Wade Phillips, head coach at Buffalo, failed. Head coach at Denver, failed. Head coach at Dallas, failed.
And those guys quit on him in Dallas.
They did.
They did.
And now,
I agree.
I mean, and God bless him, hope he continues to get well. Rumor has it he wants the head coach again.
Well, he said that. He said it, yeah.
I mean, come on.
Because he doesn't feel like he's succeeded as a head coach, so that's still out there.
He hasn't succeeded as
head coach. Right. But I agree with Bubba. To me, a quality head coach deals with the media and motivates the team and delegates authority to quality assistants. Exactly. He hires those quality guys, like you said. And I think the reason he's successful as a coordinator is because he's hands-on. Exactly. And when he's a head coach, he's not so much as hands-on. And I don't think it works in that capacity for him.
He's, just to set the record straight, and I'm sure our research staff will be on this, but I believe Wade Phillips' head coaching record is above 500. Yet he's considered a failure because he never got the teams where they needed to go.
Right.
So it's not like he fell flat on his face. And let's not forget, a guy like Bill Belichick, in his first stint as a head coach in Cleveland, was not a success. He loses his job and goes on in New England, where he's become maybe the best of this generation.
But Pastor's right. He's had 3 or 4 opportunities.
Right. Wade Phillips certainly has. To me, there's a leadership factor in there, too. I mean, Dick LeBeau, great defensive coordinator. As a head coach, it just didn't.
Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't work.
Dom Capers.
Dom Capers. Now, there's a guy, though, who I thought was a good leader, but I think personnel was not so good.
He did okay in Carolina, yeah. Well, I mean, that year when I was there with them, we went to play in Green Bay, that second year, But I think a lot of that has to do to, Jerry coming in and Richardson, drafting all the guys that has been there before, been in playoff situation before. And if you guys remember, Jacksonville came in that same year, right? And they drafted pretty much young kids, young men, and wasn't as successful. It took them a while.
But the message here, in my opinion, is find your lane and stay in your lane.
I like that. I like that.
I don't know. I mean, just for me, I know for me, just from my career, and that's all I'm going to talk is, I was never the best. I was, like, when you talk about those 1 tier, 2 tier, 3, I was always a 2 or 3 tier guy. And I just know, like, the way it was for me is I had to climb the ladder, 1 step at a time, climb that ladder. And it just for the fact that he wants to go out there and he wants to prove to a lot of people, his wife, his family, all those people, all those naysayers, that many of himself, that I can do this. And once again, you're only as good as your players. Clearly, he's had some people and whatnot, but if he puts himself in the right personnel issue, and he believes in himself, so clearly he's doing an amazing job here in Houston, and that's what we like to see. But if he wants to go out there and do it again, he's got to have some right people around him, and it's got to be the right scenario, number one. But always reach for more. Don't ever stop reaching.
Wade Phillips.
Let me ask you a question. You raised an interesting point. Name me one head coach who has a multi-year contract, who kept his contract, and they were better than 5, and they were worse than 500. I mean, coaches that are 500 don't last long.
Right, and that was the thing with Gary Kubiak. You have to go back, if you go back to like the last 35 years.
35?
There were 3 head coaches who had coached their team for 5 years, not made the playoffs in those 5 years, and had returned for a 6th year. Chuck Knox was one of them.
Wasn't Landry one of them?
No, this was only going back to 75.
Oh, okay, 75.
Chuck Knox was one. There were a couple more. I can't remember who they were, but it was just rare. because, I mean, who gets a sixth chance? Mm-hmm. And to Bob McNair's credit, he stuck with him and brought in the defensive coordinator that has really helped turn things around. And Gary Kubiak's always been a great offensive coach.
Yeah.
The Texans have had one of the best offenses since he's been here. But, I mean, look at last year. They couldn't stop anybody. And they're, you know, when you got to drive the ball down the field 80 yards every time you have the ball, it makes it tough.
Well, again, rumor has it that on one given day last year, Kubiak walked into a meeting with his assistants and told them, say, guys, I probably won't be here next year. That came out of his mouth. Mm-hmm. But I think one of the things that may have turned the tide is that Cube agreed to bring in Wade. Mm-hmm. And that may have bought him
some more time.
There you go.
And but look what it turned into.
Wade Phillips' head coaching record at Denver, Buffalo, and Dallas, 82-59 overall. I mean,
that's more than 500.
That's a heck of a winning record.
But how many playoff wins?
I believe it's 1 in 5.
Yeah.
1 in 5.
Yeah, 1 win and 5 trips to the playoffs. So Wade Phillips, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. Do you think he gets another chance to be a head coach with what he's done here?
Well, I mean, I would.
If he's healthy, and we wish him the best.
And if you guys continue to do as well as they're doing, I mean, why wouldn't you?
Boy, I'd hate.
Don't let him leave.
Strictly selfish thing as a Texans fan.
I know what you're saying. That's going to happen.
I don't want him to leave.
That's going to happen.
Highest paid defensive coordinator in America.
You know.
The problem with that, though, is that when you have a team that's down, and although he's having unbelievable success with the Texans' defense, unless they go deep in the playoffs, that's all it's going to be. And I think a new team would look at it like, or the fans at least, who you're trying to attract back to your, good graces. They're going to say, you're retreading Wade Phillips. This experiment's been tried before and failed. And they're not going to buy in what he did as a defensive coordinator here in Houston unless they were to go very deep.
It sounds like it's kind of like the Marty Schottenheimer deal where
Marty's always
he may
been
be
a guy
good,
you knew,
but he never wins in the playoffs.
He would get you the playoffs, but he
Right.
ain't going to win in the playoffs. That was always a knock on Marty. But, when you 10 years of not struggling, we're happy just to get the playoffs right now.
Does it work against Wade that he's 64 years old? Will teams balk at bringing in
when you hear the guys thrown around, it's always the Grudens and the Cowers and boy, we got to get these back. And now they're the new hot shots, coming up from college. I don't know why Wade would want to leave. I mean, he is so beloved here in Houston right now, and they're going to pay him some money. Right. They're going to pay him money to be the coordinator. I think he's in a position.
Already said he wants to leave.
I know.
He did.
Well, I think if the right opportunity came, but I don't know if I would.
If I were him, I wouldn't take a lousy job. I mean, why would you go to the Bengals or the Browns or somewhere? And I don't know.
So while we're talking about coaches, let me ask you guys a question. I'm not a Belichick fan in terms of his personality, okay?
Right.
His personality.
What personality?
Precisely. But I heard a stat the other day, and your folk can check this. Over the last 11 years, he's averaged 12 wins. Over 12 years, 11
Sounds
wins.
about
One
right,
or the other. How does he? What's the deal? How does he pull that off? That's incredible.
It helps having Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Well, Brady's been at 6, 7?
Yeah, he took over in.
We had Bledsoe before that, which was
3 or
a couple of guys.
Yeah.
But look what he's doing this year with no defense.
That's
I mean, their defense is bad.
They are.
Their defense is bad.
They are bad.
Right. But Brady can light it up. I mean, you got to outscore him.
Got to outscore him.
But the thing that amazed me about Belichick,
success,
he's doing it. He changed his whole offensive. He gets rid of Randy Moss, goes to a 2 tight end set, makes little Wes Welker the best wide receiver in the league, and now Gronkowski's caught more touchdown passes than
the record.
I mean, it's amazing what he does with Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis. Is he your first pick in fantasy football? No. And that offense just
Woodhead
just keeps clicking. And then they take Edelman and move him to defensive back and look at him lighting people up. Yeah.
I mean, they are. That's a good question. I mean, I think Belichick is probably a step ahead of other coaches, whether it's from a preparation or scheming standpoint.
Kind of like Steve
We're just
Jobs
filming
of
them
the computer
illegally.
world, right?
Yeah. I mean, the whole filming
We're
signals
just
on the
filming them
sidelines
illegally.
maybe
That'll help you a little bit.
might have had something to do with it. Hey, we have a question here. Another question on the Twitter feed from young Alex Caldwell, wondering when Andre Johnson is going to return for the Texans. What do you guys think? You think he'll be back?
When should he come back, too? That's the other
Right.
question.
That's the biggest key.
That's the biggest key.
Last game.
Bring him back for the
Last
Titans
game,
get the rust off, and let him build
be
some
there.
chemistry with TJ Yates? Or do you rest him all the way to the playoffs? You've already clinched a playoff spot, right? So.
Well, that's it. You know, I'm glad that's Gary Kubiak's call. I'm glad I don't have to make that call because you certainly don't want to bring him back too soon and lose him for the entire playoffs. And, you know, you're playing Indianapolis and Tennessee, not two of the top teams. And can you beat them without him? Yeah, I think you could. But he's going to need timing with the quarterback as well going in the playoffs. So it's just that's going to be a feel thing. Because, you know, the player's always going to say, I'm ready to go.
Yeah,
I'm sure Andre's going to
say. If I was the quarterback, if I was a head coach, he wouldn't be coming back.
Right.
You hold him back all the way to the playoffs.
All the way to the playoffs.
You would?
Yeah.
Do you ever call him in the room and ask him? Ask him, how much time do you need? What do you need?
Gary,
hey, you need a
player
quarter?
that?
Play him like he's a preseason game. Give him
that?
a quarter, 2 quarters. We understand we're in the playoffs. We need you. You're part of this team. You're a milestone player for this team. I need you. We have a young quarterback, our third string technically right now.
Yeah.
Come up to him and say, hey, you want a quarter? You want 2 quarters? What do you think you need? And then I'll make a decision from there. Be honest with the guy. Have communication with the player.
He's an athlete. He's not going to be. He's a competitive athlete. He's not going to be honest.
Andre should be honest, though.
He
He's
went
got
to
maturity level.
He went to Miami.
Now you're going low. I think you'd ask him. I think you'd ask him and find out. Be like, you know what? I need a little bit. I need to get it under my feet, or no, just get me in the playoffs.
And Gary Kubiak too. I cover the Texans regularly, and Gary Kubiak has said, you know, we have to talk to Andre. This is when he was coming back from the first hamstring injury. We're gonna, you know, I trust Andre to let me know how it's feeling, and they took their time bringing him back the first time from the surgery.
I
think he has a lot of input
his
in
courage.
No,
I mean, he played half the season last year with that high ankle sprain.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, Andre, you know, if you, I think Bubba said it. If you ask him that warrior mentality, he's going to say, "I'm ready to go, coach. Put me in." Yeah. But is that the smart thing to do?
I think Andre understands that he has to be honest. It's like when a manager comes out to the mound to ask you if you're, how you're feeling in the mound in the 7th inning when you're, up around 115 pitches. You don't necessarily want to come out, but are you able to be honest?
I got to be honest with him. That's the relationship that I can have with the Mills or the pitching coach or whoever it may be. I have to be honest with them. If I feel good, I'm going to say, I'm good to go. Or, you know what, I don't know. I say I got 1 more in me or I got 2 more in me. But if in that heat of the moment, yeah, clearly the bulldog in me says, oh, I can get this done. Mm-hmm. But if I know if I'm sore and I'm tired and I need to get out of there because I know once again I got, another 10 starts or 20 starts, I'm going to be honest. And that's the professionalism you should get out of each and every player.
There's no crying in baseball.
I'm not crying.
But coach, I want to stay in.
I want to stay in. I want to go more.
You guys got to understand too. I mean, an injury is an injury, and no matter what part of your body is. But a hamstring and a groin is one of the worst. To me, two areas to heal. Because it's a big muscle. Yeah. And with those guys as strong as they are, they're gonna be favoring it for one, and then going out there not being 100%, that thing can go at any time. And that's what scares me.
Bubba bragging.
And
he's got those bodies.
Played in Miami.
The groin muscle
and
big.
It's hard for me to say this. It's hard for me to say this, but he is not as young as he used to be.
Another point, exactly.
He's gonna know his body. He's gonna be honest about it. That's the point. Like you said, he's got to know. He's got to know.
I think from the time that he says he's ready to come back, I'd say, all right, we'll give him another week. Because with the hamstrings and groins, all it takes is one twinge, and you're. That's it.
But he's a young 30. I mean, seriously. Some guys are old 30s, some guys are young 30. Look at T.O. T.O. was playing at a high level till he was 35, 36. Even with the circus going on around him.
What do you mean? We rode him like a mule his first 5 years in the season.
True.
In the league.
I'm with you. I respect Andre Johnson, but I think this might be the beginning of the downside of his career. I'm not saying he can't still play.
But
once the hamstrings start acting up on receivers, that's a lot of them.
And it wasn't the same hamstring.
Exactly.
That's the other one.
Boy, I hope I'm wrong on that. I really do, because he's the best player to ever wear a Texans jersey, and he should be going to the Hall of Fame someday. But let's hope he's still got 5 more years before he ever gets to even talking about retirement.
So you'd roll the dice for you put a premium on safety over timing, clearly.
Correct.
That's interesting. You wouldn't let him play 1 quarter next 2 weeks?
No, sir. I would not.
I've been there. Once you've clinched a playoff spot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's the long-term goal?
You want to get Super
rings. Well, yeah.
What about chemistry with T.J. Yates? Can you build that on the practice field, or do you need to do it in games?
It's going to be in game. It's going to be live. People don't understand. Practice is practice.
Yeah.
But you cannot assimilate practice to game time.
Game speed.
No.
Game speed is totally different.
The intensity and the speed.
Intensity and speed is totally
Now, the
different.
good thing is that the first time that he did hurt his hamstring, That's who was throwing to him all the time was TJ.
That's right, yeah.
Because he
so
was
they
the
do
third
have
team.
a little.
Yeah, he has a little bit there, but Bubba said it best. There's no way you can replicate a game in practice. You've got to be actually out there under live bullets.
Wow. We've got a chance to remind you about one of our sponsors here, Billiard Factory. We have 2 locations here in Houston. You can check them out at billiardfactory.com, Billiard Factory's website, billiardfactory.com. In less time than it takes these 2 coaches to make their halftime adjustments, and probably less time than it takes to turn the lights back on at Candlestick, you can design your very own man cave, just like the one we have here at Not Your Ordinary Sports Show, billiardfactory.com. The Steelers still trying to get that donut off the scoreboard. They're moving the ball pretty well here, but they are, I guess they have 1 timeout left.
Yes.
Where is Rashard Mendenhall?
Says the fantasy football player.
I know it.
He's not in the 2-minute drill.
I've not seen him.
How important is it for them to score here before halftime?
They can't get.
That clock is
Not
acting up
very.
too.
All right, come on.
They're going to have to
Stay
use
in
the
bounds.
timeout here.
Stay in bounds.
Nope, he got out of bounds.
From the clock.
See,
Now they're going to kick it.
I guess you had to hang on to the timeout in case that play got tackled inbounds. But
Right.
they could have used the timeout with 25 seconds left and gotten off 2 plays.
I mean, to answer your question is big. I mean, if they could score.
Yeah.
I mean, going into halftime, still it's 6-3 now.
Touchdown takes a lead.
New
a bigger
ball
lead.
game.
This is about a 55-yarder if he tries it.
What do you? I mean, you get the little hair.
Are they leaving him
4
on the
seconds.
bench? They
Huh?
are.
You get 4 seconds. now.
Sean
How
Swisham,
many plays
their
can you get off
kicker.
in 4 seconds?
He's gonna throw it out of bounds, throw it towards the sideline.
They're going to try to pick up 2 more yards here.
Yeah.
Timeout.
Timeout Niners.
Niners. I like it.
Gotta be quick.
6-0 game. Okay, there's not been a lot of scoring. But do you guys think it's any less exciting? I kind of like games like this.
I do too. Alabama, LSU.
Yeah. Minus the missed field goals and the
Missed field goals,
interceptions. Yeah. A lot of that in that game.
55 yards in the cold.
Yeah,
No chance. The win, too.
Yeah, the win there. yeah.
Candlestick?
with the win.
What do you mean you throw up a Hail Mary?
In 4 seconds, can you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Can you
Can
get
you
off a
pick up
play,
3
gain
or
10
4
yards,
yards?
and call a timeout?
No.
Probably not. You need about 6 seconds to do that, right?
Yeah, you can't run a
Stranger
play in
things
4
has
seconds.
happened.
Hail Mary.
No points.
Well, it's amazing that he's thrown 2 picks, 2 turnovers, and that they've only got 6 points scored against him.
The defense stood up.
Well, San Francisco defense is playing lights out too.
They're up for the test. Like to see it.
Dropping 9 back. 3 rush.
Wow.
Oh.
Great play.
Oh, he didn't get out of bounds.
Great play.
What
That's
you think of that? The clock had already
Great
expired,
play.
right?
What is
I just like
What
the
are you
nose.
doing?
Did you see
What
the
is that?
nose man back off as a linebacker and just run right over the center?
Did he?
Oh, it was a load coming. Yeah, I like to see him show. Look at him. He can hardly walk off the field.
What is that?
What was that play call?
I don't know.
I mean, Hail Mary,
At least
or
a Hail
at least try to
Mary,
kick
yeah.
it. I mean, what
Did
was
they
that?
think that the Niners defense was going to be looking for the Hail Mary, so they were going to try to sneak one into Brown, a single
Well, you
receiver on
don't
the left?
kick it because he has to get such a low trajectory on a 55-yard. It could be blocked
Right.
for that, but you at least throw the Hail Mary up.
At least a Hail
Yeah.
Mary.
Well, it is halftime, this 6-0 game. Greg Koch is sitting in for Eric Winston tonight. We may have a little video coming up of a high school tight end that loosely resembles one of our usual hosts here on the show. We'll have that for you coming up in a little bit. Greg, you're wanted in the Chicken Kitchen Lounge, so we'll excuse you for halftime.
Chicken Kitchen.
Here he comes. If you're just joining us, it's Not Your Ordinary Sports Show. We want to say thanks for joining in. We're here every Monday night, and we are joined this week by Greg Koch sitting in for Eric Winston. We've got Astros pitcher Bud Norris, former Oilers safety Bubba McDowell, also played at the U, as he's reminded us a few times. Bubba McDowell here with us, and Pastor Kirbyjon Caldwell
About 5 times.
from Windsor Village United Methodist Church. Kirbyjon Caldwell with us as well on tonight's show. Shaping up to be a good game. You're welcome to go grab some food.
Kirbyjon, what kind of backed up with you two?
Big party?
That's right, he was safety. Did I hear you say safety?
Did you?
Yeah, man. I could have been as good as you.
I knew you're a great pastor and all. Man, I knew you were common. That's great.
You know,
Safety.
yes, you were a child.
How long did you play for?
A minute.
Yeah?
A minute. But as I said earlier, my claim to fame was I played next to Tim Gray. You don't know anything about Kenton Renzi. First round draft pick for St. Louis Cardinals. Went to A&M.
A&M?
Really?
Okay.
He was good. Mid 70s. You weren't even born.
I hadn't thought of him.
To a twinkle in your mother's eye.
I played 1 year of Little League football. I was the smallest kid on the team. I always wanted to play football. Each kid had to play a minimum of 16 plays a game.
Oh, yeah.
So I got in for 16 plays. I was a tight end. And they'd send me in from the sidelines. I'd run in, and I knew that the play call was going to be a run to the other side of the field because they put the littlest kid as the tight end on the weak side, and I had no chance of being involved in the play at all. But man, I wanted
16 back then?
Yeah, 16
like 8
plays.
now or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, actually 15 plays.
Is
now.
it maybe it was 15. I felt like it was 16, but I didn't grow until I was a junior in high school, so I had no chance. But man, I wanted to play. In practice, I used to line up on as a linebacker in practice, just because I guess we needed an extra guy there. I'd throw my body around, but had no ability.
Well, that's what
happens when you're
we
a
need
little
this from
guy.
a lot of these young bucks today, just to throw their bodies around. And you don't get that a lot these days. Kids just, wanting to do it. Go out there and play for the love of the game. Some kids just want to be out there because they belong to a group, or fraternity, as they say. And you're not successful at it. I tell my kids all the time, don't play this game if you're just out there, just want to be looked at and seen.
Well, we want you to take a look at in a little bit, we're going to have you take a look at a video of a young tight end. We're going to have you analyze it. I wanted to bring up a couple of things, though, while we're at the half on some of the things going on in the NFL right now. First off, the Indianapolis Colts win their first game, beating the Tennessee Titans.
Good for them.
Yeah.
And the Green Bay Packers lose their first game to the Kansas City Chiefs. What was the bigger surprise to you guys?
Packers.
Packers losing?
Definitely Packers for me, too,
sure.
I mean, they were playing so good. Rodgers at the helm has been, unbelievable, making every throw, and the guys are making every play, and scoring points when they need to, playing defense when they need to, and even the momentum, like you said, was it 19, 20 games or whatever?
They hadn't lost in like a year.
Yeah. But I think it's good. I think the one loss under them, let them know they're human, roll into the playoffs, and you better watch out because those Packers are pretty darn good still.
Do you think it takes the pressure off a little bit?
I do,
They don't have to worry about the media getting involved.
Yeah.
Undefeated season and all that good stuff,
Can't live up to the Dolphins, undefeated season. Now, hey, we got it out the way. We lost. Let's go ahead and get ready for the playoffs.
What about the Colts, though? I mean, this is a team that had a chance to go 0-16 with Dan Orlovsky quarterbacking the Lions, who went 0-16 a couple years ago, and the Colts, who might have gone 0-16.
Did Chris Johnson play in that game?
He did.
The whole game?
I want to say he had 55 yards, something like that.
Wow.
I know they weren't going to go undefeated. I was just hoping it wasn't against
or winless.
Or winless.
Right.
I say, I was just hoping it, wasn't against somebody that I like.
Right.
I knew they weren't going. I knew it wasn't going to happen.
Ironically, that one win for Indianapolis puts in jeopardy what looked to be a cinch of getting Andrew Luck for the first draft pick.
Yeah.
I mean, right now Minnesota and St. Louis have 2 wins on the season.
Can you imagine Bill Poling up there? It's like, what are y'all doing?
You think he wanted him to go 0-16? Is Andrew Luck that much better than some of the other top quarterbacks, Robert Griffin III, Matt Barkley?
I think they all bring different aspect of the game, and I tell you, man, just looking at each one of those kids, I mean, they're all good. They're going to help a team down the line someday. But looking at Andrew Luck, man, and knowing his dad, golly, he is something special. I tell you,
he's got the prototypical size.
Yes,
smart kid, strong arm, and he runs the ball well.
He runs well. That's what surprises me. I mean, he loves to run it.
So if you're Indianapolis, do you draft him?
I think you have to.
I
right?
think you have to.
And where does
what do you do with Peyton Manning?
Where does Peyton go?
That's the bigger question.
Yeah.
That's the bigger question. How many more does he have left in him? Clearly. But I think this quarterback group is an interesting group. I think Barkley down at SC is pretty good. I think Robert Griffin, once again, is a Cam Newton type of player with all the things he brings to the dynamic of the field. And once again, clearly we're talking about quarterbacks everywhere we go. And ESPN's got their own TV show regarding it. What a dynamic player a quarterback position is. But Okay, Luck's good. We got that. But who's the next guy to come out of that class and compete with Luck and have like we have had the Brady and Manning era. You know, those guys have been playing good for so long.
Right.
Now you got the Rodgers stepping in. I can't wait to see that next group of guys come in and kind of set up those rivals.
Barkley, started as a true freshman. This is his third year. There's no foregone conclusion that he doesn't stay a fourth year.
Do you think
he's from that area? I mean, there's some folk out there who say he's from.
He's not going to play in a bowl game. I want to win a championship.
They still have a year left on their bowl ban,
so he can't get into a bowl game. What's the point of staying? He's been there. He's done it. He wants. I want to win a championship. I don't put all this work in and not to get an opportunity to play in a championship.
That's very true.
And unfortunately, because of what happened previous to me getting here, I can't win it here. I love you guys. Thank you for my time. I loved SC. I was with my family. I played good. We had fun. We would have won the Pac-12 South. But unfortunately, I can't win anything here. I can't get a national championship. I can't get into a Fiesta Bowl or something or a Rose Bowl.
That's the worst thing.
I'm out. I've had my time here. I would like to go now.
That's the worst thing because in college football, you have the ones who committed the violations, NCAA violations, the Reggie Bushes, the Pete Carrolls. Those guys are long gone.
Yeah.
And it's the kids who come after them who pay the price. Matt Barkley deserves to go to a bowl game, and all those kids on that team deserve to go.
When's that ban lifted anyway?
I think it's one more year
for them. Yeah,
they had a heck of a season.
They played good,
even with their scholarship reductions. A young team. Yeah, and I think Barkley has as good a chance as Andrew Luck to be a successful NFL quarterback.
Absolutely.
Let me ask you this: saying that, just say if they wasn't on probation and he's still doing as well as Barkley's doing now, and have the chance to come out, would you advise him to come out?
Absolutely.
Okay. I agree.
I mean, I think Luck should have came out last year. That was a speculation. He didn't have as good of a season. Stanford didn't play as well as clearly Harbaugh left, and I think he should have gone last year. But it just speaks highly of the character that he is, that his college education was his #1 priority. Yeah. That's a good family upbringing. That was clearly important to him. His father probably advised, who also played clearly.
Yeah.
That, hey, this is going to be something important to you at the end of the day. That diploma on the wall, that means a lot to people, ex-players and whatnot. Luck could have gone out last year, but he didn't. He decided to go back, and so. But I think, as far as Barkley case, I think it's time to go.
Yeah.
I think it's time to go.
It's going to be a heck of a quarterback class.
I think
those three, and Landry Jones, another guy that deserves to play.
So if Luck goes to Indianapolis, in so many words, Peyton has already said, I'm out.
Yeah,
right.
If you're Peyton, where do you go?
Wow.
He's got to go to a team that's winning now, that he thinks he could fill on. A Niners could be a possible destination just due to the fact that Alex Smith is, once again, we don't know where his contract is. I'm not positive, but at the same token, he could step in and he's got some tools there. He could run, run a West Coast offense with that good of a defense. He doesn't need to score 40 points like he used to in Indy to win games. That's true. He needs to score 21.
That's interesting.
Very true.
Where would he fit? A team that already has a lot of pieces in place. San Francisco would certainly be that. Would you bring him to a team like the Eagles? Probably not. I guess Michael Vick is still the future there. But
if he stays healthy.
Man, it'd be
You don't want to play in Philly.
No.
That's scary.
He don't want to play in Philly. There's going to be some suitors out there, but
what about a team like, Andy Dalton's looked good in Cincinnati.
He's played well.
But I don't think that's a good fit for him either. And the Bears, when Cutler's healthy, are fine.
How about Baltimore?
Would you?
Is Flacco what he thinks he is? Has Flacco been the answer there for them?
That's a good.
If you put a real quarterback in that system,
with that defense,
nothing against Joe Flacco, with that defense and those boys score 21 points for the Baltimore defense, you're gonna win a lot of games, and you're gonna be dang good in the postseason. Wow. I've never thought Flacco's been the best answer in Baltimore, personally.
Well, who do Flacco have on the outside, though?
Not many.
Anquan Boldin.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
They signed Anquan Boldin.
Boldin's been playing all right. Mm-hmm. Still got Ray Rice. But who did Peyton have besides Marvin Harrison? Who did Peyton have in Indy? I mean, not this season. Let's look back the last 2 years. He still put up numbers.
He did.
He told you what route to run, how to run it, where to run it. I'm going to put the ball right there, and then you get a run down the sideline.
Stop it.
I mean, he's that good.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
The ball placement is far, and that's what Brady does too. That's what the best of the best do. And that's what I'm saying. Rodgers did everything the last, what week are we in, 15?
Yeah.
So besides last week, he didn't put those balls.
So is it selfish for him, not to want to groom a Luck coming in? Just say Luck comes out and they draft him as a quarterback. And just put yourself in his
Archie
position.
Manning says it's going to be tough for them to coexist. If
Yeah.
I'm the Colts, you got to find out if Peyton Manning can still play.
Exactly.
Hey, we have Chick Norris back. Chick Norris Jr. It's Chick's.
Regrettably, I don't. But thank you so much. You've done a
Chick
fabulous
Norris
job.
Jr.
Would you like a refill?
You know what? I will take a lemonade. Would be good. Thank you. Thank you very
Chick,
much.
how many of those can you carry at once?
I'm good, Chick. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We have a Chick Norris Jr. in training. Man.
Did Brett
Can't
Favre
leave those
coach
chickens
Aaron
alone.
Rodgers in Green Bay? What relationship
No,
did they have?
they didn't get along.
So why are we worried about Peyton Manning coaching Andrew Luck in Indianapolis?
Yeah.
He doesn't get paid to coach. Brett Favre didn't get paid to coach. Andrew Luck's a good player. You give him the system, he's going to read the books, he's going to learn it. He's going to watch all the film on Peyton Manning he needs to watch and be ready to play.
Yeah, but it's totally different. I mean, it depends on how fast he want to be successful.
Right.
You know, whether or not he looks at film of Peyton Manning or whether he looks at film and getting it from Peyton Manning.
Right.
At
Absolutely.
the same time. That's
And
a big difference.
Rodgers seems to be doing all right.
And the problem, I think,
Well, I think Rodgers was you got a point because Rodgers I thought was better than Brett anyway.
here's the question I have, though.
If Luck goes to Indianapolis, Peyton is gone.
Yeah.
I agree.
The problem
with that. I
is,
know that.
I was just going to say that the problem
Yeah, I
is
know
if you
that.
have players in the locker room believing in one quarterback or the other, that's when you get real problems, right? When you have trouble keeping the locker room united behind one guy. Because there have been times where, if you go back to Hostetler and Sims with the Giants, Warren Moon and Cody Carlson. I'm not sure what that was all about, but should have been no debate there.
debate.
But if you got players thinking one quarterback is better than another, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Chick Jr. Oh, I got to give you a tip. Huh? Let me write you an IO. How about that? I like this.
Smart Chick.
That's good.
They
Chick.
are training them. I tell you, chicks of this generation they just aren't the same.
So I have a more fundamental question about Peyton. Will he play again? Well, what's the inside scoop on
I don't
that?
think you can judge that yet, can you?
Is it too soon?
When you're talking about nerves in your neck, if a doctor says if you take a hit wrong and you're not going to use your arm the rest of your life,
Yeah.
I think you've done everything you've had to prove.
Right.
But if a doctor says, yeah, you can go out there and play, and
So has that been determined already?
My roommate up in Green Bay had the similar deal, and they told him that if you took a hit the wrong way, because of that nerve damage, you could lose use of your arm. So he retired after he'd played 12 years.
Good decision.
But Peyton, was a competitive fire, and last year he was playing at just a high level as he ever was. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's up to him. I think it's,
I don't think they know that, and that puts the Colts in a tough position because, if he comes back fully healthy, you probably want him out there if you want to contend. But do you turn the page and go to the future with an Andrew Luck?
Well, and they've also got to decide whether they want to pay him $28 million this spring.
Exactly.
Right.
That's a
true
lot
too.
of money.
That's a lot.
That's more than the rookie contract that Andrew Luck will sign for a full 5 years.
Right, but it'd be the best of all worlds would be to have Peyton come back, be able to play 2 or 3 years, let Luck come back and be like an Aaron Rodgers, learn from the best. I mean,
That's what
you
I
just
said.
said that.
No, I
Did
said
Favre
that.
teach
He said
Rodgers?
no.
Right.
He said
Did
no.
Favre teach Rodgers?
That's what I
Oh,
was
I
saying.
think you learn from him. I mean,
Just
Rodgers
watching,
was the first
not
round.
verbally,
Yeah,
not
exactly.
verbally.
Right.
That's the difference.
I mean, he's got his own special skill set. So I just think, like you said, there's a learning curve. There's a learning curve for every athlete on the pro level. And
Well,
the
Bob
defensive back.
Ursay want to write both of those checks.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Those are 2 big numbers.
They have changed the rookie pay scale to
so
bring it down to more reasonable numbers. So it's not a $50 million check you're writing for a guy that's going to be a backup if Peyton sticks around. But I don't know, $28 million for a guy who you don't know if he can last full season.
I'm just
tough
amazed,
call.
though. I mean, I knew that the Colts would not be anywhere near the team they were with Peyton without. But for them to completely fall apart the way they did, I didn't see that happen.
No, I don't think many people did either.
I surely didn't either.
All right, I believe we have pulled up that video for, we want you guys to take a look at it. Eric Winston couldn't be with us tonight because he is practicing. Texans getting ready for a Thursday night game. But we pulled up some of his high school highlights. I want to get y'all's take on this young tight end from Midland. And we'll talk over this because there's no audio on this. This is a young man who played tight end in Midland. Watch the moves here. This is Eric Winston, now starting right tackle for the Texans, who was recruited to Miami as a tight end.
Oh, wow.
Look at those wheels.
I wouldn't want to try to tackle him.
I heard he was a great athlete, man. I didn't know that. Gee.
Where did he go to school?
The U.
Believe it.
Recruited as a tight end, and then he was behind Kellen Winslow and decided,
watch it. Oh, yeah.
Block. Maybe I'll be a tackle.
Oh, he ran that guy over.
Pancake.
Still crushing guys, huh?
That happens to a lot of us. Recruit as a tight end, and you eat your way into a 4-point stance.
Did you?
Yeah.
Were you a tight end?
4-point.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's one at the end.
Jeez. Midland, huh?
What a monster.
A beast, yes.
Great football up there, you know.
You know, he's been lobbying for years now for the Texans to put in the overloaded line and tackle eligible play and have him go out for a pass. Watch this one. This is great. Tight end screen. Look at him outrun the DBs. Wow.
Well, almost.
Almost. I think maybe it's this play. There's one where he leaves these kids in the dust.
That's a big man running that fast, too.
Look at those hands.
Good catch.
That is impressive. I really did not have any idea that he was that good at tight end.
He goes in beast mode on this one.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, Eric?
6 guys.
He went up and got that one.
Did he ask you guys to put this together, or you guys are just being nice?
Look at Eric.
Look at those hands. That was the game winner in the.
Wow.
What did he tell us? One of the state playoff games.
Now he's playing defensive tackle.
Yeah, he was a two-way player. Getting the sack there.
Had a little dance afterwards, too.
See, you only get like once a game.
Getting a sack.
Ooh.
Robert, he looks like one of those high motor guys.
definitely high motor. Wow.
Went to Miami as a tight end. Played as a tight end for a year and then moved to left tackle, I think he was at Miami.
I am truly impressed.
Ooh.
He can, offense, defense, special team, probably QB.
Uh-oh.
I think this is the one where he showed both of you.
Wow, he can run, that's for
Picking
sure.
them up and putting them down, that's for sure.
That was one of the main attractions for the Texans when they drafted him, is his quick feet as an offensive tackle. And Greg, maybe you can explain why that's important, particularly in this blocking scheme. Why?
Well, the zone blocking scheme, I mean, you work in tandem with your guard. You know, you're always going to a point. It's basically an area zone type blocking, exactly what it's called. But you want your tackles to have good feet because you're always sliding your offensive line one way or the other to protect the center because he's got the ball between his legs and snapping. So either whichever way you're sliding, at times you're going to be on an island. Everybody's sliding away from you. It's going to be you and that defensive end split out wide, and it's just you and him, and that's it. So you got to have good feet. Whereas you take a guy like Tony Mandrich, who didn't really have, overhyped feet. You can play him inside at guard because there's a center, there's two guards, there's all these bodies in the wash, and you can kind of run people into each other. The tackle, you don't have that ability to run them into each other. And you got some great athletes out there at defensive end. I mean, guys that are weighing 280 that run a 4.5 40. Yeah, I mean, just freakishly athletic.
Yeah, and there's times when they run that pitch to the right where
you get to pull and run, right?
He's almost like a pulling guard, but he's a tackle pulling out there to get out and take on defensive backs or outside linebacker, I guess, in some cases.
Shots. You want those kill shots.
Yeah.
If you can catch a defensive back, they're hard to catch.
That's a foot smaller and 100 pounds lighter. Twitter question off the Verizon Twitter feed for Bud Norris from somebody calls themselves at Eric Winston. Bud, I've been the Texans home run derby champ 2 times. How many pitches would it be before I took you deep?
Too many to count. No.
Have you seen him take batting practice?
No, I've heard about this. I missed it this season. I was out there last year, and some of the Rockets guys come down there too. The Rockets guys not so impressive. The football players impressive. I will be honest on that 100%. Unfortunately, I missed it.
A few years ago, he put several in the upper deck in right field.
I've heard, yeah, left-handed, right?
hitting,
Yeah, left-handed. I remember
baseman,
watching.
pitcher.
Yeah, with some pop, no doubt. But once again, lobbing it in at 55 is a little different coming in at 95. So we'll have a little side bet.
Speeds on it.
Yeah, a little side bet. A little sink, a little curve, a little cut.
We should set that up in the offseason.
I'm sure the Astros would love that.
Yeah, they'd love you.
Extra pitches.
That's right. What do you guys do during the offseason? How soon do you get back to throwing the ball?
Depending at the end of the year where you're at, health means I was a little banged up at the end of the year, my shoulder, but if you're 100% healthy, it's basically you just take it off. You really want to kind of let that shoulder shut down, give it its real rest period, because like I said, you've been going at it for 6-7 months, including spring training, where you're throwing every single day. And I think the fact for me is usually middle of January is when I start throwing. This year I've played catch probably about four times since the end of the season, just kind of break up some of the cobwebs and kind of get that muscle going again. But once again, your body's a temple. You got to know what's right for you, what's not for you. You got to know what is a good injury, what is a bad injury, what you need to push through, and what you need to kind of back off. And I think guys in the gym is kind of one. But for me, that's kind of my throwing program is something like that. As I need to know how much to do before I can push it even farther. So
is surgery big with you guys during your end of your career?
Yeah, for some guys it depends. You could have it in the middle of your career, beginning of your career. All these Tommy John things nowadays. Hopefully, you knock on wood, you get out of there healthy, and you can still play catch with your son when you're all said and done. Because that's the ultimate goal and dream.
I'm with you on that.
So
you don't have to worry about the long-term effects of concussions.
No,
Bubba and I can play catch with our kids. We just don't know. We can't remember their names.
That's a good one.
Steelers with the ball here, first time here in the second half. What do they need to do to get something going offensively?
Give it to Rashard Mendenhall about 30 times, especially in the red zone.
What is it the Niners do to frustrate opposing offenses?
They just got a solid front seven. I'm telling you that. They have been very impressive, and they lost Franklin Abreu to the Saints,
right?
And
Big nose tackle or inside tackle.
But I think their front seven. Adding Alden Smith to Patrick Willis and those guys. And I know Patrick didn't play tonight, but they've just really been aggressive, and I like the way they play.
Ooh,
got away with one there.
How about that, Bubba?
Yeah, a little tight there.
Terrell Brown with the questionable hit. And that sets it up where the Steelers are still trying to find their first point.
Oh, no.
Dang.
Oh, we got to flag that. Did he signal fair catch? Because he was interfered with, right?
Yeah. Oh, getting chippy.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, was that a
almost like another stop.
Damakong Suh there?
Should be.
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute. Did he call fair catch?
I didn't see
I never saw it.
I did not see a fair catch.
Nope.
Oh, man.
Oh, was he close? Did it hit him first?
The guy backed into him, his own blocker.
No, but did 23 stick his hand in?
Yeah, did it hit his arm? Looked like it might touch his arm real quick.
Keenan Lewis. You still have to let a guy have a chance to catch the ball, right? Look at his.
Oh, he's right there.
He got blocked into him. So now you give him the penalty with that, and you hand off to Rashard Mendenhall in the 5.
Uncle.
So if the guy gets blocked into him, it is not a penalty, correct?
No.
But
I'm not so sure he got blocked into him right there.
Oh, perfect. I like that call.
They call it catch interference on Keenan Lewis.
Ruling on the field stance. They got to review it, clearly.
Can you review that call? Isn't that a... I guess you can.
Well, you can't challenge it, can he? The booth head would have to review it, right?
And they are going to review. All right, while they take time to review, it's time for our one-on-one segment. Greg Koch here in the third quarter again is going to go one-on-one with Astros pitcher Bud Norris. As we get ready for this segment of one-on-one, let's check out this video of Bud preparing to start another season.
Steve were talking about his great defensive work, but how about his hitting? Over the last 24 games, he's hit .337, raised his average from .211 to .254, and he's hit 4 home runs. One of them last night, and it was a big one, early in the game against Chris Carpenter, who gave him great praise, saying he wouldn't have thrown a different pitch. It was a good pitch that he hit.
So he has a little bell, and I would steal
Hey,
the
welcome
bell.
back to Not Your Ordinary Sports Show. We're very pleased to have with us tonight Astros starting pitcher Bud Norris. Bud, welcome.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay, so you grow up in, you're a California guy.
Northern California. 2 different states out there.
Right, not the surfer dude.
No,
from, yeah.
nope. I was a golfer and snowboarder back in the day.
Snowboarding.
Yeah, a little cooler up there.
Right. So what got you into, were you a multi-sport player in high school?
Everything. I mean, I played it all. Growing up, I mean, my parents really encouraged me to play everything. Kind of, I think everybody will say that to your kids, you know, if you want to go out and try something, go give it a shot. And luckily enough, I played a lot of football, basketball, baseball, soccer, swimming, golf, snowboarding. I did it all, and I just was lucky enough my mom and dad and sister at the time drove me around to all my events.
Did you have one favorite sport? Because a lot of times the sport guys end up with weren't necessarily the favorite sport when they were playing high school ball.
You know, there was always a question what I wanted to do. I enjoyed everything. I love competing. I think a lot of guys will say that at the end of the day they just love to compete. And one of the funny stories I have with my grandmother is one day I think I was about 9 or 10 years old in the car, and I'm in the back seat. My grandma looks at me, and I'm shaking my head in the back seat. She goes, "What are you shaking your head about, David?" Because my birth name's David. And I go, "I don't know, Grandma. I don't know if I want to be a baseball player, a basketball player, or a golfer. I just can't decide." And so luckily enough, I love all the games, and I love to compete. And so I have a pretty good understanding of every sport, because you can understand playing football is one thing and just watching is another, and playing baseball is one thing and playing is another. So understanding the game, but luckily enough, I enjoyed all the games and all the sports, and like I said, just love to compete.
Well, so now out of high school, you went on and played in college, right?
Yes.
Cal Poly?
Yes, Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo. It's a very good academic school. They play in an amazing baseball conference in California called the Big West. We play against Cal State Fullerton, Cal State Long Beach, UC Irvine, UC Riverside, just a very good baseball conference. Coming out of high school, I wasn't the biggest, I wasn't the best. I was actually the second best pitcher on my team coming out of high school, but it was important for me to go somewhere where I could get a college education that meant something to me, not just a kind of show up kind of thing, but I really wanted to work hard. And when I went down there originally on a recruiting trip, I was like, I don't know if this is the spot for me. But when I got down there and I saw the campus and I saw the area and I saw the baseball program, I said, this might be a great fit for me. And so luckily enough, the Cal Poly made a nice little offer for a little scholarship. It wasn't a lot, but that's not what I needed, because it was a state school and I really wanted to go for everything, the whole aspect of college.
Right.
And honestly, to this day, I can honestly say that was the best decision of my life. It was amazing 3 years there, and I thank them for everything I had and to propel my career to where I am now.
Yeah, I think some baseball players miss out on that collegiate experience, because that's some of the best times of your life.
Absolutely. You know, 3 years to get into a system and the camaraderie part. You know, you don't need to get into a fraternity house because you have a ball team or a football team. You know, you're going to have those guys around you, and when you get drafted out of high school, you kind of just jump into a system and you don't really know you are. And you know, education is a very important thing. Even if I was there for 3 years, I did not get my degree personally, but it's just very important to end up with something under your belt that you had that college education, and I can go back and finish if I ever need to.
So you're a homegrown product drafted by the Astros, right? What year was that?
I was drafted in 2006, and I was in the 6th round in 2006.
Right. Where did you start your major league career?
My major league career started in upstate New York. I played in the New York Penn League for the Tri-City Valley Cats.
How was that?
It was good. We actually got to the championship that year. We ended up losing in the championship in a 3-game set, which was it was hard against Staten Island and the Yankees, and you never want to lose to the Yankees. And but after that, there was a lot more stops along the way, but I definitely enjoyed my first stop.
For the people watching, is it like Bull Durham when you're in the minors like that?
It kind of is. It really is. Nobody knows who you are. You tell them you play minor league baseball, they're kind of confused, and they know there's a team, but for them it's kind of like going to the movies. You go once a month maybe, or maybe twice a month, but there are some diehard fans out there that love to go and get season tickets because they don't really want to watch the big clubs on TV and can't afford the bigger tickets.
Right.
But the stadiums I got to play in at all the minor league parks, the Astros have an amazing minor league system, and all the ballparks are amazing, and I really enjoyed a lot of it, and once again, it definitely gives you groundwork to get to the big leagues.
Well, I know, like for professional football players, you never forget that day you're drafted and the call. What was it like the day you got drafted and you were going up to the big show?
Oh, when I got called up to big league, that was getting drafted is a hectic day. I think any guy that gets drafted will tell you. I was expecting more out of myself, so I was a little upset, and I ended up turning it off. I was told by my agent and a lot of teams I was going to go second or third round, but unfortunately due to an injury, I got pushed back. Well, the Astros made it clear to me that they really wanted a part of me. They believed in me, and so when it came to the signing period, they said, hey, you're worth another $30,000, and they gave me a little more extra money, which really meant a lot to me. And so I knew that my time was done at Cal Poly, and I was ready to start the next phase of my career, but getting the call to the big leagues is nothing sweeter. You work so hard at everywhere, at every level, little league to high school to college to pro ball in the minor leagues to that one phone call on that one day, and I'll tell you, it was something I'll never forget. And the opportunity that gets presented in front of yourself, you just want to take the ball and run with it, and luckily enough, I did.
I know athletically, you kind of work your way up the ladder in high school to where you're kind of one of the top guys, and you have to start over again and work your way up the ladder again in college, and then you get, you start in the minor leagues. How intimidating was it that first day you walked into a big league clubhouse?
Very, especially at the time when I came up. There was a lot of old guys on the team in 2009 when I came up in July. It was just at the end of the month, and you kind of keep your mouth quiet. You really got to keep just mind everybody's business. Stay out of their way. Don't let it be. But if somebody comes and approaches you, you have an opportunity to really talk to them. And specifically, a lot of fans will know that Roy Oswalt was a big influence on my career. And it was funny because I made about 4 or 5 starts, and I really hadn't had any verbal contact with him at all. And he's a quiet boy from Mississippi, and I'm a little more outspoken from California. But
yeah, you seem fun-loving.
Yeah. Finally, one day after a start in Milwaukee, he came out to me during batting practice, and he asked me a question: why did you throw that pitch? And that's kind of what started our relationship, where he turned it into a chess game for me, and how I needed to understand the development part of it, and the chess game of who you got on deck circle, what's the scenario, how many outs you got in the inning, and kind of give it, instead of just trying to get everybody out with the best stuff you got right now, you need to tinker back and forth, and I really give a lot of credit to Roy for teaching me that.
When we were talking prior to the show, you were kind of telling me some of the tips that Roy gave you as far as what to do to be successful. I want you to relate that to some of the listeners about the innings pitch and things like that, because I found that very interesting.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of people, they put numbers on it. Statistics are such a big important factor in a lot of things, fantasy and whatnot for football, and fantasy for basketball and baseball for that matter. Roy made it very clear to me, my job is to play baseball. I love the game, and I love to compete, and I want to win. That's my number one goal. But at the end of the day, my job as a starting pitcher is to stay healthy, be on the field. The more I'm on the field, the more I can help the team. So I'm making 30, 33 starts a season. I'm doing well one there. And then with 30 starts, that means you're not just pitching 5 innings and getting out of there. You're pitching deep into ball games, and your ultimate goal is to get 200 innings a season. If you can get 200 innings a season, that's the ultimate goal. There is going to be factors inside and out, managerial discretion when he wants to pull you out of the game and stuff like that. But I was very happy with the strides I made this year as far as that, because I did make 30 starts. I only missed one, which was my last one of the year. I pitched 185 innings, which I'm very happy with. But once again, that ultimate goal is to get 200. And at the end of the day, that will make some money for me so I can support my family down the road for a long, long time. But at the same token, I'm on the field, so I'm giving my team the biggest chance and opportunity to win games.
And it's got to be nice knowing that you're being counted on as being one of those solid starters in that rotation.
That means a lot, because when you get to the park, and like you said, it's every 5th day, that sometimes the position players honestly forget who's pitching that day. And they'll walk in the park one day and they say, well, who's pitching tonight? And they say, hey, Bud's pitching tonight. They're going to strap them on a little tighter. You really want to think that they're going out there and they're going to fight for you, because I know I'm fighting for them. And trust me, when I have a bad one, I want to get back there out as quickly as I can. And when I have a good one, I want to get back out there as quickly as I can. And you kind of want, like you said, that momentum thing. If you have a couple good starts and you're rolling, you want to keep it going. And that factor alone, Michael Bourne taught me that every day that I got there and days that I started, and he knew when I was pitching, but he'd always come up to me and ask me, say, hey, you're pitching tonight, right? He goes, good, let's go. That's who I want out there. And so when a teammate can come up to you, those kinds of words of encouragement, that's huge.
So the Astros, a lot of people in Houston very upset, me being one of them, because I grew up in Houston. I'm used to the Astros being a National League team, moving to the American League. Your thoughts on that?
I mean, you have a right to be upset. It is going to be a hard one for us to swallow. 50 years of existence in the National League is a lot. I mean, that's a long time and such a great franchise. We've won a lot. We got to the World Series in 2005, and we've done a lot of things for the city. But as far as Jim Crane and the committee coming in, he didn't have much of a choice.
Right.
They held it over his head. He wanted to take this organization. He wants to propel it into what he thinks he can build, and that's what it was. So he didn't look at it as if I'm moving to the AL and it's such a damper. It's the fact that I'm getting control of this organization. Drayton did such an amazing job, but it's time for me to take over. And he's made a couple moves already, and so hopefully those moves work out. They seem great so far, but let me just say one thing about Jim Crane and the committee that he has. They didn't have a choice, so it is going to be tough. It is going to be a transition phase for sure. It's going to be a different type of baseball, but at the end all be all, winning is the ultimate goal, and we can win in either league.
But how would you describe the 2012 Astros if you had to sum them up for somebody just coming, we into baseball, just coming on the scene, wanting to watch the Houston Astros?
Young. I think talent and youth. A lot of teams, depending in any sport, you're going to have older teams and you're going to have younger teams. Well, right now we have a very young team. I have about 2.5 years in the big leagues, and I probably have about top 10, 5, 6, 7 guys in tenure on the team, which is interesting for most teams and ball clubs around the league, but we're going to be fun. We are young, and we will leave it on the field. And if I have any say in that leadership capabilities that I can have, I'm going to push these kids. I'm going to try to get everything I can out of them. There will be no putting our heads down. There will be no pouting. We will go out there, and we're going to fight and leave it on the field every night. Clearly, the wins and losses, they're going to come. We're going to have to work on that, and it's not going to happen overnight. It's a long-haul process, and as you can see in baseball, it's hard to win that many games and sustain at the top for so long in any sport. So I think if you're a new fan and you want to come out and watch the Astros, I think it's the fact that these are some young kids, and you really get to watch them grow, and we really have a lot of young talent that's going to come up.
From an individual standpoint, how tough was it on you last year?
It was difficult. I was,
because you're a competitor,
right? And I never like to lose, and nobody does. I mean, I hope nobody does. And to that degree, I think it was a tough one to swallow, because when I came in 09, we were still a playoff contending team. We ended up, I think, finishing 3rd or 4th in division that year, and always NL Central is a tough division. And unfortunately, by that time, the team was old, and we had to make those moves. So Ed Wade was definitely stuck between a rock and a hard place. Well, I can't keep going out and getting older guys and paying the money that I don't have, because Dre McClain, we didn't have the payroll, and the economy had a hit on that, no doubt. And so Ed had to do what he had to do, and he had to make the moves. Trading Lance was tough. Trading Roy was extremely tough. Hunter and Mike, and even Keppinger, even the moves we all made were tougher. They were good, older players that were staples in our clubhouse. So it was tough to see, but we know that we still have to move forward. We have to make strides in the right direction. And, at the end of the day, if all the pieces fit right in the puzzle, good things are going to happen. And in football team aspect, the same way. If you do your job and you work hard and you help the other guy get better, you're going to get better. And I think that's a big one.
Now give our listeners a scouting report on Bud Norris, the pitcher.
Man, I don't want to give away too much.
What's your best pitch?
I would like to think my fastball and my slider. I really am a two-pitch guy, and I think a lot of guys around the league know that as well. But as the game, you need to expand. You need to get better. You need to get more out of yourself. And I'm getting better and better with my two-seamer. I had a lot more confidence in my changeup this year. And somewhere down the road, I would love to learn a curveball if that's possible. Right now, that hasn't been something that you just pick up overnight and you start throwing it in big league baseball games. So once again, you're always tinkering and working on new things and always playing. Every day you get to play out and catch. You get to work on something
What
new.
would be more important to your repertoire, to develop the curveball or to better your changeup?
I think more of the two-seam, just the overall movement, because my slider is good, and I technically can throw it at 3 speeds and location and movement in 3 different ways, and that's what gets guys off of it so much. But if I can get something going the other way compared to everything going that way, it definitely will get on guys' hands a lot more, and I'll get a lot more ground balls and hopefully lower my pitch count. The
one hitter you could name that you just really don't care to face ever again?
There's a few, I'll say that, let's be honest. I really want to say Prince Fielder. I think he's such an unbelievable hero. I think the year that he had this year was almost better than the last previous ones. He's getting better each and every year. He's finding out more about himself, but he's still definitely up on the upswing. Pujols obviously is up there, what an amazing hitter, and always will be, and will go down as one of the all-time greats. But right now, when a guy steps in the batter's box and takes up at least 95% of that batter's box, you're a little intimidated one there. And then when you make any pitch to any side of the plate and he can hit it out of the ballpark at any pitch, in any count, it's definitely a little intimidating. So I think Prince Fielder is probably one of those guys right now that's always going to be on top of your mind.
Have you already been thinking about the move to the American League and how you won't be facing pitchers anymore, and how that will change your strategy? Will that change your strategy going in?
It most definitely will, but I'm not there yet. I got to worry about 2012 and the year that's ahead of us, and just kind of going out with this last year to finish in the National League. As far as the AL, it will change my game. It definitely is going to be something new on me, because I'm going to be pitching deeper into games just due to the fact that my manager can keep running me out there. Instead of me coming in the dugout considering I might be done right here because my spot's coming up, it just changes the strategy. But like I said, I worry about that when we get there in 2013, and it's going to be a transition for all of us.
Man, we wish you all the best of luck. Bud Norris, one of the rising young stars with the Houston Astros, best of luck to you.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate it.
Good seeing you.
Welcome back. Not Your Ordinary Sports Show. Greg Koch with Bud Norris, the Astros right-hander, who's a big part of their future plans. During the one-on-one, the Steelers got on the board with a 51-yard Sean Swisham field goal. So they're on the board, 6-3 ball game. This game is really anybody's game at this point.
Baseball score.
It makes you kind of wonder why they didn't try the field goal. If they had the yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, it was 55, but I was thinking maybe he didn't have the leg. But if he just kicked a 51, yeah, it makes.
I wonder if the wind. Which way were they going at that time, and how was the wind in Candlestick? Was it in? I guess was it into the wind
direction? I could be wrong though.
I'm not sure on that. I think the lights may have gone out at some point. But no, this game is. Yes, it's been a battle of field goal kickers and field position so far in this game, but it's shaping up to be a great finish here. And we're going to have more with Greg Koch visiting with Bubba McDowell coming up in the fourth quarter. We also want you to be a part of the conversation here at Thebus TV. That's at the Bus TV on Twitter. Chance to send your questions in for Greg Koch, Bubba McDowell, Bud Norris, or Kirbyjon Caldwell. We have a Twitter question now at the Verizon Twitter feed for Pastor Caldwell. In your time as a pastor, have you had many professional athletes as members in your church, and who are some of your favorite athletes you've worked with in your ministry?
Good question. Over the years, we've had Warren Moon, Butch Woolfolk, Zena Garrison, Cynthia Cooper, Evander Holyfield.
Wow.
We've had a few.
Some of the greatest.
Yeah, all of them left now, though. And my favorite would probably be Evander, only because I basically went to all of his heavyweight championship fights. I got a chance to pray with him before the fight, and there's nothing, with all due respect to your sport, there's nothing like walking into a palace of a heavyweight championship.
Wow.
fight.
It's my favorite sport.
Oh, man.
I was at the Evander fight with Tyson when he got the part of his ear bit off.
Yeah.
But it's incredible, and unless you're there live, you have no idea how hard these guys hit each other.
Yeah.
Those body shots are brutal.
And that sense of anticipation, you can just either cut it with a knife or lick it with a spoon.
Wow.
It's really tight.
That is sweet.
It's phenomenal.
What is the atmosphere in the locker room like when you pray? I imagine that's the last thing they do before they go out.
Pretty much. It's about
nervous?
It's about like this.
It's quiet, right?
Real quiet.
I can't imagine what that's like. I mean, Evander's pretty cool under pressure too, obviously, from his boxing record.
I would tell you an absolute true story. The first time Evander and Tyson fought, that was a pair of scissors or something that needed to get me from Evander's training room to Tyson's.
Oh,
Tyson's.
They share scissors?
Or something. Something common. And they asked me to take it over to Tyson's room.
Here,
so,
I don't want to take it.
So
you
I took
take
it to the door. I could see Tyson.
Yep.
And I saw his eyes. I called my dad immediately. You didn't have cell phones. I had to run to a payphone. I called my dad immediately. I said, Dad, you're not going to believe this. I said, but Tyson's going to lose. My dad started laughing. He said, but why you think that? I said, I've seen his eyes. And it's in his eyes. He was fearful.
Wow. Mike Tyson.
And as it turns out, Evander and Mike used to fight when they were like 14, 15. So Evander had absolutely no fear of Tyson at all, unlike most of his opponents.
Most did, yeah.
So that fear, as you know, makes that fear you try to put in the battles.
I try.
Makes a big difference.
That up and in
Speaking
fastball.
of fear, I always wanted to ask you this, or Pastor, and then, as athletes, we have our little rituals going through game type situation, and certain type of games, we get a little nervous, and I guess that's why we kind of go through the little rituals, kind of calm us down. Do pastors, like if you go on a big stage, do you guys get nervous? Or?
You better be something. You don't want to be cocky. I always have that. Seriously, excuse me, you want to have that sense of dependency. And that's what I call it.
Sense of dependency.
Excuse me. On God, not yourself.
Right.
Excuse me for choking. I got choked on that.
It's okay. As long as the lights don't go out, we'll be good.
Yeah.
So, Pastor, I understand you're a limited partner in the Texans?
Very limited.
How did that come about?
You need a telescope to see my limited part. That's a very good question. One day I was minding my own business, and Bob McDowell just called me out to Clear Blue and asked me to come to his office. It's just that simple. I have no idea why he asked me. And I haven't asked him.
Had you always been a huge football fan?
Yeah. Huge. I'm a huge Houston
sports fan. Yeah, Houston fan.
And the Niners. No, he's out at the 1.
Oh,
hold the celebration back there, bud.
Sorry.
Now we need that punishing fullback you were talking about earlier. Bubba.
This is a big play here. I mean, we might actually have a touchdown in this game. Stop the presses.
I can almost guarantee you're going to see Frank Gore right here with this ball.
Tight end.
4 times.
Vernon Davis there with Tim. Was that Timmons on him?
Oh, that's touchdown.
Or.
I saw the Steelers a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you saw the game against Cleveland where they tried 4 times with Rashard Mendenhall. Cleveland shut them down at the goal line.
I got Mendenhall in my fantasy too, but I didn't make the playoffs.
That's touchdown.
But did he step up?
No, he didn't.
He didn't step
I didn't see him.
Oh, well,
I think it's touchdown.
We're going to get a review on this. The thing is, the Niners have to challenge it because it wasn't a scoring play. It's an automatic review on scoring plays.
They score. Right.
But since they rule them out at the 1, the Niners have to throw the red flag.
Pittsburgh.
Let me ask you this. We were talking about Tebow earlier. He gets a lot of attention right now, but there are other religious players in the league. Are there some that you feel like, I guess maybe he clearly stepped out there. They're going to lose this challenge.
It's not so clear.
No? You didn't think his foot was on the line there? I thought it was.
So,
I'm sure they're going to look at it from every angle possible. Are there other players out there who are just as devout and maybe don't get the media attention that a Tim Tebow does?
Well, I think that probably so. But what Tebow has done, as you know, he does the bow thing. I mean, he's
the T-bow.
He's pretty dramatic about it. I think that has arrested a lot of the media's attention. B, I mean, once again, 6 fourth quarter come from behind victories.
Right. I guarantee there's just as many players as deep. I mean, you can't put but when I played, we had very devout Christians on our team. I mean, just the same way. And you know what? It's just more of gratitude for what they have more than anything.
Do players get tired, though? I mean, I've heard some of the complaints about Tebow that I think it was Jake Plummer who said, look, we get that you're a devout Christian and you're a very religious person, but you don't have to be so in our face about it all the time.
That's the thing I don't understand when people say that. I don't see him getting in people's face. I see the media following him around
just jumping
and
on
filming everything.
Yeah, he doesn't come out for warm-ups in a robe, and a Bible in his hand. Right.
So why wouldn't you want me in your face?
Right.
Why wouldn't you want me in your face telling you about someone who have spiritually gifted me to do his work, but he put him in a position to carry on the work that Jesus did for us.
Right.
But he's doing it in a different realm.
Yeah.
Right. So why wouldn't you want me less?
Just let me play on the devil's advocate, I guess, if you will.
No pun intended.
I'm sure there are players who, prefer to keep their religious beliefs to themselves and don't feel like people should be preaching in the locker room. In other words, you go to church to hear a pastor. Mm-hmm. When we're in the locker room, it's business and we're playing football.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that he was preaching in the locker room.
Plummer, I guess, was implying
Plummer isn't in the locker room, I can tell you
used
that.
to be.
But
he was implying that he just needs to back off a little bit.
Is why when you celebrate the opposite, like a Bill Maher or a Christopher Hitchens, who just happened to die here in Houston of cancer, if you profess your lack of belief or how silly it is for us that do believe, they get all kind of play and nobody seems to think anything about it. But if somebody goes out and professes that he is of faith, it seems to be like, well, you can't do that. You're proselytizing. And
the thing is,
it makes no sense to me.
There are ball players, sluggers, who when they hit a home run, when they cross home plate, they cross themselves. Nobody gets on them for public display of, religion.
I personally put the sign of the cross in the back of the mountain before every start. I make acknowledgement to my grandfather and put the sign of the cross.
Do people hammer you for
that?
No,
I don't think they don't see it as much. I just think the Tebow thing, clearly we all admit, has gotten blown out of proportion as an understatement at this junction. And, it just gets to the fact that Tebow is a great player, but the media is in his face with the NFL Network and the camera is always on him just because of this.
They want to show that bow. You know,
Yeah, they want to.
They're going to keep the camera
They're
on
almost
until it
marketing
doesn't.
it to a certain degree, and
They
because we
are.
have Tebow
Exactly.
stuff
They are.
on our junction, our station. It's just a different thing, and there are, like you said, players are going to touch home plate and they're going to cross, and guys doing the dugout. I see a lot of guys just take a knee before they go onto the playing field before the start of the game and make the sign of a cross and go from there. But once again, the Tebow thing and the comeback wins and all the things going, and
the Niners just scored again.
Again,
they got into the end zone.
Did VD get it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Play action fake to the tight end.
Go for two.
Wide
No,
open.
just kick one.
That's in a defensive battle. That's a huge score.
Bubba, go for two.
No.
No point.
You take the 10-point lead with the extra point.
Nice.
Whose assignment is that? Who blew it there?
Let's see.
Is it the linebacker?
I would say probably be
The
safety.
linebacker's lined up over.
Safety's not
Got to be
anywhere in the
safety. A
picture.
corner. I mean, you got a corner.
was in the picture.
But McDowell wouldn't fall for that.
Was that
Bubba,
Clark
you
was
would
over
never
there?
fallen for that.
45,
Yeah, Ryan Clark
Yeah.
was the guy chasing him down at the end.
Man, yeah, but like he came more inside,
It's hard, though, on that
We all
play
said
action
it though.
fake,
We all
right?
thought Frank Gore was going to run it 4 times,
I did
and
too,
they ran
yeah.
play action and they got somebody.
Yeah, but he probably wouldn't have been, my thing is, you're a corner, you're probably going to be involved in that anyway. Cover your guy, which is the end guy, which is number one.
Right.
That's the number one guy you need to cover.
Yeah.
Number 25.
Big score for the Niners as
25?
they take a 10-point lead over the Steelers.
You asked about athletes, lest I get a tweet from a member. Aaron Glenn still is a member of the church.
Yeah.
He's in town.
Another former Texan and a friend of ours.
And the reason I raised that is that before the games, Aaron and whomever else would want to would go in the shower. I mean, after they got, put all the gear on,
Right.
they go to the shower and pray, and then come out to the locker room and then leave with the team.
Why do they go to the shower?
Well,
I guess
because
to
they
get away.
to your point, they didn't want to offend those who did not want to pray.
Really?
Yeah, so they went in and made a circle, prayed out loud. It's not
I
offensive
don't
to
think
anybody.
anybody gets offended by at the end of the game. They all have a prayer circle at
Yeah.
midfield. Nobody gets offended.
But you
by
go
that.
by choice.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a certain part of us that we're going to keep away from media. And that, for me, there's a lot of that. Like, how much am I going to let my private life get out?
Yeah.
Keep a private life private. And I think one of the coolest things in football is after the game when they go at the 50-yard line and do that. I think that's a special time. But at the same token, it's just going to get back to the media part of it.
Yeah.
Just the fact
But every team
how
I
far
played
you
on,
cross the
from
line.
high school to college and three pro teams, we said the Lord's Prayer as a team before the game.
Before the game, even
Yeah, I
at,
love that.
at
Did they
PV,
really?
we do it before the game or before
Yeah.
practice and after
Right.
practice, But you could see it, and you can see it growing. Because back in the day, when we didn't have a lot of guys that, like you say, come in the middle of the field at the end of the
Right.
game and pray. Now you're seeing guys, a whole
Yeah.
bunch of guys from both teams doing it now.
Right. And nobody gets offended by that.
Nobody
do
gets offended by
pitchers
it.
get offended when a batter hits a home run and comes across the plate and crosses himself?
Not at all.
Yeah.
That's not going to bother
That's
me.
why I just don't get the TiVo hatred thing. I mean, a public display of religion you can see it in a lot of places.
Yeah, I mean, it happens in everyday life. I think, that's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
But are there still pitchers that are, the fans may not know, but the other pitchers know, that still scuff the ball?
Yeah. Same thing. We disguise it. I think that
What's this?
we-
Wait a second.
We all.
I'm part of the collective group.
I thought you were going to say they.
I caught that we.
You know what? I'm gonna let you talk. Yeah, I'm good. Right now. My pitching coach would be a good guy to ask. Doug Brocail. He'd be a great ask. I mean, I personally don't do it a lot. If I get a ground ball to shortstop, it goes around the horn, I get the ball back, and I find a scuff mark on it,
You're
and
not throwing
the
it
hitter doesn't ask for it to be changed out, I'm going to use that to my advantage. That's fair. I mean, but now the game's getting regulations, like a Prince Fielder's going to come out, I want a new ball. I mean, come on. Like, really, that's part of the game. But a lot of old school relievers, as far as I'm concerned, a Doug Brocail,
Yeah.
they'll tell you some inside stories that probably not for me best to say. I can't give away the secrets. Right?
Hey, well,
Right.
Don Sutton's in the Hall of Fame. He used to sharpen his belt buckle, rub the ball in his belt buckle.
There's
a
all
little
kinds.
scuff there.
Gaylord Perry.
Joe Niekro Phil Niekro. Well, it was
No,
Joe
the
Niekro.
famous throwing
Had
his
an
hands
Emery
up with the
board
file.
in his back pocket and kind of tried to throw it away when the ump came out to check him out. Alan Ashby used to tell stories of catching, and pitchers used to like for him before he threw the ball back to the mound to scuff it on the ground or on his cleats before he threw it back out to the
Somebody
mound.
actually had a razor blade in their glove. too to cut
it. I'm telling you, there's all kinds.
Yeah.
There's all kinds.
Does it really affect?
Yeah, just sticking out a little tip sticking out.
It's all about movement and deception.
Right.
If technically moves this way only that much, he can get to it. If it moves that much more, my success rate goes up. And
so how do you position the scuff?
We're gonna have to talk about that later.
You'll have to tell me, and then
You're
you'll have to kill
talking about
me.
the alleged scuff.
Yeah, how would Doug Brocail have handled that stuff?
Well, a lot of guys, that's the one thing I saw is they would cut their nail and like make it just a point.
Right.
And they just sit there and you're moving your arm
You're
around, nobody's
rubbing
looking
the
at the
ball
ball,
up,
and
right?
you can do it. There's all. I've never really been big into it. I've tried it, but it doesn't help me. If I want to control the ball, I want to know exactly where it's going. And if the ball comes out of my hand, and I know where that thing's going, where it's supposed to end up. Yeah. But if I throw it and it moves that much more and goes over the heart of the plate and the guy hits it, now I'm mad at myself because I tried to do something that's out of my game plan.
Gotcha.
You're getting technical. You're getting
That's
deep.
right. We're going to get you in trouble. The league's going to be calling you. Find out about this whole thing.
Fine.
Hey, it's all part. In baseball, I've always thought there are rules that are, you're allowed to work around, and there's rules that you aren't. I mean, everybody's trying to pick up whether you're telling your pitches, right? They're trying to figure out the signs from second base from your catcher. That's within the rules of the game. But you can't have a camera in center field beamed on the catcher and pick up signals that way.
Or have binoculars in the bullpen trying to get signs as well.
Yeah.
Which Philly got caught for.
And the Blue
2
Jays
years ago.
The Blue Jays as well.
Also,
they had a guy out in center field trying to spy on the
Smith is
that's a big hit.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a fine line of what's fair and what's not, but it's part of the game. Like you said, if you're gonna, they look back and they'll look right in the guy's crotch and they'll see.
Oh, I've seen guys in the batter's
box. I see that. I'm
glance.
gonna let you know about it. I'm gonna say something, and that's why we have argued disputes.
But are there pitchers that are more notorious that everyone knows in the league right now? That
absolutely.
I'm sure there are.
Name a few.
Oh, Roethlisberger.
Yeah, right. No, there's definitely a few.
You know what I can't get over is the guys with this I call it stickum, whatever y'all use on the bats, on their hats.
Pine
These
tar.
pitchers, with the pine tar on their hats. I mean, a bunch of guys had that.
That's the fact is that my arm's sweating, right, and my ball's coming off my hand.
Right.
And if I lose feel for the tips of my fingertips, I can't get what I need it to do. And so if I can get a little extra stick,
That is interesting.
I can feel it now. Oh, there it is, all the way through. Oh, I got it. Boom, got it. Right there, right there.
up the tip?
Just on my fingertips.
Oh,
man.
Steelers going for the field goal there, and they miss it wide left.
Oh, like it.
That would have cut it back to a one-touchdown game, so now it's a two-score game heading into the fourth quarter.
3 points.
How about in the NFL? How do guys bend the rules a little bit to make it?
Well, I mean,
make it
back
work?
in the Lester Hayes days, he and Bolitnikoff would have stick 'em all the way up. So, I mean, if you threw a ball, he'd just stick his finger up and it'd stick to his arm, And then as offensive linemen, we would go in the showers before the game and literally spray ourselves down with silicone. So if you grabbed our jersey,
You just slip right off?
Yeah, but it would ultimately get on the football, and then the referee would say, I want all you guys changing your jerseys at halftime. And so they've kind of cut down. Now you see these guys, where they cut their jerseys almost under the armpit, so there's
There's nothing to grab.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, it's true.
What about from a defensive standpoint? Do you guys ever try to steal a quarterback's signals?
Oh,
Because I'll see guys call audibles at the line, and the linebackers all scooch up so they can hear.
Oh, the
What do you
more
say?
you prepare, the better you're going to perform. Hopefully, and that's the case. I mean, during the course of the week, if you can see it on film,
Right.
we're telling our guys, hey, okay, he's done this 3 or 4 times. And the same play has happened. So and it's a teaching process that coaches see that they're trying to relate to the players.
Right.
Oh yes, without a doubt. And the more you can grasp for going into that game, the better for you. Hopefully.
How often do they change audibles weekly from the offensive standpoint? Because Peyton, clearly we're talking, go back to Peyton, he did it all the time. Every game he would make 10, 15, 20 audibles a game. How many times do you change the audibles? Because like you said, these safeties, they're going back to film and getting that. I mean, even from the offensive standpoint.
Well, the way we always did it, it was they don't know what the snap count is.
Right, exactly.
So our audible was always if he called the same snap count and changed it. If he went up there and said, if it was on 2 and he went up there and said 178, the play stays the same. But if he goes up there and says 2, whatever he calls after that is the new play. And then if he has a hard count, he can change it even again. Or you go up there and do a check with me. You're going to run, either right or left the same play, and then check with me. And when he says,
What's check with me?
Well, he'll go up there and say you have a under and over where the defensive line slide, so you have a bubble over the guard.
Right.
So if you're going to run a dive toward that bubble, you may say 34 dive to the right or 35, but you don't know where that's going to be, so you go up 34, 35 dive, check with me.
Oh, okay. So he's going to let you know which side.
234, so now you know it's going the right. 234.
Right.
So.
Vice versa with defense, and we got to check with me call as well, because they may come out in doubles, then they come out in trips. We have to turn around, and usually they give it to the middle linebacker, who's the quarterback out there, to make that call, to make the check call.
Right.
Well, we got to come out of 2 and go to 3.
Right.
So.
There were places that I find. I mean, I hated going to play there. Other stadiums? Is there a place that you don't like to go pitch?
Milwaukee.
Why?
No, I don't like the mound. Sometimes, or Milwaukee and Arizona would be my 2. Sometimes it's always 60 feet 6 inches, right? That's what it's supposed to be. Well, sometimes this mound's 5 feet. It feels different. And then the air.
I just want everybody to know that I think the people of Wisconsin are fine, wonderful people.
Says the former Packer.
I mean, probably it's the fact I haven't pitched well there over a lot. I think once again, same thing. I have confidence against St. Louis because I've pitched so well, but I haven't done well against Arizona Diamondbacks at all. Their lineup's very good. Yes, they're a good hitting team, but I don't like that mound. I don't feel comfortable. And is one thing, they have that special dirt where you can pour a whole bottle of water on the dirt and it won't soak it in, because that's how their field is required with their roof.
So it's like muddy?
It's a different type and a different feel. So there's some mounds that you're going to feel more comfortable on and whatnot. In all honesty, in Washington, when you play the Nationals, in my opinion, the rubber is supposed to be perpendicular 90 degrees to home plate. I'm telling you, it's not. I feel like it's bent this way, where if I stand straight on the mound and I just look straight up, I feel like I'm looking at the right-handed batter's box instead of home plate. So that changes all my mechanics. Now I got to yank the ball back over this side to plate. I'm, like you said, tweaking my shoulder. I'm doing something I'm not supposed to be doing. But then it just comes down to how good is the clay, how good is the surface, where my foot's landing in the same spot every time, where I don't have to think about it. If there's a big hole down there from another pitcher, we're at the same hole, I'm in trouble. I got to shorten up my stride, I got to longen my stride, I got to move over to the left. I might have to move on the rubber, 4 or 5 inches, which is out of my norm.
So you can't just move a lot of dirt over and fill a hole in?
You can, but the same thing, it gets powder dirt. We need firm. I need to come down and land plant and firm. If I come down and slide, what's softer going to do for me? It's like
Would you rather pitch in colder weather versus if it was just extreme heat? Because, I know from a football standpoint, I'd much rather play in a cold than play in that extreme. Really?
I'm cold.
The Georgia, Miami guy. Right?
The big guys don't want to be sweating out there in that heat with all those pads.
I think for me, it's just the fact that I grew up in cold weather. When I was in college, I pitched on Friday nights. It was 50 degrees. I never wore sleeves. I just don't like. So I think I can pitch better in cold weather. But then when you get to hot weather, I'm not good at hydrating. I mean, I got to put a lot of water and a lot of Gatorade in my body. A couple days before. But still, I can't really go under and change my undershirt 5 times. Right. And when you go down there and play in Miami, that's how bad it gets. And that's why thank God they finally have a new stadium. But I'm telling you, in the bullpen, I need to go in and change my shirt after 21 pitches in a bullpen. Where am I right now? This is miserable.
We would practice all week outside in Green Bay in 17-degree weather, and then go down and have to play Miami. And after warm-ups, we're just spent.
Yeah, exactly.
We're running around in warm-ups. I'm going, does it ever get under 95 degrees in this town?
No,
I'm just the opposite. I'm telling. I used to hate going to Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Cause
that's the place I hated playing was Cleveland.
Yeah,
those fans are nasty.
Crazy, all biscuits throwing at you.
Yeah, exactly.
And really?
Bubba, did you grow up in Houston though?
No, I grew up in Florida.
Okay, but see, I think that's probably a lot of it too, is where you're born and raised.
How did you get to SMU from Florida? You kept saying SMU.
Did you
went
say
to
SMU?
SMU. Oh, you saying something else? The U. I thought you said SMU. I'm sorry.
Don't get it confused.
Okay.
I just think a lot of that is where you're born and raised.
Yeah,
and what kind of climate zone you're accustomed to.
Yeah.
Well, I was born and raised in Houston. I was used to the heat, but man, when you're pushing around another 300-pounder, I'd rather be cool than really hot.
Right.
Because I would think a pitcher in the heat you would wear out faster.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, I agree. You do.
And then you're sitting down. I'm sitting down in the dugout. I want to sit under that fan for as long as I can. Mm-hmm. But then I got to hop back out there and get my 8 warm pitches, and I got to go ahead.
Right. Yeah.
I'd rather do the cold.
Well, while we let Bud cool off, we'll take a chance for another one-on-one segment here. Greg Koch spending time with former SMU defensive back Bubba McDowell.
Wow.
Before they get into their
Individual
stances.
responsible for their death penalty. Bubba McDowell.
Before they get into their stances for the one-on-one segment, let's take a few minutes to look at a video of the U's historic 87 upset of top-ranked Florida State. Bubba with a key defensive play on the decisive 2-point play late in that game.
Danny McManus has talked Bobby Bowden out of going for one in a tie. The players want to go for the win. McManus was over talking to the coach. So the drama in Tallahassee has come down to this. The coaching staff earlier this week decided to go for the tie. But the players have said, let's forget about the national championship here. Let's try to win this game right now. Let's win this afternoon. And after all, if this is successful, then Florida State very much on track for a possible national title. Miami has called a timeout after studying the formation. And here they come. The 2-point conversion after the touchdown. No good. Miami leads it 26-25 with 42 seconds to go. The gamble fails in Tallahassee.
Say a funny call there. That Carter, the tight end, I thought was open outside the flat, but McManus tried to throw it up in the air, thinking that Carter could out-jump the defenders. But the ball was very much underthrown, never gave Carter a chance. Watch him off the line of scrimmage. He's the tight end. He's out in the flat, open quickly. But decide to throw it up for grabs.
Bubba McDowell, who earlier in the game caught Sammy Smith from behind, was back there defensively to bat the ball away.
Welcome back to Not Your Ordinary Sports Show. I'm pleased to welcome to the show, as he's been here all night, and if you're an Oiler fan, one of the great defensive backs in Oiler history, Bubba McDowell. Bubba, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Also glad to call you a good friend.
Yes.
In the coaching ranks now.
Yes, sir.
You and I actually coached against each other in high school, and we were both coaches some high school, some volunteer high school. You at Fort Bend Baptist. I was over at Lutheran North.
Yeah.
Had a good time.
Yeah.
I know you've always wanted to coach, and I know it's your love and passion. Tell our listeners how you got into it and how much you're enjoying it over there.
You know, and it's funny because I've always said that I would not even get into coaching because, you know, you and I playing in the league, you know, all the how time consuming it was, and I said I would never get into it, but I got lulled into it, you know, with through Alonzo Highsmith, you know, and basically just trying to figure out what to do, you know, after I had finished the career, and more importantly, what really came down to me getting back into it was getting back into training kids. I started training kids, and then that kind of led into the coaching deal. You know, 'cause a lot of parents kept saying, you know, will you please train my kid, or do you do it in training? And for me, that kind of propelled me into the coaching.
And you get a big kick out of working with those kids.
I love it because, I mean, it's all about teaching them the right fundamentals, the things that I've taught and learned over the years, you know, through players and coaches. You know, it gives me a chance to give that back to those young guys.
Well, as you've heard us talk about tonight, Bubba played at the University of Miami. Tell the listeners how you got to Miami, number one. I mean, I'm sure it came down between that and another school or a couple other schools, like all of us did. And then you had some amazing, successful teams while you're at Miami. Well, let's first of all tell me how you got to Miami.
Well, I mean, in high school, actually, my high school, Marathon High, we was pretty dominant with putting athletes into the pros. And
what town was that?
Marathon, Florida. It's a little small town just outside of Orlando, east of Orlando.
Near Orlando?
Yep, near Orlando, Titusville, Cocoa Beach, actually. You know, everybody knows I Dream of Jeannie.
Right.
We're right next to it. We're little true islands, you know. And like I said, I got into it, you know, through Tom Mavedati, who was at Miami at the time, and he was recruiting me, and it came down to pretty much Ohio State, Michigan, and the Gators. You know, my whole high school coaching staff was basically.
So you're actually considering leaving Florida?
I really was. You know, again, go back to it was too cold up there on the visit.
Right.
You know, and that kind of got me back into Florida with the Gators. It was out of the Gators at that time in Miami, and whereas I probably would have been at the Gators had not that recruiter at the time. I can't even remember his name. He just stopped calling, didn't know what had happened. And at that same time, you know, Tom Avedati and Don Solinger, they was coming to all the basketball games. Me and my best buddy Eric Ham
showed interest in you.
Showed interest, you know, and that, you know, took us to Miami. We was going to go as a package deal no matter what.
And there were no regrets on that decision.
No regrets.
How many games did you lose during your career at Miami?
Ooh, let's see. I'm guessing probably about probably no more than 9.
Yeah, you guys were good.
Yeah, no more than 9.
And so you get drafted by the Oilers, and you come to Houston. What was that like when you got the draft call? Did you have a pretty good understanding that Houston was interested in you?
I did. Honestly, I thought it was going to be Green Bay.
Really?
Green Bay came down and worked me out like 4 or 5 times. You know, and Oilers came down twice. And long story short, I mean, I'm sitting there waiting, and then all of a sudden, I got a little nervous. I said, "Oh man, I'm gonna get up and go." So, as soon as I got up and went to the store to get something, my mom called me. "Come on back, come on back. The Oilers on the phone. The Oilers on the phone." So I had to turn around, come on back, and
Well, that's great. And you've chosen to make Houston your home, which is even nicer for us here.
Yeah, and because the wife won't let me leave. She won't let me. You know, she's a Texan girl. She won't let me go back to Florida, which is okay, because the climate and all both are the same, so pretty similar.
So Bubba, what's probably your most memorable game? What are some of the games that you take with you from your times in the NFL?
Well, I know as a rookie, I mean, coming in, we were playing Pittsburgh, and I don't know if it was my rookie year or if it was my second year in the league. You know, I had 2 interceptions versus the Steelers. You know, and because a lot of times when I actually first came in, you know, I was a corner at Miami, and they were saying I was too small, you know, to play strong safety. You know, and I had Nick Saban, you know, coming in, and Nick was always telling me, "Hey man, don't worry about the size. It's about leverage. You know." Look at film, learn how to get the best leverage for us tackling and covering. So I did that. And it helped me out quite a bit. You know, that kind of helped me. He kind of helped me start studying the film. Although I wasn't, you know, where I was later in my career for studying film. I wish I had done that. You know, what I try to teach those kids now: study film as much as possible.
Right.
But yeah, he helped me out quite a bit. You know, and that kind of helped me going into my rookie year. You know.
Who was one of the guys that you just, you know, we all, as like an offensive lineman, you had a guy you'd face the night before your stomach was kind of churning. Do you have one of those guys that you had to face, you knew you had to cover the next day, that you knew you had to be at the top of your game?
Well, I mean, because we played Cleveland quite a bit and had Eric Metcalf.
Right.
Everybody know about Eric Metcalf, you know, track guy.
Athletic,
you know, and then from a run standpoint, oh my God, you know, you had Marion Butts, who was with San Diego at the time, and you know, Kevin Mack. You know, I had to see this guy twice a year. You know, huge, big, fast, can run. You know, I had to face him twice a year. So you know, he was as a running back from a run standpoint, one of the guys I hate facing. And Metcalf, you know, because I mean, I wasn't as fast as him. I always had to have help over the top.
Right. What best running back during your career that you saw?
Best running back? Oh, by far, Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
By Barry Sanders. I remember when they came into the dome, and man, it was. And people think I'm kidding about this. We actually had him in the backfield, 5 yards deep in the backfield. To this day, I still, even after looking at it, I don't know how he got back to the line of scrimmage. He made about 5 of us miss in the backfield to make it back to the line of scrimmage.
He's an amazing back.
He's an amazing back.
I mean, I always throw, you know, I try to tell people that Walter Payton, and he could do it all. He could throw the football, he could run it, he could do, I mean, that guy was amazing.
He was.
But I remember Barry Sanders. I've never seen a guy that could start and stop on a dime at full speed the way he could.
Unbelievable.
So what's in the future for Bubba McDowell?
I mean, I still want to stay in the coaching, you know, because like I said, I want to, you know, see how far it'll take me.
Do you have aspirations to be a head coach?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, and I've been asked several times, you know, this year. But I mean, I still got things to learn. You know, and if you know me, I'm not the guy to just jump into anything, you know, without knowing all I need to know. So I mean, I need to know a couple more things, you know, from the administrative side before I jump into the head coaching deal.
Well, you always got an offensive line coach right here if you need one.
There you go, baby.
Who do you stay in touch with from the old days?
Chris Dishman.
Y'all stay close?
Yeah, we stay close. Who's with the San Diego Chargers, coaching there. Alonzo Highsmith.
Oh, well, Alonzo I know is a scout with the Packers, but I didn't know Chris was coaching with the Chargers.
Yep, he's with the Chargers. John Henry Mills.
Tight end?
Tight end, yep. Slash,
H-back,
whatever,
yeah.
And that's my golf buddy. Between me, him, and Alonzo, we go out and play golf quite a bit. And those guys actually got me into golf, and so it's quite a few. I see Curtis Duncan, Haywood Jeffries, Webster Slaughter.
I saw Haywood at FanFest, and I forgot what a big receiver he is.
Yeah, I know
That's a big guy.
His son is just as big over
in
Dawson.
Really?
Yes.
Now, are you still in the Sugar Land area?
Actually, I'm out in Richmond now.
Are you in Richmond?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have Pastor Jay from Higher Dimension Church. We have a second campus out there at Beck Junior High School, and that's where we're located right now. So me and my wife, we're deacons in the church, so we're over there helping, try to get that community built.
Well, you're definitely one of the greats that played in Houston football history here, and Houston's welcome. We're just glad that you're part of our community.
I'm glad to be here.
Bubba, thanks for being with us,
man.
Thank you, sir.
Now the stage is set again. The national championship is on the line as the #1 ranked Oklahoma Sooners battle the only team successful against them in the past 3 seasons, the #2 ranked Miami Hurricanes. It's the Orange Bowl on NBC. 215-pound linebacker Bernard Tiger Clark in the middle for George Myra Jr. Rod Carter's a destroyer at the weak linebacker position. Big-time hitter Bubba McDowell has blocked 8 punts in his career. Tolbert Bain is the other cornerback. They're all big, strong, run and hit. Darrell Fullington is the strong safety, and maybe the best player on the field for the Miami Hurricanes is Benny Blades. Player pro scouts project will go in the top 5 picks. A 6-foot, 215-pound free safety. So fast he was invited to the '84 Olympic trials.
The 7-yard gain brings up 3rd and inches. And already you see the taunting by both of these teams. Miami been accused of that. Frankly, I think when you're this good, you can do a little taunting. Unfortunately, though, when you don't back it up like they didn't do last year in the Fiesta Bowl losing to Penn State, it becomes an albatross.
And on 3rd and less than 1, Thompson calls his own number and takes it ahead behind All-American guard Mark Hudson, who got a big block straight ahead. And the Sooners fire out and get a first down. They go to the fullback. Rydell Carr, the first down, and Ken Terry is cut down for a loss of maybe 2 yards, back to about the 46-yard line.
Sure, why not?
Back on Not Your Ordinary Sports Show, and the Niners threatening to put this game away. Frank Gore scoring from short yardage during Greg's one-on-one with Bubba McDowell, and they are up 20-3. The Steelers' backs against the wall now, as they got to come up with some points in a hurry. Bubba, I wanted to ask you, following up on those conversations from the old days, did playing at the U with all, the whole atmosphere there, did that prepare you to play for Jerry Glanville when you first came to Houston?
I don't know if you can ever get prepared for Jerry.
Was he the craziest coach you ever played
He
for?
was crazy, but I tell you what, guys, he was one of them coaches that you love to be around. I know the media didn't like him, but man, he was a funny guy out there. I mean, and the thing I loved about him, is the fact that on Wednesdays, because in my hobby, I love drag racing, and I know he loved race cars as well, fast cars, and that black Corvette he used to have. Yeah, he's just kind of leave practice a little early. He used to let me go out to the track.
Bubba and I share another thing. We have both totaled our Harleys.
Oh, and lived to tell about it.
Yeah, and lived to tell about it.
Yeah.
How'd y'all?
I got more.
All right. How do you total your Harley? Did you?
Well, I went through gravel and should have gone right through it and didn't, and I tried to get off and roll. My bike slipped 3 times, almost landed on me. And all I did was break my eye socket, my nose, my wrist, my elbow, and 3 ribs. And I was knocked unconscious.
How about you, Bubba?
I did it going about 140. About a mile from the house, Out there in Siena, when I was in Siena, when they were first building out there.
And you went on your back for quite a way, didn't you?
I was on my back bobsledding for quite a way, because I thought when I jumped off, I was going to go over into the ditch.
Right.
I kind of panicked, hit the back brakes real hard. I slowed down to about 130 before I jumped off. But thinking I was going to roll over into the ditch, I was
Your
bobsledding.
skin peeling off your back will slow you down eventually from the friction.
And everything was in slow motion. That's it.
Oh, man.
When was this?
96. Yeah.
How long did it take you to recover?
Ooh, probably took me. I was in the hospital for about 2.5 weeks because I was being treated as a burn victim, getting dipped every morning, going into the frying pan. Oh man, that was
to kill all the. Because when you slide on asphalt, there's a lot of gunk in there that gets in your wounds.
Unfortunately, I was pretty clean. You know, that was one of the things that was telling me that I was lucky because they didn't have to scrape any gravel out. It was pretty clean at that time. But I mean, from back to just below the buttocks area, it was 3rd degree.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And when it started growing back, I mean, it was crackling every movement. Okay, I can't do that.
And then it starts itching.
Exactly.
For those of you not familiar with Jerry Glanville, former head coach of the Oilers and the Atlanta Falcons, this is a guy who used to leave tickets at the will call window for Elvis Presley because he thought Elvis was not really dead. And he also bred in you guys, for the Oilers when he was here, a sense of almost like playing with a chip on your shoulder. You guys...
House of Pain.
House of Pain.
House of Pain. You're always at or near the top of the league in penalties.
Yeah.
Because he wanted you guys playing with an edge.
Oh, big time. And it was good. I mean, not like I didn't play with an edge at Miami, coming into with the Oilers. But yeah, I mean, I felt at home. I really did. I felt at home. Especially moving from a and I was telling Greg earlier, moving from a corner to a safety where I wasn't even expected to play because I was so small.
Right.
But yeah, he instilled that into us early, man. And that's the way we played with passion.
Let's go
Man in Black.
Man in Black.
Yeah, he used to wear all black on the sidelines with a black cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Just a crazy guy. He also, didn't he try to sort of put the defense against the offense, almost like, I know Buddy Ryan was famous for that.
Buddy did. Oh.
Was it more Buddy than Jerry Glanville and saying, hey,
Buddy didn't like
we're not
that.
going to be friends with the offense?
Yeah, Buddy didn't like that run and shoot deal, and
Chuck and Duck.
Chuck and Duck.
And then, because it's funny, we mentioned earlier about that playoff game against Kansas City in '93. After I got hurt, I guess we played Jets that last game. That's when the punch came, him and Gilbride.
Right, on the sidelines.
On the sideline, yeah.
Famous camera shot of
And if you go back and watch that, Gilbride deserved it. What he was doing, he did deserve it. He should have been trying. He was throwing the ball, not running the clock up for a half, right?
And previous, because that Kansas City game, where I got hurt, we had a chance to go into the halftime, but when we got the ball back, they threw the ball. They started throwing the ball, boom, got it back. And we had to go back on the field with like a minute something left. And that happened again after that. Marcus Robinson got hurt.
Right.
And that's when it came.
Yeah, he got upset.
That's when it came.
That's when, so were they just jawing on the sidelines? Is that what led up to the punch?
No, it wasn't even a jawing, really. I mean, it was a sneak attack by Buddy.
But it was a sucker punch is what it was.
Because Kevin was ignoring him. And Buddy was going to be Buddy, but Kevin was ignoring him, and all of a sudden it was, I'm like, whoa.
What did you think at that point?
I was shocked. I didn't know where that fist was coming from.
I think everybody watching it was shocked.
Yeah, Curtis Duncan was right there, and I'm like, wow. And to hear Webster talk about it, he said, man, Kevin Gilbride called me right after that happened during the game. Could you believe that?
Now, were Rex Ryan or Rob Ryan ever hanging around Buddy in those days, or were they already coaching somewhere else?
He was coaching, yeah.
You never got to see those guys before they became the coaches they were. Because Wade Phillips used to be hanging around the Oilers camp back in the day.
We ran a screen against Chicago, and I ran my guy out of bounds. And me, him, and Buddy Ryan all went down in the pile, and Buddy got up and kicked me in the stomach. They had to stop me. I was trying to get to him, but fortunately he was on his side of the. Yeah, Buddy was like that. Yeah, Buddy was fiery.
Guys played for him though.
Yeah,
big time.
You guys loved to play. I mean, it was House of Pain for under Glanville, but it was an even fiercer defense when they had the 46 here in Houston. Let's bring in our own Melinda, the referee girl, now for a question from the crowd for you guys. Melinda, what do you have for us?
Hi, guys. Well, first of all, Bud, I want to thank you for using the word perpendicular, because that is a 4th grade math word that every child in 4th grade in Texas has to know. So thank you for a real-life example of the word perpendicular.
We know Bud made it through 4th grade now.
Awesome.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Bubba and I were already going to the dictionary. We didn't know what he was talking about.
It makes a perfect L or a T.
I know.
Okay.
I was just kidding.
Okay. Anyway, now for my sports-related question. Drew Brees is about 300 yards away from breaking Dan Marino's single-season passing record. Now, Greg, you played with Dan Marino back when Bud was a wee little lad.
Yes.
What was it like playing with Dan the Man Marino?
Well, I'd come out of a really good offense in Green Bay with Lynn Dickey and James Lofton and John Jefferson. And when I got down to Miami, they had Clayton and Duper and Marino. But the thing is, I'd always heard, well, this Miami offensive line, they give up the least sacks in the league. Well, yeah, because Marino would take 3 steps and have the quickest release. That ball was gone. So he was I think we led the NFL in scoring that year, although we went 8-8 because our defense was really bad. But I think he threw 44 touchdowns that year that I was with him. So Dan could air it out with the best of them. One of the best pure passers I've ever seen. But boy, I tell you, it would be a 3-step drop and it was gone. There was very little 7-step drops with the Miami.
27 years that record has stood. It's about to fall. Brees is going to break it for sure. Yeah. Given how much they pass the ball now compared to they pass the ball then, are you surprised how long that record has stood?
The only reason I'm surprised is because, and this is why I don't think you can compare quarterbacks of generations. When Bubba played and when Marino was quarterbacking, I mean, you could literally maul the receiver.
Exactly.
Right now you can chuck
true.
them for 5 yards, and it's like you said, you just touch them and they're throwing a flag.
Right.
So it's more geared to offense nowadays, and so I think that the quarterbacks today have an unfair advantage as far as the athletes getting open when they would be harassed by good defensive backs.
You could also hit
field.
the quarterback.
Right.
Yeah, true. Very true.
Yeah, you could hit him.
The helmet.
Yeah. You didn't have to worry about the skirt he was wearing before you hit him, right?
Red shirt.
Where does Bubba? Did you face Dan?
I faced Dan down in Miami,
right?
Yeah.
Where does he rank on the quarterbacks you face? Because you line up across from some great ones.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Montana,
rank him up there pretty high.
Elway, you faced.
Yeah, Elway come back
Marino.
on me. Yeah, in Denver. Yeah, he's up there pretty high, I tell you. I mean, you got those guys you mentioned. If I had to rate him between them 3 guys, I would probably rate him 3rd. Only because of what Elway has done. With the comebacks, and he's done against us twice, and Joe, and them playing against him, it was just unbelievable.
You saw some really great quarterbacks. I mean, Jim Kelly, Warren Moon. I mean, you can just go down the list on the teams.
Yeah. Did Randall Cunningham?
Randall Cunningham was there at the time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think that. I wonder how Marino would do in with the rules today, like you mentioned, and the passing offenses today. I mean, Marino might have thrown for 5,000 yards.
Yeah.
6,000 yards really. In his, with the rules the way they are now.
He was a special talent. Plus, Dan was he was a fiery guy. You want some fire in your quarterbacks,
He really was.
Yeah,
wasn't
he really was.
Yeah, I was surprised. He really was.
So he was kind of a big deal.
Dan Fouts and
kind of a big deal.
Just kind
of. A little bit.
Yeah.
Cannon arm.
And Brees is not getting much attention, even though he's going to break the all-time single-season passing record. When people talk about MVP, it's Aaron Rodgers. I mean, it seems like he's already won the award. Is Drew Brees getting overlooked here?
I don't know. It's been 364 days since the Packers have lost a game. So, I mean, you run off a streak of 19. It's hard to overlook that.
Yeah, I agree.
But the thing that both Aaron Rodgers and Drew Brees have is they have legitimate 5 options. I mean, you look at the receivers on both those teams. It's an unbelievable set of receivers. I mean, it goes all the way. They're tied in. They have Jermichael Finley. Packers have Jermichael Finley and then Jimmy Graham.
Right.
I mean, you just go down. A guy gets hurt. When Marcus Colston is one of your options, you don't go to all the time because you've got Lance Moore and Devery Henderson and Robert Meacham, and you just go down the list. You go, man, that's a talented group. And they got the same thing in Green Bay with Driver and Greg Jennings and Jordy Nelson and James Jones.
It helps when you got those guys out there.
Right.
Warren Moon when he had Ernest Givens.
Well, you guys had, 3 Pro Bowlers on one team at the receiver spot?
Jeffries, Givens, and was it Duncan?
Duncan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Incredible offense. Yeah.
And a decent offensive line.
Oh, yeah. Oh, without a doubt.
Matthews.
A lot of high draft picks in that offensive line. Matthews and Munchak, the Hall of Famers.
Dean Skynecooler.
Doug Dawson.
Doug Dawson.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Melinda.
Yeah. 13 sacks this season.
Alden
Man.
Smith. It's going to be a heck of a battle for NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year between Alden Smith
Von Miller
and Von Miller in Denver. Both those guys having fantastic years.
Another flag?
Steelers just can't get.
Has Alden
any
Smith already
consistency.
broken the rookie sack record?
I don't know. I'm sure our
I know
crack
they were
research
both on
staff-
pace on it.
Who owns
Von
that?
Miller and
the rookie sack record?
Let me ask you a question. It's 20-3, 4 minutes left in the game. The probability of Pittsburgh catching up is pretty much near zero. Why is Ben still in the game?
That's a good question.
Great question, Pastor.
Yes, I don't get that.
I was already having that argument with some pals in Green Bay that, when do you start resting Aaron Rodgers and those guys when they were undefeated?
Mm-hmm.
Because I said, and you said it best earlier, is your goal to go undefeated during the regular season or is your goal to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
And to me, the goal is to win the Super Bowl. And if you got Aaron Rodgers hurt in one of these last two games, it means absolutely nothing.
Exactly.
I would not understand that.
Who is the backup in Green Bay anyway?
It's Matt Flynn and then Graham Harrell from Texas Tech.
Oh,
He's the
yeah.
third team.
Okay.
You can fling it.
As long as you're still, they still have a chance.
That's the
I
whole
think you
point.
got to
It's
keep
not
them
over
in.
till it's over, I guess.
I mean,
you could
if the
say.
Niners
That's-
were to score another touchdown, I think you have to pull him. But touchdown, onside kick, touchdown, onside
Well,
kick.
I'd bring up one game, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, but at this point, those touchdowns pretty much 325. Those touchdowns are gonna have to come really quick.
Yeah, come on. It's less than 1%.
really
chance.
quick.
Yeah.
But
Well, if
take
you
him
saw
out.
some of the shots he was taking too, you wonder how long. Like I said, you get him in an awkward angle, you could lose him for the year.
this makes things interesting for the Texans too. If the Steelers go on to lose, as we suspect they will. Now, with the Ravens losing yesterday, the Texans and the Steelers all losing, the Texans are right back in the running for that number 2 seed. They need the Ravens to stumble one more time.
Yeah.
And there's Roethlisberger's
Now
third
you
pick
take
in
him
the
out of the
game.
Yeah, he's out.
I don't know if they're ever going to get the
benching
ball back.
He's done.
3 interceptions.
Big game, Ben.
3 interceptions
What
and a
help us
fumble.
out, baby?
Roethlisberger wins a lot of games for Pittsburgh, but
Yeah, he does.
his problems today
Charlie Batch.
cost him the game. And this is just throwing it up to the fastest guy in the NFL.
Yeah, but he's covered though.
Yeah, they were just going for a quick score.
And underthrowing it.
Yeah. But no, the Texans now are right back in the running for one of the top 2 seeds because they have the tiebreaker over the Steelers.
Right.
The Ravens, though, are going to win that division because now they're even. So they need the Ravens to lose one of their last 2 games. And I'm trying to remember who Baltimore plays. I want to say they have Cleveland and Cincinnati left on their schedule. They're at Cincinnati the last game of the year, and the Bengals may be playing for a playoff spot.
Yeah.
Which means the Ravens, there's a chance the Texans are still
I
in the
think
running.
this jumps the Bengals right back into being tied for the 6th seed with the Jets.
Yeah, who do you think's going to get that last playoff spot? The Steelers or the Ravens are going to get one of the wild card spots. Who is the best team of the Bengals, Jets? The Raiders are still in it.
San Diego's still in it.
San Diego's still in it. Who do you think's going to emerge from those AFC
Who has the
wild card
easiest schedule?
contenders? That's a good question. I'm not sure.
If I had to take a guess, I would probably say Cincinnati.
Cincinnati?
Yeah.
Yeah, the team that scares me the least are the Jets.
Yeah.
I thought
I
the
would
Jets
love
were
to
going to
play
get
them
it
over
until they got
I'm over
killed
the
by the
Jets.
Eagles.
Eagles, yeah.
Sanchez doesn't throw over 200 yards a game. I mean, what is it,
Yeah.
And I could be wrong, but am I the only one that thinks that Rob Ryan should just be quiet maybe the rest of the season?
The one in Dallas?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Oakland's pretty scary. I think Palmer still has only been there how many weeks now?
Yeah.
I think you get McFadden back and a healthy offensive scheme. I think the Raiders can run up on a lot of
That's
people.
true.
If
Very
you're the
true.
Texans, which of those teams do you want to play?
Jets.
Is it the Jets?
Jets.
You want to play the Jets.
Yeah.
Well,
At
I don't
home?
know.
Jets or Cincinnati?
I think
Yeah.
I'd rather
Dalton
see the
on the
Bengals
road.
than the Jets.
Definitely
Because
the
you
Raiders.
handled them.
Yeah, the Raiders are good.
Yeah.
You handled them well. I mean, the Jets have given the Texans some problems the last 2 years.
Well,
Texans have lost
and
to them.
especially if you look at if we're starting a rookie quarterback, I think the secondary of the Jets are going to give him bigger problems.
Right.
with
Yep.
Revis
Shut
and
down
Cromartie.
Revis can take out Andre Johnson out of the game.
But Sanchez doesn't scare me as a quarterback.
No, you're right.
No. Contain him, you're fine.
I thought the Jets were just picking up steam, and then they get blown out Sunday against the Eagles.
Weren't they called the Dream Team? Let's talk about that for a minute.
The Eagles?
The Eagles?
Oh, God, I'm over the Eagles. I don't like the Eagles.
That
That's
win,
out there.
I mean, they're still.
If they
They're
win
still
out,
in
they
it.
win the division.
They were supposed to be
play
the
Dallas.
Dream Team.
Yeah,
They were supposed to be
on
the
paper
undefeated
they
team.
were. I mean, on paper, I mean they
That's
are.
all we
should I
heard.
say.
Speculation.
Yeah.
Well, several things.
That's what
happen.
media can do to
Several
us.
things happen. A, why in the world would you hire your offensive line coach to be your defensive coordinator unless he's your best friend? I don't quite
That's
get
right.
that.
That makes sense.
B, they gave Vic all the money. Deshaun Jackson got zero. Deshaun didn't like that other one.
Yeah.
C, the linebackers, are, nice guys, but rookies. I think those three factors.
They ignored their linebackers and safeties.
Yeah.
They're terrible. in
Well,
those
and
positions.
also, as anybody here can attest, you can bring in athletes, but that doesn't give them team
Make it
chemistry.
a team. That's right.
It doesn't make them a team.
That's right.
At all.
You know who coined the Dream Team name for the Eagles?
Vince Young.
Vince Young.
Backup.
Yeah.
The backup quarterback.
That hurt.
Probably not a smart move in hindsight, but it's. I mean, everybody thought the Eagles were a favorite to win the NFC. I mean,
I did. Honestly, I
Vic,
did.
how well he played last year.
If they went out, they're still not guaranteed
The Eagles?
a spot, are they?
Well, I thought they were because I think that would make them tied with Dallas, and they play Dallas. So if they went out, that means Dallas loses. So I thought that said if they went out, that they.
But then I
would,
think the Jets have to beat the Giants, right?
They might need the Giants to lose again. I'm
think
not
the
sure
Giants
how
have
that
to lose
stands.
Giants lost yesterday, which really helped Dallas. I know that.
What happened to the Giants? They looked so good the week before, and
So do you
They
guys
lay an
think that Coach of the Year is for Harbaugh to lose here?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I agree.
no, wait a minute. No, well, okay. Now that the Packers have lost, I think McCarthy maybe gets taken out of the running. But where does Gary Kubiak sit in the?
Well, that's my
He's up
question.
there. He'll get
Getting
a lot
some-
of votes, but he's not going to win it.
Not going to win because Harbaugh, with what
Harbaugh
he's done with the
was
Niners.
First year.
First year.
First year.
Got them.
That's a
both.
shame.
First year turning a
And
team
Greg would
completely
have fired
around.
Kubiak last year.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, and
A
he's
lot of
had
people
6
would.
years to get to this point.
Exactly.
So I'm not.
I mean, they look.
But wait a minute. You have to take into account they've lost Mario Williams. Andre Johnson has missed more than half the year. They've lost Matt Schaub and their backup quarterback, Matt Leinart. They've had.
But you also have to take into account they've played a pretty weak schedule, and then they're probably in the worst division in pro football.
Yeah, that's what everybody
year.
says.
He'll get votes, no doubt, but he's not going to win it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a heck of a race between McCarthy, Harbaugh, and Kubiak. But I thought McCarthy, if they went 16-0, he was probably going to win. I mean, 16-0 is 16-0, even if you are the defending Super Bowl champs.
Yeah. I just think it's hard to argue against a young coach coming in.
Yeah.
First year in
turning.
the
I mean,
league.
they look totally different. They're a totally
I think
different
some guys
team.
will look at McCarthy and say, well, they won the Super Bowl last year, so he already had a good team. He knew they were going to be
Exactly.
So
good.
they should have gone
Exactly.
15-1.
Nobody thought they thought Harbaugh was going to be in the suck for luck race.
Yeah, you're right.
And they thought, well, he'll go to San Francisco and then be able to draft his own quarterback.
That's exactly
They're
what we
not
thought.
going to be
He
very
said that
good.
first hand.
Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
Like, oh, let's lose them all. Let's get luck.
I swear, I don't think anybody foresaw the 49ers being as good as they are.
No, I mean, I'm a true fan. I didn't see it happening, but couldn't be happier.
Yeah.
They've been playing really hard, and that's, like I said, guy at the helm. You got to have a good guy at the top.
How good is their division, though? I mean, is their division really that much better than the AFC South?
No. It's not a great division either.
I mean,
well, if Indianapolis hadn't gone almost winless, Jacksonville's not good. Tennessee's not good. I don't know. You're right, though.
they're
if
both
you go,
in lousy divisions.
Right.
Yeah. Both of them are benefiting from playing lousy teams 6 games a
But
year.
this win right here solidifies the fact that the Niners are a serious contender. If you can beat the Steelers, clearly they're not. They're at home. Going into Pittsburgh and winning is a whole nother ball game. But winning this game, 20-3, their defense stepping up without their best linebacker.
Yeah, good
that's
point.
a big statement.
Good point.
You're saying, hey, we're coming to the playoffs and we got full cylinders going.
But as well as they're playing, and they're going to have home field advantage the first 2 weeks of the playoffs in all likelihood, can they go into Green Bay and beat the Packers?
No.
Can the Niners do that? I don't think there's a chance.
No.
No.
No offense.
No,
Bob,
no. I'm agreeing
the
with you. I'm
Packers
agreeing.
at home in Lambeau at
It's
the
a
end
tall
of
task.
January.
It's a tall task.
They couldn't go into Detroit and beat the Lions.
We did.
You did?
We did.
Did y'all win that one?
That was, remember the
And he
handshake?
pushed the guy.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
We did win.
Shook his hand too hard, I think, is how he explained it.
Yeah.
Whatever that was. But
He pushed it.
I agree. That's why home field advantage is so important.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
in football, I agree. Home field advantage is 10 times more important than it is in baseball. In my opinion.
Is it? Yeah.
Ours, it's important to have that fan and cheering for you against you. But we play a 7-game series. It's one game.
Yeah.
One game. I mean, it's a totally different ballgame.
And I will tell you that when you're coming from anywhere in the country and it's 2 below, it affects players. And, you know, we've been out there practicing it. It does affect other teams. Yeah.
What are you doing?
Well, look at
Different
Antonio
cold in
Brown.
Green Bay.
Yeah.
And a flag.
Different cold there.
Yeah, I mean, I know the 49ers have a better record, but I give the Saints, the Falcons, I could point to at least 2 or 3 teams that have a better chance of going into Lambeau, I think.
And winning.
I
agreed.
Now, you know, the Niners defense could hold Green Bay to, you know, less than 20
You
points.
think the Falcons have a better shot at beating Green Bay
I
than
really-
49ers?
After the way they played in the playoffs
I
last
think
year?
so, just because of they have the downfield threats. The Packers have their secondary is
You got
suspect.
better offense, yeah.
And the running game with Michael Turner, I mean, Gore's a good back, too.
I just can't, you know, they're great defensively, and I think Harbaugh's done a wonderful job, but you can't sell me on Alex Smith.
No, I'm not buying out. I'm buying the team.
Right, I'm buying the team, too,
but I'm not buying
I think
out.
when you get deep in the playoffs, you're going to have to be able to buy that quarterback as well.
But I'm not going to say the Falcons have a better chance to beat at Lambeau than the Niners.
Yeah.
Matt Ryan and the Falcons can't play out of the dome. I mean, they can't play out of the
I think they got a better chance to beat them deep, to have a couple of big plays for touchdowns.
So you're gonna
And
have
to
a
beat the
high-scoring
Packers, I think you got to be able to put up more than 20 points.
You need defense.
Oh, yeah.
You need to knock
great
the Packers
defense.
down.
Yeah.
Clearly, Kansas City. Watch that film closely.
Yeah.
Let's find something that
That's
we
right.
did
Whatever
right,
they did.
and that's the Niners gonna be all over it.
Yeah.
I could see it happening. You know.
Well, you break the legs of 3 of the Packers' offensive linemen.
How do you do that?
That helps.
Yeah, exactly.
That helps.
They weren't great last week. I mean, that's the whole reason they lost this weekend.
The team that I don't know about you guys, but the team that just puzzles me the most are the New York Giants.
Yeah.
They have so much talent, and you don't know what team's going to show up to play.
Yeah, you really don't.
One week they're great, and Eli looks like Peyton, and the next week you don't
used
know.
to say that about the Oilers, about us.
Yeah.
I think it goes for all 3 of those teams in the NFC East. The Cowboys, the Eagles, and the Giants, on any given day, can look like the best team in the NFC.
World beaters.
On any given day, they can look like, how did this team, you know, get mentioned as a division title contender?
Football.
Do the Giants players like their coach?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
He's a real.
He's
That's
ex-military.
You put a new coach in there, you'll get more consistency.
He's been like this since Jacksonville, boy, I tell you. That's one reason why I didn't go there.
Really? Did they come knocking?
Yeah, huh? Yeah. I heard
When he
about
was
Coughlin,
there.
I was like, ooh.
Coughlin,
Okay.
man,
Coughlin, Dom, Coughlin.
Yeah,
Okay.
He doesn't even like you.
Carolina.
Well, he used to not let you take your helmet off at practice. You had to
At
wear your
practice,
helmet. Even if you
mean,
weren't in the drill, you couldn't take
you
your
can't
helmet
do this. You gotta
No
be like
slouching.
grown men.
Right.
Grown men, you got to be right. Yeah. Yes, sir.
After a while, that
gets
gets
old.
real old,
It
right?
gets old. It gets old quickly.
Was that old football player that said, he treats us like real men, he lets us wear earrings.
He won 1 Super Bowl, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. He's been a good coach for a
Yeah.
long time, but
Right here. The catch on the helmet.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
Tyree with
David
the catch.
Tyree.
What a Super Bowl.
He and Plaxico.
That was a very good game.
So who's on the hot seat in the NFL?
Andy Reid.
We've already had several coaches fired. Andy Reid, Tom
I
Coughlin.
predict Philadelphia will beat Dallas, and Philadelphia will beat, who do they have left, the Giants? No, the D.C., who did they play last game? Philadelphia.
Redskins?
I think they do.
Oh, no.
They're going to run the table and
make the
Reid.
playoffs.
And
Well, I
Reid will
don't think
save his
make the
job.
playoffs, but Reid's got, because they like Reid, except for that faux pas.
The one that puzzled me is the Kansas City Fire.
Todd Haley.
Yeah, I mean,
You talk about a guy not liked by his players.
Oh, that's what
he lost. He lost the locker room.
I figured it had to be something.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, he was a real.
I think Coughlin's in trouble.
I do too. I think Coughlin.
Yeah, I think he's on the hot seat.
If they miss the playoffs, I think he's gone. And they go big. They go for the biggest name they can get.
Wow.
I think or if say an Andy Reid became available, I think Andy Reid's one of the better coaches in the game, despite their problems this year.
Yeah, just got to stop hiring the offensive guy to coach defense. Buddy, that don't make no sense, man.
I think he's one of the most underrated coaches in pro football.
Mike Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin. I mean, he doesn't get enough credit for what he does with that team.
Players like him.
Yeah.
He has a good camaraderie. He can talk to each guy one-on-one, man-to-man.
Better than Bill Cowher?
I say, but all the coaches that have been at Pittsburgh, all been liked by their players.
Yeah.
Every
Chuck
one of
Noll.
them. Every one of them.
I'm not so sure Chuck Noll was so beloved by his players.
No.
But they won, which makes
Well, yeah, that helps. Those 4 Super Bowl rings.
Yeah.
Didn't hurt.
13, 11,
yeah. We'll play for that.
That's very
you know what?
impressive.
If we have to, if we keep winning rings.
We haven't missed Christmas, have we?
No.
Will this game be over before Christmas?
Wait till the lights go out here in the last 2 minutes. We'll be here for a while.
That would be something.
Raheem Morris, who was hot coach last year, there's talk that he may be on the hot seat in Tampa.
Yeah, there's talk, but I think last year's 10-6 will help him, and he just needs to hire some coordinators. Yeah.
Didn't help Todd Haley in Kansas City. They were 10-6 too.
Yeah, and then he lost Charlie Weiss. And
yeah.
Kneel on it, baby.
It's all about who you're surrounded by.
What about Jim Caldwell in Indianapolis? Is he gone?
What year is it for him?
Second year.
I would say.
I mean, Peyton Manning is kind of who they're built around, and he wasn't here this year. Do you hold it against Caldwell that they fell apart?
That's what I was about to say. Normally, no, but in this business, it's all about winning.
Yeah.
You win one game, I mean, you got to be able to coach your players up better than that, even if you lose Peyton Manning. I mean, we wouldn't give if we lost Andre for the year or Schaub for the year, we wouldn't give any of our coaches a pass if they went 0-16.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Good point. Well, he may be on the hot seat. It looks like the Niners are going to walk away with a 20-3 win. Nail biter for a while, but Bud, congrats to your San Francisco team as they get back in the win column and the Steelers fall back again. A chance to really take command of the playoff chase, and they lose today behind a gimpy Ben Roethlisberger.
Everybody did what they had to for the Texans.
That's
Baltimore
right.
lost,
Everything went well,
Steelers lost.
except for the Patriots.
Right.
Except for the Patriots, yeah.
God's favor did not smile on Tim Tebow on Sunday. At least for one Sunday.
You had to get that in, didn't you?
Been a smile on that defense.
Want to say a special thanks to our sponsors, Chicken Kitchen, who kept us all fed here, Billiard Factory, billiardfactory.com to build your very own man cave just like we have here, and our friends at Verizon. Thanks to Bubba McDowell, Bud Norris, Pastor Kirbyjon Caldwell for joining us. Guys, thanks for coming in. Had a blast tonight.
Thank you.
Good game. And Greg Koch, who is stepping in as our right tackle for the evening. Appreciate it. Good job, Greg.
I got some gas left in me.
I'm Robert Henslee. You can check out
gas.
highlights of the show during this week
Exactly.
at TheBusTV.com, TheBusTV.com. You can check out highlights if you missed part of the show. Check it out, TheBusTV.com. Thanks for watching, everybody.
And the crowd and online goes wild. Play one more for you. We'll stick with our Texas theme here. And this is a song, this is called She's Like Texas. She's as free as blue bonnets in the summer. She's as hot as the Padre Island sun. And most of the time she's as warm and friendly, like the hills that surround Austin. She's as bright as the Dallas sky. She always holds her head up high. She loves the company of her family. She has faith in God's greater plan, and she trusts I'm a good man, and that's why I'll always believe. She's like Texas, and she likes me. Her eyes are green like the trees in Nacogdoches, and her teeth are white as the cotton in the fall. And when she laughs, you will always take notice, 'cause her heart's charm will shine right through it all. She's as bright as the Dallas sky. She always holds her head up high. She loves the company of her family. She has faith in God's greater plan, and she trusts I'm a good man, and that's why I'll always believe. She's like Texas, and she likes me, yeah. And her moods can change like the weather out in Lubbock, but if you show her love, yeah, she'll return it. She's as bright as the Dallas sky. She always holds her head up high. She loves the company of her family. She has faith in God's greater plan, and she trusts that I'm a good man, and that's why I'll always believe. She's like Texas, and she likes me. Oh, she's like Texas, and Ref Girl likes me. Thank you. If you haven't hiked up to Enchanted Rock, drink a cold shiner down in Lukenbach, taking your baby to the river walk, you ain't met